From around the age of 20 to 23, I used to spend like 1 or 2 nights in town, drinking and doing what most young adults do, which in my case was failing to seduce anyone, but winning at pool and quiz machines. When I first started going out 18 plus, I would go to many different bars and clubs throughout the night, with all my old friends from school, and over the next few years they went away to university. I ended up befriending locals and started hanging out around in this one bar with a group of friends I had made. This group was about 15 people, a mix of guys and girls, between the ages of 18 and 25. We were the main crowd for this one bar. Everyone who came in frequently would get to know our group and hang around hoping to join us or keep clear of us. I was really enjoying myself and started going out more often to meet my friends in this bar. I was drinking a lot and starting earlier in the day. I grew out of this stage in my life eventually. So anyway, this one girl that wasn't really part of the social group but was one of our friends started being friendly with me, hugging me when she saw me, following me outside if I wanted to smoke. Usual stuff. It's not like she was the only person who did this, but over time it started to become a problem. See, at first I thought she was just friendly. I just couldn't see her in a romantic light, because she wasn't my type. And so I just didn't consider that she was attracted to me. So when she was friendly, I would be friendly back. This, I guess, was a mistake on my part. I thought I was just being a nice guy. I don't want to be mean now, but I kind of have to explain to her a little bit. You might describe her as obese. She was fat, very fat. Not the sort of chubby side, not the middle-aged, losing your figure type of fat. She was the round, bouncy. First thing you notice about her is that she is fat, kind of fat. And she smelled bad too. I don't know if that's related to the weight thing, but it meant that having her in my personal space was not enjoyable. But I put up with it multiple times a week because I don't know what to do. She was nice to me, so I didn't want to upset her. But the smell was so bad. Oh, and she was my age. Anyway, after I had known her for a few months and became accustomed to her just always being around, I started to notice something. Territorial behaviors. So for example, if I was talking to a girl I liked, then she would often come over and make that dialogue a trialogue, you know. And she started getting kind of girlfriendly with me. Like she would get super upset by bits of banter and like drama cry out loud. Or she would try to start crying about her personal stuff, and other girls would come up to me and tell me how upset she was and that I should go check up on her. I'm going to call her Gary. So I would go talk to her and say like, hey, don't get upset. What's up? And she would instantly be fine and hugging me and stuff like, ugh, for fuck's sake. So as this developed, I started getting tired of having to stop what I was doing and go see if Gary was okay. So I stopped. She would send naive girls to go and ask me to check on her. And I would tell them that I didn't care what Gary was doing. It had nothing to do with me. And the girls would tend to agree. You would think problem solved, right? Somehow she got my number. So I would be at home and I would get a text asking me to come to the bar. Or I would get a personal text like, I'm still upset with you because of last night. Sometimes I would engage in conversation with a rather confused attitude, and other times I would ignore it. Pretty soon it got to the point where she would be in the bar every time I got there. Or she wouldn't be there, and I would be relieved. But she must have convinced a few people to notify her if I was in there, because she would turn up not long after I got there. I would be dreading the moment the door opened, and she would say hello to everyone in the bar, but deliberately make her way to me. So I decided I need to distance myself from her. I was feeling a rather tad pursued, but at the same time, I didn't want to stop seeing my friends. some of whom I was actually interested in, and some of them were into me, too, but this Gary girl's drama was really making it difficult. So, I started just casually walking away from her. If I was heading outside to smoke and saw her follow me, I would squeeze into a position that meant she couldn't stand next to me, or I would pace back and forth, so she couldn't get too close to me for more than a second. If I was talking to people and she appeared there, I would move over to a different conversation. She would follow soon after. I remember a few times where I was literally running in circles around the pool table, trying to get away from her. Once she figured out what was going on, she started using psychology. She would bitch about me, stir rumors about me, and just generally try to turn people on me. On the occasion that I would be talking to the same people that she was, the conversation would quickly become about me. She would know about everything I had said to the people. Any drama that involved me, she would know about, and it seemed like anyone who had reason to be upset with me or had some past issues with me was being interrogated for information. I don't know what to do about it, so I just went back to being friendly with her. It was better to have her as a stalker than have her as an enemy. I figured she'd get tired. She didn't, but something better happened. I was playing pool with a guy one day, and he was friendly. Suck up, nervous, skinny, spotty kind of guy. Anyway, I was beating him at pool over and over again, and Gary was there being a mix between a cheerleader and a bitch. She was constantly commenting on our game and trying to get a rise out of me, and I was just taking the piss out of her back, but it was pretty friendly. Our weird dynamic had gotten quite comfortable now. Anyway, he picked up on the way I was speaking to her, and he started mimicking it, and she was enjoying it. So I was like, holy shit, light bulb. It was his turn to break the balls and pool, but before he took a shot, I needed to pee. So I went outside for a smoke, and Gary follows me. Naturally, I started playing matchmaker, telling her that clearly this guy liked her. Do you like him? That kind of thing. Telling her that she liked him, and I could tell because of the way she was talking to him and stuff. I don't know if she liked him immediately, or if she thought it was making me jealous, but either way she started being way more obvious with her flirting with him and me, which was fucking gross, but I held it together. Finally, I got the chance to speak with him without her around, and I didn't need to convince him that he liked her at all. This dude just straight up liked her and was open about it. I was flabbergasted, but so freaking happy. I told him that he had to ask her out. He said he couldn't. He didn't know how. I was like, fucking hell. She defo likes you, I can tell. She was still too scared to do it. So, when they were both next in earshot of me, I said, you two seem really good together. You should totally try, going out together sometime. They looked at each other all embarrassed, but didn't agree to anything, so I made them give each other's numbers, and over the next few hours I started asking them when they would next be meeting. I went full on getting the rest of the bar involved, making them the center of attention. By the end of the night, they were in each other's arms. They really got on. I saw way less of Gary after that. Every time I saw either of them, I would ask if they were still together. They fucking were. Maybe they still are now. I don't know, it's been 6 or 7 years. It was a pretty happy ending, right? The funny part is, he was one of those super skinny guys, so the stereotype of skinny guys and big girls might be true, you know? I love Reddit videos on YouTube, and recently found this subreddit and thought this story would fit. So, a short backstory. My older brother would work for his now ex-girlfriend's dad as a janitor. He was 19 and I recently turned 17. I'm now 19. His girlfriend was in my class and asked her dad to hire me. This job was a contracted job, so we would go to the business and clean their bathrooms, cafeterias, kitchens, and take out the cubicle trash. There were about 4 different buildings, all belonging to this one building, so I rarely saw my brother, who was constantly at the main building. Eventually, I was moved to the main building where my brother and I worked together. I made sure to be an annoying little sister at times, so he didn't like to work in the same area with me, but we would work with our coworkers in the bigger areas together, like the cafeteria. One of the coworkers was around 45, and her son was a grade younger than me. I'll call her Lisa. So, we're the only 2 working at another building together before moving to the main building. When we had our breaks, she would offer me a cigarette every now and then. I always accepted, as I smoked prior, but had quit when my dad found them and made me throw them out. Now the story begins. There was a man, about 58 years old, who worked at the main building in the production area. I'll call him Bob. There were only 2 bathrooms, a small office, and a trash compactor, so I rarely went there. The production area and the main hall I go outside was connected by the cafeteria. One day while we were cleaning the cafeteria, I was vacuuming the rugs, when Bob came up from behind me and poked my sides. This obviously scared me, as my brother was in front of me, cleaning the counters. He started laughing about how high I jumped and randomly being touched. I turned around and it was Bob. He was laughing as well. I thought it was odd, but since my brother was laughing, I brushed it off. I can't remember exactly how it all started, but I think that was it. Bob kept badgering me about friending him on Facebook. I kept saying that I forgot and would add him the next night, but never did, until I eventually got annoyed and just added him. He would text me every weekend asking how I was and what I was doing, and when would be the next day I was working. I didn't see anything wrong with it at first, so I replied. Bob would go on a smoke break with Lisa. I would join them because they would offer me a cig and I couldn't buy them anymore, out of fear that my dad would find them. Nothing out of the ordinary happens on our smoke breaks. We would small talk about our days and such. Lisa had a boyfriend and things were pretty rough between them. This all happened in the span of a year, so the timeline is a bit blurry. At one point, Lisa stopped going on smoke breaks with me and Bob. I learned Bob's break schedule and would stop working just to go out and smoke with him. By this point, I was addicted to cigarettes again. I didn't tell Bob, but I only talked to him so that he would give me a free smoke. Edit. I forgot to mention that Lisa's boyfriend started working with us. He asked me if Bob was my boyfriend or my dad because the relationship between us was hard to tell because how close we were. Bob would say things like, "I'm basically your dad. We get along so well." He once said I looked like his 20-something-year-old daughter, and people think we're father and daughter. But the worst thing he said was, someone asked if we're dating or related, and I told them, it's none of your business. I had a boyfriend that he knew about, and that kind of upset me a lot. I didn't try to correct him because I was afraid my free cigarettes would stop. When winter came around, we would smoke in Bob's car. He always started his car so we would have the heat, but a few times he would put the car in drive and drove around the parking lot. I didn't panic, but I made sure I had an escape plan. Plus, my brother would know where I was and would get worried if I never returned. Bob also called everyone pet names like Honey, Princess, and such, so I never thought anything of it when he called me them. He once even commented on a profile picture, "Very beautiful, Princess." As in Bob's mind, he was my father figure. He also thought that Lisa was my mother figure. I have great loving parents at home, so I never looked at any of the adults as parental figures. He would tell Lisa and I that he wanted to take us out to eat, and we could drink at his apartment afterwards. Basically a family night. We had mentioned that it could be fun, but never went into further detail about it since we both knew we wouldn't be going. Bob would tell me about his life and how lonely he was. He confessed to me his undying love for Lisa and said things like, I can give her a much better life than her boyfriend. And if she would just give me a chance, I could make her happy. Lisa cut all contact with him and he was heartbroken. I told my parents about Bob and they agreed that he was acting very odd. I asked them to talk to my older brother, as I thought that he should have said something to Bob, telling him to leave me alone. He would always laugh when Bob scared me, so I pushed off the creepy vibes for months. By this time, I turned 18. I once made the mistake of trying to joke. A man passed us while we were at the smoke pit and asked if I was Bob's daughter. I said, might as well be. Big mistake. After this, Bob started giving me side hugs and eventually kissing the top of my head, less often than the hugs. It even got to the point of him telling me he loves me. He would walk beside me and take my phone out of the back pocket, then compliment me how fast I reacted, saying, I'd never grab your butt. I just wanted to see what you would do. A new lady around 36 started working with Bob in production, and he forgot all about Lisa and focused on this new lady. She now joined us on smoke breaks, and he would even drive her to the store after work since she didn't have a car. She also had a rough patch with a boyfriend, which made Bob complain the same way he did about Lisa. My older brother quit, and my younger brother took his place. He would join us at the smoke pit, but eventually stopped going because he didn't like smoking. I asked him what he thought about Bob. He said Bob was extremely creepy. I agreed. On Halloween, the new lady and I both dressed up. Bob took a picture on his phone. He even made our picture his lock screen. I just thought that he was using me as a way to get a picture of her, and he wanted her as his lock screen, not me. When the new lady stopped working at the business, Bob was heartbroken again. He told me that he tried to keep in touch with her, but she blocked him with no warning. He turned back to Lisa. She would sometimes smoke with us, but not nearly as much as she did before. When we walked down the hall, he would make sexual jokes to her. From what she told me, he had made jokes to me too, but not nearly as sexual, so I never caught on. She stopped talking to him again. I told my boss and coworkers that I was joining the Air Force soon and would quit a month before basic military training, so I can enjoy the time with my family. I mentioned this to Bob once. He acted like a proud father and gave me life advice that I didn't pay attention to. I had enough of him sexually harassing my coworker and giving me the creeps. My boyfriend was also joining the Air Force and wanted me to quit my job sooner than I planned. 2 months before my scheduled BMT date, Bob brought up a dinner idea, again, but this time without Lisa being invited. He said that we could watch movies in his apartment, and he would buy me whatever alcohol I wanted, if I fell asleep. He would put me in his bed, and he would sleep on the couch. I told him that my parents would never let me sleep at an older man's apartment, and my boyfriend would be super upset. He told me to lie to them about where I was going. I declined. He also thought that when I was on leave, I would go to his work and surprise him. His logic. I knew his work schedule. He honestly thought that we were so close that I would go on my way with the limited time I had with my family while I was home just to go back to where I used to work so I could smoke a cigarette with him for 10 minutes. Yeah, right. I complained to my parents again about Bob, and they told me to quit the next time I worked. They agreed to help pay for anything I wanted to do before BMT, when the money I had saved ran out, because they wanted me to be happy and out of Bob's life. It was 2 weeks before my boyfriend left for BMT, so quitting at that time would be perfect, so I could spend the next 2 weeks with him, which is what I did. I texted my boss and told him about Bob and how he would make sexual jokes to Lisa, and how he made me uncomfortable. He said he had never heard anything about it before, and I should have told him earlier. Since I was quitting, I would no longer be in that building. He couldn't go to HR to complain. Bob texted me the next night before I quit. I gave a short, dull answer. He asked if everything was okay because I wasn't my usual self. Weeks before, I stopped replying to him because why would an 18-year-old want to spend her free time texting a creepy 58-year-old? I blocked him on Facebook that night. The next day I went into the work and I was in the cafeteria taking out trash. I saw Bob talking to Lisa, showing her something on his phone. Then he came over to me. I quickly grabbed the large garbage bag so I can use them as an excuse to leave. He told me that he had changed his lock screen because I was leaving soon. His exact words were, "Your eyes tell a story." It was my senior picture from almost a year ago. I was 17 in that picture. He had to scroll through my Facebook just to find it. I told him that it was nice and that I had to get on with work and walked away. The next day I went back to return my baggage and keys. I went to Lisa to ask her if she noticed how creepy Bob had been, since I thought I was the only one that noticed. I wasn't the only one. She went off about how he was sexually harassing her, and she laughed awkwardly to get away from it. She said, "Ever wonder why I stopped going to smoke breaks with you guys?" I told her about her love. I told her about his love for her. She was grossed out. She then said something that made the whole last year that I've been working there come together. "I think it was you all along." She thought that when Bob was complaining about his love for her, he was really talking about me. She showed me a text from him the night prior. "I didn't come into work today because of OP, because it hurts that I can't text her anymore," and so on. My brother told me that Bob was out of work for 3 days before finally going back. I did unblock him for a day to see if our messages would still be there. They were gone when I unblocked him. To show my boss that they weren't, I did get a message from him apologizing if he was upset. Me in any way, because Lisa told him that I quit because of him. He was asking if it was true. In his mind, I was like a daughter to him that unexpectedly blocked him and quit to get him out of my life. I'm sorry, this isn't a very climatic story, and it still creeps me out to think about how this old man groomed me. From poking my sides to slowly leading up to hugging me, kissing my head and telling me he loves me and texts me every day. I wish I would have followed my gut instinct and stopped talking to him sooner, because I really wanted those damn cigarettes. I'm just happy that I have enough common sense to not go to his apartment and drink with him. He lived over by the bar that my friend's mom works at. She told me that he showed her a picture of me once, telling her how proud he is of me joining the military. So I'm a 22-year-old female, and I just moved into this apartment complex in the heart of downtown Baltimore. Tonight was my second night living here, and I went to do the laundry that was on the lower level of the complex, kind of like the basement, and decided to use the gym that was also on the lower level, while I wait for my clothes to get washed. So I'm in the gym working out, and it's a small room with not that much equipment. I was the only one in there, and I see this guy in a hallway outside, looking at me. I ignored him and continued working out until he came into the gym, and gave me a thumbs up and said, "Good job," and smiled, and I said thank you. He then comes in and starts a treadmill, and I didn't want to be confined into a small space with this guy, so I went to the laundry room, and my washer was almost finished. So I waited and texted on my phone, and a few minutes later the same guy came in and went to do his load. We were the only ones in there, and then he came up to me and showed me his phone, and it was on Google Translate, and it read, "You are beautiful." I said thank you, and he continued to translate for me. He said Saudi Arabia, and he barely spoke any English, and he was asking if he wanted to be my friend. I have a hard time saying no, so I just shrugged and said okay, and he asked, via Google Translate, for my number. I gave him a fake, and he called it right in front of me, and of course my phone didn't ring. He continued to call, and still nothing. He told me to wait there and ran back to the elevators. I started to get a bad feeling, so I left the laundry room. I waited on the other side of the hallway, past the elevators, and turned the corner where he couldn't see me, and texted my boyfriend what was happening. The elevator door then opened, and the man comes out, and I heard him go into the laundry. I had this gut feeling telling me to run, and I'm never a frantic person or anything, and I don't get spooked that easily, but I just had a really bad feeling. I pressed the exit button to unlock the door that leads to the outside, and it wasn't budging. I turned around and saw him head into the gym from the mirror on the wall. I knew he was going to check this side next, so I kept frantically pushing the button. The doors unlocked and I ran outside. I walked around for 10 minutes on my phone with my boyfriend, telling him what had happened, and went to the lobby of my complex and asked the front desk lady if she could escort me to the laundry room. She said yes, and we went. The man wasn't there, and I put my clothes in the dryer, and she told me to come back and get her when the dryer was done. 45 minutes later, the front desk lady and I went to the laundry room, and guess who was in there? The man. He smiled and was about to say something until he saw who I was with and became quiet. I got my clothes and we left, and the guy left with us too. We all got in the elevator, with the lady in between us, and her and I got off on the lobby floor so she could show me where the other laundry rooms were on the other side of the complex. I thanked her and went on my way. I waited for the elevator to come down, and when it did, the doors opened. That man came off and held the door open for me. I said no and told him I would wait for the next one. I don't want him knowing which floor I lived on. He got off and was pacing back and forth and huffing and puffing. As soon as the next elevator opened, I got on and he tried to get on with me. I immediately got off and he was like, "Come on in. Come inside." And I said no. He started to get really mad and started to walk towards me. I booked it back to the lobby, and to my luck, the front desk lady was already heading my way, telling me she had saw what had happened on the security camera. She escorted me to my room and made sure I got in safely. I'm so thankful that she was there, and this probably would have happened if I had just cut the conversation short with the man. I've never been this freaked out before and have never felt like this unsafe either. Even though he didn't necessarily do anything wrong, it was just the vibe I got off from him. I'm going to get a gym membership that's a few minutes walk away from my building and use the laundry room on the other side of the complex, just so I can lessen the chance of having never run into that man again. Longtime lurker, first time poster. To set the mood, I grew up with my grandparents and older brother. I was probably 13 or so, and my brother had recently started working, so this was around the time I first stayed home alone. I think my grandparents had left to take him to work, so I'd be home for at least an hour or two. Okay, I'm loving it, feeling very grown up. I'm watching whatever I want on TV, just enjoying the solitude when I hear a car. I think nothing of it, because in my kid brain I'm thinking whoever it is will take note that my grandparents' car is not in the driveway, and just come back later. Then I hear a car door, and I'm just trying to stay where I'm at, pretend nobody is home. Now there's somebody knocking at the door. They sound persistent, but I keep telling myself that they'll just go away eventually. So I'm waiting them out. This is before the time where my grandparents would answer their cell phones while out, so I know there's no point in raising an alarm. They're still knocking, so I'm starting to get frustrated, because who does that? Why are they knocking as if there's supposed to be somebody home, while there aren't any cars in the driveway? So I get up and we have a long bay window right in the middle of the living room, probably about 10 feet from the front door. I'm looking out and I see a gold Buick-like sedan, older model. I didn't recognize the car, so there goes the second red flag. I quietly approached the door and put the chain on it to make sure it was locked. The whole time this guy is still knocking louder and louder. I go back to the window to try to sneak a peek at this guy. It's an old man. I haven't seen before. Now my grandparents have a lot of friends their age, and I don't know them all by name or by car, but I generally recognized them at least. He was super focused on the door and not giving the attention any mind. He's basically banging at this point, then he stops. So I peeked out the window to see what he was doing now. Now there was a curtain, but it was one of those flimsy transparent ones, and I'm breathing a sigh of relief because he's walking back to his car. In my head, I'm like, phew, he gave up. He gets about halfway back to his car and he turns around. And I kid you not, we literally made direct eye contact. I dropped to the floor hunched in a ball. Then the banging starts again, somehow louder now than before. Then a pause. And at this point, I'm too terrified to look out the window again, so I'm just sitting there listening. All of a sudden, he's banging on the window. Now, that window from the outside is not really within arm's reach. Even now, I can't easily reach it just standing at ground level. Plus, there's a bush right in front of it. So I'm shook because how in the hell this old man banging on that so hard? Then silence. Then he's banging at the door again. I was frozen underneath the window for a solid half an hour as this guy goes back and forth from the door to the window. I'm so panicked I'm texting my friend just in case. So at least somebody would have a clue in case this guy finally gets in. I crawl from under the window to the back door and make sure everything is locked up tight, just in case one of these pauses, he thinks to go around back. It's been around 45 minutes now, and he's still going. Then there's a really long pause and I hear a car door. I wait to hear the car turn on and I peek out as he's starting to drive down the driveway. It took me the rest of the time my grandparents were gone to process what had just happened. Was it somebody my grandfather knew trying to drop something off for him? That doesn't make sense because my grandfather would have told me. Was it somebody dropping in on him? That doesn't make sense because he should have noticed the car wasn't in the driveway. So I figured I would just wait and ask. Fast forward about an hour and my grandparents come home. I immediately asked if they were expecting somebody. He seemed confused and I told him everything that happened, asking if they sounded familiar to him. He had no idea who I was talking about. Said he didn't even know anybody by that car. But completely dismissed my panic. Since then, I have never seen that car or that man again. So little old man who went full Hulk on my door/window. Let's not meet. In 2015, when I was about 20, I was using Tinder a lot. Sometimes I would go out with a girl and we wouldn't connect, or I'd get stood up. I went to meet up with some friends from the IU in Bloomington for a weekend, or of just hanging out and enjoyment, and I figured I might meet a nice girl and hang out and get to know. I do not remember the girl's name particularly, but we matched and we talked for about a day and decided to hang out at her apartment that evening. I told my friends that I was about to go and what I was going to do, and that the apartment was only 5 minutes away from their place. I got in my car, put the GPS on, and made it to the apartment in a few minutes, texting her and asking which apartment door was hers. I walked around the open complex searching for the right number until I got to her building. I texted her to meet me at the door to let me in because I wasn't sure I was at the building. She said okay. I stood outside waiting for about 5 minutes. Let me just say, it's about 10 o'clock in the winter. I noticed something as I looked at my phone. Waiting to a window with blinds from the bottom floor open up and with what I can only assume was 4 different people staring at me. I texted this girl asking where she was, and she had told me the door to her building was open, and her apartment was the first one on the right. I walked to the door and was surprised it was unlocked. As soon as the door to the complex was shut, I turned to the left and heard from behind the door somebody say, "Shh, he's outside the door." At that point, I realized the door I was at was the same one with the people staring out the window at me, and I got a gut reaction to leave or something was going to happen to me. I walked out of the complex and went by the window, which I noticed the lights had been shut off, and I ran to my car and got out of there as fast as I could. As I got back to my friend's place, I explained to them the situation, and they didn't really take it as serious as I did. As the night went on, we had a few beers. Before I went to bed, I got a text saying, "Where did you go? I've been waiting for you." I blocked the number and went to sleep. So if you're ever on a dating site, always meet in public. To whoever that was, let's not meet. I've told a few of my stories from here before. I have a worrying amount of them. Anyway, I've had this one story which I've been debating whether I should share or not. but I feel that enough time has passed that I can share it. Anyway, this happened back when I was in school, 2014 or 15, as far as I can remember. But to give a little bit of backstory, I need to go back to about 2010. So in 2010, I started secondary school. I'm from the UK, by the way. And needless to say, things didn't exactly get off to the best start. I had a lot of issues back then. I was usually shy and quiet for some reasons I don't fully understand, and was going to anger management. So I quickly managed to gain a reputation as one of the weird kids and was bullied constantly. But I wasn't the only one. There was this other kid, George. He was a lot like myself, or so people seemed to think, but he was complete psycho, or something along those lines. Anyways, after only a few months of school, George and I got into a fight. I thought he was trying to steal from me, which ultimately turned out to be a misunderstanding. But long story short, we fought for a while before we were broken up. Now you may not think much of a fight like that, but it triggered a years-long rivalry between the two of us. As time passed and the bullying continued for both of us, we both became increasingly angry and violent, in his case, crazy. Over the years, we both got into a lot of fights with others, and he randomly attacked people on a few occasions, including strangling someone with the strap of their own bag and stabbing someone in the leg with a compass. But the worst thing happened between us. Every time we clashed, things became increasingly violent, with us both coming out bloody on a number of occasions, and I'm pretty sure he straight up tried to kill me on a few occasions. This all came to a head with one last brutal fight. I can't remember exactly how it started, and most of what happened is just a blur, but there are some things I can't forget. I remember George trying to cut my throat with a ruler, which he had spent ages sharpening, turning the edge of it into a blade. I remember him stabbing me in the face with a pen, missing my eye by less than an inch and drawing blood. I remember him throwing a chair at me, which I managed to catch, dislocating my thumb in the process. And I remember ending the fight by hitting him over the head with a chair, which I think is probably the closest I've ever come to killing someone. In the end, I think the two of us came to a realization then that we had to stop fighting before we killed each other. We actually became somewhat friendly after a while, taking pretty regular and forming a kind and united front, talking pretty regularly and forming a kind of united front against the people who bullied us, which was how things were between us when this incident took place. So on this particular day in either 2014 or 15, George and I were standing next to each other outside of a classroom with the rest of the class. We were waiting for the teacher to turn up, as we weren't meant to go in the room without them. Anyway, we're waiting there, something happened which I don't think I'll ever forget. George opened his backpack and gestured for me to look inside. I looked inside and saw 2 knives and a hammer. That was a bad sign. But then things took a much darker turn. George quietly explained to me what he had intended to do. Not wanting anyone to hear, he was also planning to use a knife and hammer on the people in our class once we were in the room, as revenge for years of them bullying him. I could tell he was deadly serious about it. He wasn't just angry. He was deranged. Now, I hated these people almost as much as he did, but I can't say I wanted them dead at times. But I couldn't let him go through with it. And since it was obvious that I was the only person he seemed to trust and the only one who knew about his plans, I had to try to talk him out of it. There was nobody around, and I couldn't really tell the people around us wouldn't have taken me seriously if I warned them. And I could have made things a whole lot worse if I exposed his plans and forced him into the act quickly. I don't remember what I said exactly, just that it wasn't worth throwing his life away for it. Now, I don't know if I managed to change his mind or if he just had a change of heart, but he agreed that it wasn't worth it. Of course, I wasn't just going to take his word for it. So as soon as our teacher turned up, I told them about it. I don't really know what the school did after that. I don't know if he managed to convince them that he'd been joking or what, but he continued coming to school and the whole incident seemed to be buried and forgotten about by the school. I'd like to think that the school was taking action over something like this. You can't always rely on them to be as responsible as they should be. My school, in particular, was never good at taking action when they needed to. They should have noticed the warning signs with George, done more to stop bullying that drove him to that point, but they never did. I'm not claiming to have saved the day here or averted a tragedy, but I sure as hell did more than the school. This encounter happened on Halloween 2018. My friend and I spent the night bar hopping in a city that is about 25 minutes from our small town. We decided to Uber there because we wanted to get super drunk. Strangely enough, I could not get drunk, so I was pretty sober the whole night. Anyway, when we decided to head home, we requested an Uber. Uber arrives and 5 minutes in, things get weird. The driver started asking us about our night, and then randomly said something about a bomb. He was like, tick, tick, boom. I was like, what the fuck is going on? My friend was in a back seat and not paying attention at all because she was drunk, so I had to deal with the man. Anyway, right before entering the freeway, the driver says something like, I could kill you if I really wanted to. I immediately started freaking out, but we're on our way in the freeway already and I couldn't do anything. I just laughed it off because I wasn't sure if he was joking or not. But I know that still wasn't okay for him to say. On the freeway, I noticed that this guy was falling asleep and driving slow. 55 miles an hour on a 65 mile per hour freeway, so I was on edge of my seat. I did not want to startle my friend, so I kept my cool. Eventually, the driver dropped my friend off first and she gave him a tip for whatever stupid reason. Right before pulling out of her driveway, the driver asked me if she's my friend. I said yes. He then proceeds to say something like, "You're lucky to have her as a friend." I was like, thanks. He then drove me home and started acting kind of normal. He asked me about the area and I was just trying to be friendly. When we pull up at my house, he proceeds to ask me to draw a map of Orange County, California. I was so confused, but I drew a rough map of Orange County. He thanked me and drove away after I got off of the car. Now, I know it's pretty stupid for me to have him still drive me home, but I was just trying to be friendly, and I had no other way of getting home. The worst part of this is that my friend, who ordered the Uber, never reported him because she was so incredibly lazy. I don't know what the guy's deal was, but it was creepy as hell. I always get the weirdest Uber drivers. Like any single 21-year-old, I went on Tinder trying to find my dream guy. Little did I know this would be a big mistake. I came across this guy, Scott, and thought he looked like a nice guy, so of course I swiped right. It's a match, yay. I'm not one of those girls that will start the conversation. Too many times I didn't get a reply, so I stopped trying. 2 days go by and I had completely forgot all about the match on Tinder with Scott, until I looked at my phone and saw a notification. Scott had sent you a message. I'm not going to lie, I got a little excited and opened it straight away. It was a normal message, and after that we started messaging more and more. He seemed like a really nice guy. A little weird, but hey, people could say that about me. Fast forward a few weeks, and after him asking me numerous times to meet up with him for a drink, I finally felt comfortable enough to agree. That night rolls around and I head to the bar to meet him. I get there before the meeting time of 7 to make sure I can get a drink in before he arrives, to settle my nerves. As I was sitting at the bar talking to some random girls that were there, I was waiting. It got to around 7:20 and he still hasn't arrived yet. so I sent him a message. He proceeds to tell me that he was sorry and that he had just stopped by a friend's house, and it took longer than expected, and that he would be there soon. No big deal, I thought to myself. I'll just have another drink. Finally, at 7:45, I get a tap on the shoulder. I turn around to see a man that I don't recognize. He tries to hug me and I look at him puzzled. Like, who the hell are you? He then told me that he was Scott. He clearly wasn't the guy in the photos that I thought I had been talking to. He told me that he was really sorry for not telling me that it was in fact photos of his friends that he had used on Tinder, because he thought no one as pretty as me would give him the time of day if he had posted pictures of himself. At this point, I had a few drinks, so I decided to humor the guy and get to know him. I know, huge mistake, and I'm an idiot. Turns out his friends actually told him to use photos because he thought it would give Scott a chance to meet a girl, and hopefully they would like him for him and not the photos. The night goes on and we're chatting about small things. Definitely no connection with him, so I decide to call it a night. At about 10. I notice that he hasn't been drinking at all during the night. A little strange considering he chose the spot. I tell him that I'm going to get a taxi home and he offers to drive me home. I said no. In my mind, I didn't want him to get the wrong impression and have to deal with the whole awkward encounter in case he wanted to come to my place. I say bye and walk outside hoping there would be an available taxi. No such luck. I stood there for around 10 minutes still waiting when Scott suddenly drives around the corner and insists on giving me a lift home. At this point, I was standing outside in the cold, so I decided to accept his ride. I got him to drop me off at the end of my street so he didn't know which one was my house. After getting out of the car, I started walking and heard him drive off. I rang my friend to tell her how much of a weird night it had ended up. As I'm walking to my front door, I turned around and saw a car in the distance that looked similar to his sitting in the dark alley, with its headlights off. I don't think anything of it and went inside. I went to sleep and woke up in the morning to a bunch of messages of Scott saying how much of a good time he had had with me, and that he was so glad I could get past the fact that he wasn't the guy in the pictures, and that he wanted to see me again. Now, I never tried to lead anyone on, so I replied saying that it was nice to meet him, but I don't think that I will go anywhere, and we were better off just moving on. He clearly didn't get the message because throughout the day he messaged me, constantly asking if it was something he did. Like, yeah dude, you posed as your friend to get a date with me. Anyway, I just ignored his messages and hoped he would get the hint. Later that night, I was lying in bed watching TV when I heard a knock at the door. I went downstairs and looked through the peephole, and no one was there, so I went to the window in the living room to see if I can get a better view. I noticed that there was a box at the door. I thought to myself that it was a bit creepy, but I hesitantly opened the door and got the box. I went up to my room with it and looked inside. It was photos of me from the night before at the bar, but taken from a perspective where I clearly didn't know someone was taking photos. Obviously, I'm freaked out at this point and know that it has to be Scott. He must have followed me home after dropping me off. I heard his car drive off though, so he must have come back. I threw the box away and made sure all the doors and windows were locked. I also made sure to block Scott's number. A few weeks gone by and nothing eventful had happened until yesterday. I was out taking my dog for a walk and noticed that there was a person with a hoodie on following me from quite a distance. I know he was following me because I took all the back little alleys in a random way, not so that I was actually going in a particular destination. It makes me wonder if he had been watching me for the last few weeks, or if I'm just being paranoid and imagined it. Either way, I'll be getting in the car and taking my dog to the dog park for the next couple of days. I'll update if anything happens. Update. I did post in the comments, but thought more of you would like to see it here. I went to the police and they wrote up a report, and I gave them screenshots of the guy's Tinder. They said there wasn't really much they can do because he probably didn't use his real name, and they haven't got real pictures of him, but if anything else happens, I need to report it to them. They also said that they would send a car to patrol my area for a few times a day, just to be safe. They also suggested I get someone to stay with me, so my sister and her boyfriend are staying with me for a little while until things hopefully settle down. Yes, I know I'm stupid for meeting this guy, but I thought it would be a fine meeting in a public place, so I don't need the comments for how stupid I was. I'm scared, and I've learned my lesson. I will never be using Tinder again. Everyone's saying I should get cameras. We went out today and got a doorbell camera, and some motion sensor lights to put around my place. My dog is also a good guard dog. He's a German Shepherd and is very protective of me. I had honestly forgot about this even happening. It wasn't until my cousin brought it up to me one night, when we were actually talking about Reddit and the creepy/crazy things that I had experienced growing up. She even jokingly said that I should post a few here, and well, I guess that's why I'm doing it. I'm 23 right now, and this must have happened when I was 10 or 12. My cousin came to visit me during the summer. I live in a small town, and at the time there probably wasn't even 2,000 people living here. I may not know everyone, but I do know quite a few people in my subdivision. Enough to know that most of them are elderly or parents with kids, so this made what happened so strange. As the title says, I was looking for my cat. She wasn't allowed to go out, which has never been a problem, other than one time she ran away for a whole week, and ever since then she's had a curfew, 9 p.m., just before dusk. In my backyard there's a football field and then the bush. Just one more reason I have her inside at night. It was getting late and she still hadn't come in. Of course, at the time, me not really paying attention, because I was visiting my cousin. Before I knew it, it was passing midnight, and we're heading to bed. I noticed I hadn't seen my cat and started freaking out. I looked everywhere in the house and shaken her treats and nothing. I had decided to try to look around the house outside and I still couldn't find her. I went inside to tell my cousin. I was going to walk up and down the street to see maybe if she was in someone's yard. I live on one end of the street of the subdivision, so there's a curve at the beginning of my street. And as I made my way up the street, I was calling my cat's name out and checking yards as I went along. It was passing midnight now, so I didn't expect anyone would be out. But there was a man that was just standing at the end of Lewis Street, which is only the second street after mine. He was just standing there, back facing me on the other side of where the streetlight is, so I couldn't really see much of him. I don't think too much of it because I was preoccupied looking for my cat, but then I noticed he turned and faced right, like completely turning his body to the right and then straight ahead and then to the left. As I was seeing this, I was kind of confused, thinking, what is this man doing? Is he looking for something? And then I turned and faced my direction and he started walking, which again didn't startle me until I realized that he noticed me and started running. This full-grown man started full-out running towards me. I was so scared. I ran as fast as I could and could hear his footsteps getting louder and closer. I was only 4 houses away from my own, so it didn't take long for me to get there. As soon as I got in, I slammed the door and locked it, and just as I did, staring at the window, heart racing, I didn't see anyone out there. Relieved, but I sort of cautious and confused, wondering where this man could have gone. I went to the living room to look out the big window that oversees the whole street, basically, and nothing. No one. To boot, my cat was inside when I came in. I have no idea how, or where this man came from, or went, but I was just looking for my cat. It was terrifying, and on that note, let's not meet again. Two years ago, I was walking back to my apartment after my last class. I lived 2 blocks away from campus, which was great. I was walking through the cemetery that is between the main street and campus, and a dude is walking in front of me. Nothing out of the ordinary. As we approach the crosswalk on the main street, he pulls his headphones off, turns around and says something to me. I have my earbuds in so I can't hear him. I take one of them out and say, "What?" He goes, "Where are you coming from?" He doesn't sound malicious, but it was kind of a weird question to me. I wasn't sure what his intentions were, so I just responded with my anthro class, which was true. I just didn't tell him which one. He says, "Nice." We cross the street and he stays in front of me. He says something about the weather and I laugh. We walk across the next block. He's still in front of me. Then he turns left on my block. My apartment's on. I got a really weird feeling and started walking faster. I peek behind me and see he's actually started following me. At this point I book it. I sprint into my apartment parking lot, hop up on the stairs to my front door and open and lock it behind me. My kitchen window looked down into the parking lot, so I go and look and see him wandering around, then leave. I called the non-emergency number and reported it, but nothing came of it. I don't know what his intentions were, but that was probably the creepiest encounter I've had thus far. Hello all. After reading a couple of stories, I thought I'd share my own. I've only ever told my best friend about it, and it's an inside joke now, but I figured maybe someone would get a laugh. Who doesn't need a good giggle now and then? To preface, it was January 2019, and unfortunately I had landed myself in a psychiatric unit once again. I don't want to say my life story, as I'm not completely comfortable, and I don't think anyone cares. But the gist of it is that I had a reoccurring psychotic episode that consisted of prolonged, out-of-body experiences that would leave me mute for 2 to 3 weeks, mostly due to repressed trauma. Thankfully, I'm healing day by day, so I don't think I'll be visiting again. But it was at the beginning of my second week there, and I was finally beginning to feel grounded. I began interacting with people in my unit, and most of them were very nice people. A lot of them helped me out since it was hard communicating, with not being able to talk and all. I was the youngest in the unit, 20, and most of the people in the unit were 30 to 60, so I think they felt obligated to watch out for me since the staff wasn't very understanding. In fact, a group of ladies decorated a journal just so I could write and communicate with everyone during conversations. Definitely one of the sweetest things that someone has ever done for me. I remember a young man being admitted to our unit, and being a little excited that maybe I could talk to someone around my age. Well, right. I'm pretty shy, so I didn't go out of my way to talk to him. He definitely did once, and he noticed me. I was sitting in the public area, kind of like a living room, with one of the older guys. His name was John, and we're watching CSI. He was a sweet older guy. Always tried to make me laugh, and I could tell he was very, very anxious most of the time. Werewolf Boy walks over and sits next to John, and begins ranting about how he doesn't want to be here. I try to mind my business and continue watching the TV. I hear the conversation stop and feel eyes on me. I turn my head slightly and I see Werewolf Boy staring right at me, jaw slightly agape. I know I'm no looker, and I thought maybe he was just surprised to see another young person. I look away again. Have you ever seen a 4-year-old try to whisper? That's what Werewolf Boy did. All I hear is, "Oh my gosh, do you see her? She's like an angel." John nervously laughs and shoots a glance at me. I want to talk to her. John kind of gestures at me and laughs again, saying, "I think she can hear you." I kind of smile awkwardly and wave. Werewolf Boy asks me for my name, and I point at my throat and shake my head. John's nice enough to let me know what was going on. At that point, a nurse asks for John, leaving Werewolf Boy and I alone. Immediately he takes John's seat and leans in very close to me He asked me why I'm in here, and I just gave him the short answer. I needed help, and I knew I could get it here. He nods his head and then immediately goes into a rant again. He tells me how his parents threw him in here because he had revealed his plans of running off into the woods to find his pack. Apparently, he believed he could turn into a werewolf after casting a certain spell on himself. He planned to do said spell and live the rest of his life as a werewolf, and possibly go back to kill his parents. I just smile and listen. I understand that he was delusional, but I figured maybe he wanted someone to talk to, and I was definitely the perfect listener since I couldn't say anything. After about 45 minutes, I'm trying to give him a hint that I'm uncomfortable by staring at the TV. He then proceeds to place his sweaty hand on my arm and pull me closer to him to ask me if I would consider running away with him. I could figure out how to cast a spell on you too. We could live as werewolves together and find our pack. I know we've only been talking for a little bit, but I think I'm in love with you. I pull away and shake my head. I open my journal and quickly write, I'm sorry. I'm feeling a little tired. I'm going to my room. I let him read it, and before he could protest, I begin to walk away. I hear him say, remember my offer, and I turn around and wave at him before beginning to head to my room again. Then he howls. I lose it and start booking it to my room. The rest of the week he follows me around, tries to rub up against me whenever we're in line for food, and would try to sit next to me during group. I privately pulled aside one of the nurses and let her know what he was making me feel, uncomfortable, and would like to move to a different group for therapy. They finally did after asking multiple times. The last day that he was in our unit, I remember sitting in the public area once again writing in my journal. I hear someone plop down next to me. I didn't even have to turn my head because I had a very distinct smell. His roommate told me that he's never seen him shower. I continue writing, but I see his greasy hair getting closer to my face while he tried to read what I was writing in my journal. You writing about me? Before he could say anything else, I moved to the other side of the room and continued writing. At this point, an older man named Mark was sitting across from the public area, crossing his arms and observing. Earlier that week, he had slipped me a note saying that if I ever get uncomfortable around Werewolf Boy, to just tell him and he would tell him to back off. Mark was a big guy, meaty guy with anger issues. But he had 3 young adult daughters of his own, so he definitely had a soft spot for me. A couple of minutes pass and Werewolf Boy sits next to me again. Am I bothering you? I don't answer. Duh. And he pokes me. I look up and glare at him. I see Mark beginning to stand up and I look at him and shake my head. I don't want any trouble, so I get up and move away. Immediately, Werewolf Boy follows me, creepily whispering a mile a minute. Why aren't you looking at me? Did I do something wrong? Are you still going to run away with me? I sit down and he stands right in front of me, waiting for an answer. I see his grimly hand move towards my head, and he caresses my hair. I hear the screech of a chair and out of the corner of my eye, I see Mark stomping over. Get your fucking hands off her. Can't you get the fucking hint? Werewolf Boy growls and tries to throw a punch. A couple of male nurses run over and separate the two. The group of ladies that had made the journal take me by the hand and pull me away. It takes 3 male nurses to escort Werewolf Boy away as he yells, I promise, I will never forget you. Promise me we're going to run away together. They ended up moving him to one of the more highly secured units. He would bare his teeth if we ever happened to pass by his group in the hall. Werewolf Boy, let's not meet again. You know those things that you grow up thinking are pretty ordinary, scary stuff that everyone at one point encounters? Like almost getting into a bad accident. That's how I felt almost about getting abducted from my front yard. It wasn't until college, when I had casually mentioned this incident, that I fully processed the magnitude of what happened. Maybe that's why to this day I'm so paranoid. But what gets me the most is how truly random these acts are, and how many different circumstances have to fall into place for such events to happen. For one, it was not raining, which for Portland, Oregon is near miraculous when it's not the summer. In fact, it was a gorgeous day outside with clear skies. Second, my mom was home. Growing up at the time with a live-in nanny, due to my dad's travels and my mom constantly being on call at the clinic, true parental supervision was a rarity. And so these factors united when my mom locked the TV room and told my sister, age 5, and me, age 7, that we needed to spend more time outside. We had a yard for a reason, she said, so she went to our front yard, which for context was slanted steeply. There were about 40 steps to get from our gate to our street. My sister and I situated ourselves in the grass about halfway down the steps from our house, with our American Girl dolls in tow. We live on a quiet side street, in a safe suburban SK area of Portland, the West Hills for those familiar. The biggest incidences typically involve drunk teenagers crashing into a neighbor's car. Crime never happened, hence my extremely type A and overprotective mom, scared by all things that go wrong with her patients, treated her children with an impressive amount of paranoia. However, she felt comfortable leaving us outside unsupervised. While playing, an unusual-looking pickup truck caught my eye. It was vintage-looking and light green. Then suddenly, the truck slowed down as it neared our house and came to a near stop by our yard. Since he was on the opposite side of the street, the driver then did an illegal U-turn in the middle of the street and maneuvered his truck, so it was directly adjacent to our yard. Even then, I thought nothing of it. It's Portland. Even by that age, I met a cast of characters. However, the hair went up to my neck as he stepped out of his car and stood directly outside our gate. He yelled to us, asking for help and telling us to come down. His dog is sick, he said, and if we come down, he had some candy for us. My sister, forever a sugar fiend, started to get up excitedly. The man slowly opened our gate, anticipating us. I had a sickening feeling about him and grabbed my sister's hand. He's a bad guy. Go inside, I told her, and we screamed and ran inside, quickly locking the door. My mom came to the door to see what the commotion was, but by the time she looked outside, the car was gone. She stopped pushing us to go outside after that. The final circumstance I should mention was that just a few weeks prior to my first grade classroom, we had our first stranger danger talk, where they showed you black and white photos of scenarios and tell you how to react. And they told us about predators' tactics, such as asking for help, offering candy, or mentioning animals. Verbatim, I was warned about those tactics, and lo and behold, this aspiring child abductor tried it on me a few weeks later. We were fortunate he wasn't creative. I never did see that distinctive car again. But creepy man in the green truck. Let's keep it that way. Obligatory long-time lurker, first-time poster. This one is about the 2 times I was almost kidnapped in the short span of 1 week. I've been thinking about this a lot in the midst of so many blatant kidnappings and sex trafficking. I closed 3 to 5 nights a week at my bartending job. I would leave work and drive home anywhere from 4 to 5 a.m. I took the same route home every night. My paranoid brain reminded me this is not the smartest move, but I was too anxious to mix up that late after working. One night after I closed, I started driving home. Lights are on, weather is clear, road is clear. A car comes flying up behind me and on a steep hill that was part of my way home. They start flashing their lights, honking their horn, swerving all over the road. There was our lane, and the incoming traffic lane. Their actions were erratic and terrifying and distracting. I had just had this car in the shop, so I was confident that nothing was going to be outwardly wrong with my vehicle, that someone would need to signal me to stop. They kept flashing their turn signal, like I was supposed to just pull over on the side of the road, at 4 a.m., clearly by myself. I could make about 2 silhouettes in the car, but I still to this day have no idea whether it was a couple of 2 guys or 2 girls. I don't know. I just know I was alone, driving down a previously empty, dangerous road. They continued to flash their lights and their turn signals at me over and over again until I reached the bottom of the hill, and an intersection that had a few cars at it. As soon as another car came in view, they veered into the turn lane and disappeared, no longer flashing their lights or swerving like there was an emergency. I got home and double-checked my car while I was shaking mess. Tires weren't flat. Lights worked. No smoke, fires, or anything that would have justified acting like that. I wondered for days if they were just trying to get me alone on that hill, and I imagined what would have happened if I had pulled over to see what they wanted. Random drivers at 4 a.m. I don't want to meet you. 3 shifts later, I'm taking the same way home. At the top of a dangerous hill is a giant bank parking lot, obviously empty at 4 a.m. This night/morning it wasn't empty. A red pickup truck was parked in the lot as I passed. I was stopped at the red light, thinking nothing of the truck in the empty lot, when its lights turned on and the truck pulled out behind me. Lights turned green. I go. Truck follows. Truck speeds around me and pulls in front of me and stops, right at the turn that leads to the top of the hill. At this point I was just confused, not too concerned. I stopped my car as well, obviously. Couldn't go forward and had no intention of taking a different way home. They creeped forward into the turn and pulled over on the side of the road. Now I'm concerned. I am again driving alone at 4 a.m. I hadn't cut them off, bright lighted them, or wronged them driver-wise in any way. So why were they stopped in front of me and pulling off to the side of the road? I eventually crept forward and went around to their truck. I could see 2 men clearly in the cab. They just watched me drive by. As soon as I passed them, they pulled out and followed me. I had the option of driving down the big hill and repeating the last terrifying experience, or just pulling onto a street and into a neighborhood I wasn't familiar with and hoping that saved me. I pulled into the neighborhood, crept along until the street with my heart beating out of my chest, and watched my rearview mirror as they stopped at the top of the street and idled, as if they were watching or waiting for me. I pulled behind a car that was parked in front of a house that definitely wasn't my own, and parked the car. The truck peeled out, tires squealing and everything. I was and am convinced they had bad intentions. When I think back on it, I wonder if it was the same person, stalking my shifts and following me in different cars. And of course, I find myself wondering what would have happened both times if I hadn't been more aware. Whoever followed me after my closing shift, let's not meet. Some backstory. My parents split when I was about 14. It wasn't a good breakup. My dad was an abusive drug addict, so when my mom left him, she was in a really bad place. Her and my older sister. Sister was in her 20s and in a full-blown part mode. Kept taking her to local bars since my mom was depressed. This led to my mom becoming an alcoholic since my sister was well on her way to becoming one too. During one of these nights, she met a guy. I didn't know too much about him, just that they met him and his brother at a bar, and now she was dating him. It was pretty fast, and my sister would flirt with the brother to get free food and drinks from him. Around this time, I was around 15, and this dude just seemed off. He was probably early 40s or so, and is always going on my mom's dates with his brother. He just kind of hung around a lot. One day, my sister decided she wanted sushi and called the brother up to take us because she knew he would pay. I did not want to go, but we didn't have any food in the house and I was hungry. We didn't have a sushi place in our town, so we had to drive to the city, which was about 30 minutes away. The entire ride, I just had this warning feeling in my stomach that kept telling me to get out of the car, that this is a bad idea. I was a giant ball of anxiety the whole 30 minutes. My sister sat in the front seat, completely oblivious to what was happening. Meanwhile, I kept catching him staring at me in the rearview mirror. Once we got to the restaurant, he sat himself directly across from me. He wanted to sit next to me, but I rushed to the next seat to my sister instead. It was awkward, but my sister talked a lot, so I was able to kind of hide. Eventually, she got up to go to the bathroom, and then I was alone with him. Almost immediately, he asked me if I had a boyfriend, and I said no. "That's good," he said. "You're too good for high school boys. They're only after one thing." I just nodded, not knowing what to say. Then went on to ask if I liked Disneyland, and I said yes. He got excited and went on to say how he would take me, but hotels were expensive, so we'd have to share a room. It would just be so us, my mom, and his brother could be alone. He said my sister couldn't come though because he couldn't afford to pay for both of us to go. At this point, I was extremely uncomfortable, and I just wanted my sister to come back. She finally did, and he switched to just talking to her. She didn't notice anything wrong and kept on looking at me. Once we finished, he took us home and invited himself in. Went to my room, locked the door, and hid. At one point, someone tried to open my door, but they stopped once they felt it was locked. My mom and her boyfriend came home around then. I tried talking to my sister, but she brushed me off. They had invited us back to their house, and I wanted so badly to stay home, but they forced me to go. Almost immediately, my mom and her boyfriend went to the room and left my sister and I with him. He got my sister pretty drunk fast, and tried to get me to drink, but I kept refusing. It got to the point where my sister was almost blacked out drunk, and I was freaking out because once she passed out, it would just be us. I started texting my brothers, hoping one of them would pick me up. Thank God my eldest brother responded. I told him what was happening and he needed to come get me. He showed up and told the guy that it was late and I had school, so he was taking me home. He tried to protest, but my brother was very firm about it. He loaded my sister in the car, texted my mom that he was taking us home, and then we left. My brother didn't live with us since he was about 30 at the time and had his own family, so he didn't know what was going on. I told him the full story and he got real quiet, and then waited till my mom got home. He told her off, shamed her for putting me in a situation, and told her that if it continued, he would move me into his house. My mom broke down, and then she had told me she wanted to break up with her boyfriend because of his brother. I found out that when I was older that he would sneak by the door and listen to them while they had sex. I think more happened, but my mom never talked about it more than that. She broke up with him, got a good job, and sobered up with the help of my brother. It took my sister a lot longer, but she eventually got her life together. So the creepy brother of my mom's ex-boyfriend. Let's not meet again. This happened to me a couple of years ago, and I kind of just pushed it to the back of my mind. One rainy Sunday morning, I, 23-year-old female, was parked in the alley behind the local Mexican restaurant, waiting on my husband. He was a cook there and sometimes did prep on Sundays, when we wanted to go to church. I usually parked in the alley where other employees parked, and I never really felt unsafe back there, as it was an alley shared by apartments overlooking it. Now, I've seen this sketchy-looking dude walking by before. He's white, probably late 40s, tall and very skinny and sickly. He's always given me this weird vibe, so I would always just veer away from him if I saw him. That particular Sunday morning, I was sitting in the car, waiting on my husband, messing around on my phone, when I saw the creepy dude walking down the alley. I avoid eye contact with him, but watch him out of my peripheral vision. He walks past the car, and I glance in the side view mirror and see him turn around and head right back towards the car. I look over my shoulder in time to see this creep reaching out for the door handle. I immediately push down the door lock. It locks all the doors. It was a 90s model BMW, so it didn't auto-lock while driving. It did auto-lock all the doors if you push down on the driver's side lock. So, the door locks just as he reaches for the handle. When he hears the locks, he makes eye contact with me, pulls his hand back, and laughs. Then he has this creepy grin and says, "I just wanted to say hi." I give him the awfulest eat shit and die look and say hi sarcastically. He then says, "What's wrong?" I just like the way the car looked. I'm shitting myself internally, but I keep up my tough facade, hoping to not seem intimidated. I tell him he needs to leave before I call the cops. He laughs, and he just turns and walks off. As he's walking away, I call my husband, who comes outside. The guy is gone by now, but my husband tells me that the same dude tried to steal one of their other employees' cars a few days ago. Apparently, the employee had left it running, so it would get warm. He came out, and the dude had only gotten a few feet from the original spot before he couldn't drive standard. Anyway, I never made a police report. I figured there'd be nothing they could do. This one is from a couple of years ago, and it's a short one. It was almost Christmas, and I was doing last-minute shopping at the Tuesday morning by my house. I should also note that it was late in the evening. The sun was setting. As I was walking back to my car, this older man was standing next to his van, which he had parked next to my car. He looked like Santa, all without the beard. He began approaching me and said, "Hey there. Beautiful day we're having today. Want to see the puppy in my van?" I immediately avoided him and walked straight towards my car, and having heard no puppy barking or anything of the sort, just made it all the more alarming. I could hear him saying, "Oh, so you're not going to say anything?" as I was shutting the door. I should have locked the doors as soon as I got in, because within those few seconds, I saw him walking around the back of the car and the rearview mirror, and to the driver's side of my car. It freaked me out so bad I fired up the car and sped off. I was shaking by the time I got home. Creepy old man luring me into his van. Let's not meet. So, if you've guessed it, I'm that young 21-year-old female. I dropped my fiancé off in a big city I don't know all that well. It's the capital of our small state, and I hate it because driving there is like New York City. Terrible and confusing. I have an hour-long drive home, so I decided to go get some McDonald's before I'd go. I hate eating and driving, so I park in the parking lot under the light. It's 6 p.m. but dark because of winter. I'm sitting there eating, watching YouTube, but on high alert because the area I'm in isn't fantastic. My window is down, which is now a stupid choice, I realize. Suddenly, an old man who is definitely homeless approaches me. He puts his hands up to say, "I'm not dangerous," while saying, "I'm not going to hurt you, I promise." I try to stay calm, but I watch a lot of Criminal Minds, so I'm on high alert. He comes up to the window and starts rambling. He goes on and on about how God isn't answering his prayers, how he hasn't worked in 9 months. He swears he's never done drugs. He just needs some money. I promise I'm a good man, blah blah blah. Going on and on a while, enough to spit on me with every word. I cut him off and go, "Sir, what do you need from me? How can I help?" He says, "I just need $20. "Oh, please, miss, please. I don't do drugs." Now I'm panicking because I don't have cash, so how the hell am I going to get rid of him? I don't want to make any sudden moves because he is so close to me. Then I say, "Sir, I don't have any cash, but if you go across the street to CVS, I'll drive over there and get you some cash. Please, "Oh, please, can I drive with you? My feet hurt so bad." He asked a few times, and I continued to say, "I'm not comfortable with that, but I will go to CVS and get you cash." "Can I have $40 then?" he asked, and I say, "Sure." He makes me promise that I'll drive over there, and I say yes. So he starts walking over, and I put my car into reverse and got the fuck out of there. I drove so fast and so far away all the way home. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. I think he probably did do drugs. He was half falling asleep while rambling to me, and a big bag of heroin around here will cost you $25 to $30, so I'm just glad I lived. Never settle for less. If a man or woman allows for their in-laws to treat you less than what you are, and they allow them to harass you, then they're not the one for you. So many times I have told my ex how his father would make me feel uncomfortable, and he wouldn't listen to me. He'd make me hug him despite the fact that I got really bad vibes off of his father. Everyone, I believe, has what I call a small voice inside them that tells them something's wrong. For the longest time, that voice told me to break up with my ex, and I did. The first few days were hard after the breakup, but now I'm the happiest I've ever been in a long time. I don't have to worry anymore about his perverted father. I don't have to worry about my ex sexually abusing me in my sleep. That's a story for another time, and if you go through my profile, you can find it. I can't tell my family the things that have happened to me because I'm too scared to. I feel like my dad would go to jail over me because of one of those events that took place. Thank you, Reddit, for listening to my story. The best way I can cope with this is to write it out. I love to hear other people's stories, and I'm sorry for what some of my commenters went through with their in-laws or really creepy people in their life. Anyway, I'm gonna edit the story a little bit and go into more detail because I realized my original post was a little bit sloppy and a little confusing, considering I didn't assign names to the characters in my post. Anyway, here we go. My ex, who I'll call John, got really creepy with me well before I broke up with him. And you can read about him in one of my other posts if you want to. But to sum it up, he would try to have sex with me while I slept. Anyway, he had a dad who was equally creepy. I mean, some of his family members wouldn't even leave their children alone with him. You know when your child has their girlfriend or boyfriend over for the night, and when you check on them to make sure they're doing anything, over PG you'd knock on the door. Well, John's dad wouldn't. He'd even just bolt in the room and walk back out. I think he bolts in on us hoping that we were having sex to try to see me naked. I never understood why he'd open the door so fast and hard like that, but I think I know why. When I got close to John's other family members, they would warn me about his dad. They'd always warn me to watch what I say around him because sometimes he would think I was flirting with him. They would also tell me just how perverted he was. Someone had told me a story about John's brother's ex-girlfriend. I'll call her Tiffany. Tiffany had a kid with John's brother. She would hardly bring the baby around the family. I never understood why until at the main end of the relationship. Apparently John's dad had tried flirting with her and was getting too handsy with her. I also had witnessed firsthand that John's mom would play this game with him and his brother. They would play fight and she would try to grab their balls and dick. I mean, it was the most sickening thing I've ever seen. After seeing that, I sat down and thought really hard about my future with John. One of the biggest questions was, if I'd have kids, what would happen to them? I cried myself to sleep one night overthinking the situation. If I had kids, she would play that sick game with them. In other words, they'd be molested. Me and John had a fight over that game. I told him that I would never leave our children alone with his parents because I'd be afraid that they'd molest them. This is one of the biggest reasons why I left him. Anyway, I'm not gonna lie, in the beginning of our relationship, I'd sleep naked with him. But I quit soon after because, well, it sounds crazy, but I had that little voice in my head telling me that it was a bad idea. I was right, it was a bad idea. I'd wake up to my ex pulling down my pants and trying to force himself on me. This gave me creepy vibes because I was molested when I was little, and now I felt like I was getting raped. Near the end of the relationship, I was fully clothed and in bed with John. I'm a light sleeper and woke up to my ex's boyfriend's dad pulling the blankets off of me. I guess trying to sneak a peek. I panicked and froze up. I don't know what to do, so I stretched and yawned, acting like I was about to wake up, so he'd leave. And he did. It makes me wonder if he ever seen me naked, and that scares me. I still remember that moment so vividly, and I even have nightmares about it. It bothers me so much. I love John's other family members, like his uncle and aunt, but John's parents were the creepiest fucking people in the world. I'm surprised they're not in jail for sexual harassment, especially his mom, who I suspect has been playing that game where she tries to grab him and his brother since they were kids. I hope this counted as a creepy encounter. Anybody have any creepy encounters with their in-laws? A couple of years ago, I was driving along some back streets in a small town, trying to find the main road. As I turned down a street, I saw an old-looking van parked across both sides of the road up ahead. I slowed right up and came to a stop a few meters away from the van. As soon as I heard a guy jump out of the passenger side and slid the back door open, he reached in like he was grabbing something. At this point, I suddenly felt eerie and afraid and put my car into reverse. I didn't realize the car was coming up behind me, but they ended up turning out of the way as I sped backwards. Simultaneously, as soon as the guy noticed I was reversing, he slammed the back door, jumped in the passenger seat, and the van sped off. I do wonder if it was an attempted robbery. I'm not sure. At the time, I was a plater, and it absolutely terrified me. I try to avoid back streets now. This is by no means the scariest story ever, but it definitely unnerved me. Last night I drove to work and a snowstorm started up shortly after I got there. I have an hour-and-a-half commute until I can figure out a better housing situation, and I go to work late. So my parents let me use their hotel points to get a room for the night. When I go to the hotel to check in, there was a man in the lobby, but nobody else was around besides the man at the desk. My room was on the first floor and it had a sliding glass door that opened up to the courtyard. There's no reason that they should have just been outside my door. I didn't hear anything during the night or early that morning. I got very paranoid about what could have happened because I am a woman who was staying alone. But there was only one man in the lobby, and I don't recall him seeing me go into my room, so I don't think he would have known which door was mine. I'm just glad that I made sure that the door was locked, and that the shades were closed. Slight backstory. I'm a 27-year-old pre-op trans male, and still appear very effeminate. I moved back home after I finished college in December of 2016, partially to save on my own bills, but also to help my mother, who has increasingly physical, mental, and emotional challenges due to a physical disability. We discussed the situation for a few months and figured that, since it was so serious, mutually beneficial, that my moving back in was the most logical thing for me to do. After finishing college, any references? There was one week this past summer where a couple of homeless people were hanging outside in the front hallway of our apartment building. This hallway only goes into the apartment my mother and I live in, and since there's a staircase right next to it to go into the apartment above mine, and we're the only two apartments accessible from the front entrance. One night around 2 to 2:30 in the a.m., they knocked on several doors over the course of a minute or two. We, my very nocturnal mother and I, ignored them until they started banging on the door. I then walked up to the door and knocked back to fuck with them. I worked night shift and was exhausted enough to be done with the bullshit. They then immediately knocked, and after grabbing my softball bat and hiding it behind my leg, I opened the door to ask what they wanted, prepared to fight, if needed to. They said that they wanted a cigarette, and I told them that we didn't have any. I'm a smoker, but I had smoked my last cigarette a few hours prior, and hadn't gone to get a fresh pack yet. And I shut the door. They knocked again, and I told them if they didn't go away, I'd call the cops. My mother got ready for bed not long after, and when I checked around 4 a.m., they were still there. My mother was still awake, so I let her know I was going to be calling the cops. I'd love to say that was the end, but they ended up coming back a night or two later, banging on our door again. I didn't even bother warning them. I just called the cops this time. Luckily, they left after the cops talked to them, and I haven't seen them since. Though, when I went to leave the house the next morning, I found they'd smeared shit all over the wall right outside our apartment door. Lovely people, truly. This is my first post, so sorry for any mistakes. I moved into my apartment almost 2 years ago. I'm a 21-year-old college student living on our own, with a guard dog and cat. I haven't had any real issues until an elderly man, at least 70, moved in below me. When he first moved in, he introduced me to his wife. However, I never saw her again. He quickly moved a couch and 2 patio chairs to the unit below me to share, so they can all smoke cigarettes together. They all hung out for a while. Now only he hangs out there, as the couch is obviously an indoor couch and is now covered in mold from all the rain it's exposed to. Anyway, this man, let's call him Jim, cannot drive, so I ended up driving him to the local gas station to get cigarettes multiple times. In this process, I ended up giving Jim my phone number. He ended up asking me to take him multiple times a day and asking me for really odd favors, like buying him a dog. And I had to start saying that I cannot take him as I'm a college student with a rigorous schedule, and I'm often in class from 8:30 a.m. to 9:50 p.m. When I told him no, he started sending me texts about how I'm being inconsiderate. The text slowly got more aggressive, so naturally I blocked him. This is where the creepy encounter started happening. Jim started to wait until I would go back to my apartment complex and bang on my car window. One day, Jim opened my passenger door and sat down, and told me to take him to get cigarettes without even discussing this previously. I took him and went on a long tangent about how his son is a deputy district attorney, and that his son will get Jim out of any trouble. Jim went on discussing how he'd already discussed options regarding me with his son. I dropped him back at his apartment and ran inside. Ever since then, I've been running in and out of my apartment, hoping not to run into him. Jim began to bang on my apartment door late at night, and screamed through the door asking me to take him to get cigarettes. I continued to ignore him. A couple of days ago, Jim moved one of those single patio chairs to the bottom of the stairs where me and my neighbors live above him. He sat there almost all day, and no one could move around him. This is the only way to exit our apartments. When I went to take my dog out to use the bathroom, he said, "Are you going to take me to get cigarettes?" And when I said no, he wouldn't leave until I called the apartment landlord and managers about it. Now, yesterday morning, he knocked my apartment door and asked if I could take him to get cigarettes, and asked for my phone number again because he had accidentally erased mine. He said it was an accident, but he threatened to delete my number and never talk to me again before, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't an accident. I said no, I cannot take him. Gave him my phone number, told him that I was packing and won't be back for a while, as my classes have all been moved to online classes for the rest of the semester. Jim grabbed his chest, said I was breaking his heart, and started to cry. Jim, a man at least 50 years old than me, confessed he'd fallen in love with me, and asked if he could kiss me. I said no, and began to close my door. Jim pushed my door back and said, "Are you sure?" I again said no and told him to take care and be careful during this pandemic. Jim then noted that I had added a third lock to my door where his hand was holding it open, and said, "Oh, is that for me?" I shut the door on his face and locked it. The whole time I thought all he wanted was cigarettes. This started to make more sense. Now I'm terrified to go back to my apartment. I can't be polite anymore because he's taking it the wrong way, and ignoring him isn't working because he inserts himself. I told him multiple times that his actions make me uncomfortable, and I went distant so I can focus on my coursework. I have discussed this issue with the apartment managers and the police, and nothing has come of it. I feel like my next option is to start pepper spraying, but I'm morally struggling with injuring an elderly man. I honestly have no clue what to do. This happened last year when I went on a trip to Ukraine with my mom to visit family. I was 16, and my mom and I had been out all day exploring the city. By now, it was around midnight, and we were in the metro, standing in line so we can get coins to let us down into the subway system. My mom and I were standing next to each other. I may be slightly behind her, and right behind me was an older man, barely an inch away from me. I only noticed when I felt his fingers brush up against my leg because I had shorts on. Instinctively, I stepped away from him, and he said, "You have beautiful legs." My mom noticed him and instinctively pulled me closer and in front of her. "This is my daughter." She glared at him and stepped forward a bit. He kept talking though. "Oh, those shorts are showing off her legs. Does she do sports or something?" She told him no, still holding me closely. Thankfully, the line moved up, but after that, the guy just slinked away and left. I know in Ukraine, the culture, especially with older men, surrounding women is still really behind, but that experience irked me to say the least. So my city is one that is under a state of emergency because of the whole COVID situation. The streets are fairly dead, especially this late at night. I live on a pretty busy street too. I was taking my dog out to pee around 4:30 a.m. Our backyard isn't fenced, so I basically take her out for a walk around the house. But when I got to the driveway, I saw a man on the other side of the road, just standing there, facing my direction. He was wearing all black with a hoodie, and a hood up because that's the creepiest thing you can do, of course, at night. Anyway, I brushed it off and I want my dog to pee quick so I can get inside. I figured if I keep an eye on him, I'll be fine. My dog is super reactive and she didn't notice him. She was too busy sniffing out where the pee. But then the guy started snapping like over and over, snapping his fingers. Thankfully my dog was still preoccupied, but I wasn't gonna wait around for this weirdo to pull anything else. So I turned around and walked back up my driveway. He's still snapping, but I swear, I hear him walking. I was not about to turn around and find out. I just booked it up the back steps and into the house. I told my roommate and we were both pretty freaked out and started checking all the windows. He was nowhere to be found, but my dog had been on guard since coming inside. She's running from the front door to the back door. If I ever get snapped at again, I'm moving out. When I was about 8 or 9, my family went to go do laundry. Pretty simple shit. What we would do usually is put our clothes in the wash or the dryer, whichever one had the longest timer, and then leave. Since my mother had 7 of us kids, remaining at the laundromat for even a spin cycle was out of the question. We were bad kids. So once the laundry was in, everyone hopped in the van except for me and my mother. My mother told me, "Mr. Anon, if I don't get in the van right at this second, I'm gonna leave you right here." I should mention that it was around 10 o'clock at night, and that we were the only patrons using the facility. I told her essentially that she didn't have the stones to leave me unattended. So she got on in the van and closed the door, and started backing out. At that exact moment this happened, I see a man walking by, staring very intently at me though. the glass windows that wrapped around half the building. Once he broke the line of sight, I booked it to the van, where my brother had the sliding door open for me. Then we watched the same man do a loop around the building and go inside the laundromat. I know for a fact that there was no other laundry in there, nor did the facility offer any extra amenities, i.e. tanning, internet, dry cleaning. He then searched the entire building looking for me, looking under tables, going in both bathrooms, while the whole family watched him from the car. Like I said, he didn't see me get in. So this happened earlier this year with this guy, Aaron. Aaron had come to my school around the middle of the year, and was pretty weird already. He gave me a weird vibe already, and I generally avoided him. There had also been rumors that he was expelled from every other school in the city, and even a bunch of others in the state. But that wasn't my business, so I didn't care and ignored it. Sadly, he was in my history class, around 30 people. He hadn't been seated at my table in the main class, and I was so happy for that. But there was an art integration that went along with the class, and that's where it got a bit weirder. So I sat at the table with my friend, Alex. Little did I know, Alex was chums with Aaron, and so Aaron sat with us. But hey, no biggie. I'm pretty social and a polite kid. At first, Aaron was pretty chill. He had a very obsessive love to Garfield, and instead of working in class, he drew comics. Hate the bitch, but they were pretty shitty Garfield-like things. I chatted with him and Alex for a while before Aaron took a bag of goldfish out. Okay, that's normal enough. He was being a normal person at first, eating them, and then he just started to crush them up and whispering things to Alex. I mean, I crush my snacks sometimes, so I can't really judge him. That is until he declared to the class that he was going to snort the goldfish. He lined up the not-so-crushed goldfish and proceeded to snort about a fourth of what he poured, before wailing in agony. I mean, he just snorted half-crushed goldfish. I'm not quite sure what happened to the rest of the class, but I moved a seat away from him for the next day. I liked being with my friend Alex, but not so much Aaron. Days passed, and I started to get into slight bickers with Aaron. He had become friends with a kid who already hated my guts. Discount rip-off Pepsi. It was clear that the discount rip-off Pepsi said a bunch of trash about me to Aaron. They both seemed to hate my guts, but everyone grew to hate them too. My other friend Olivia also started to fight with Aaron. I'm not 100% on what had happened between those two, but Olivia got into fights a lot. She knew how to stand up for herself, so it wasn't anything new. Now here's where I'll mention something. I'm not a very small lady. I'm 5'7", and not what anyone would call small. I wear boots too, and that puts me at 5'8". Aaron, on the other hand, is, to put it bluntly, clearly overweight. He's twice my size and about 5'7" too. Olivia, on the other hand, is a small lady at 5'4". This isn't too important of info, but it slightly is. Fast forward the second trimester. Me and Olivia are in our class. Aaron moved to our class and sat at the table in front of us. There were 2 tables at the front of the room, one by the door and one in the back. Me and Olivia and another pal sat at the first table. It was right next to the teacher's office. Again, Aaron was right in front of us where we sat. Being behind my other pal, the rest of the class normally sat at the back of the room socializing as always. The 2 front tables were very close. My pal sat at the opening between the 2 though. In this class period, we were working on glass pieces as well, broken glass. They were large pieces and most edges were dull. If we needed to break any pieces, there were special tools in the back to use. They weren't hammers. Me and my buds were casually socializing when Aaron let out a scream. I looked up in time to see what looked like him purposely cutting his finger on glass. Others agreed that it seemed on purpose, but someone said that it looked like he was trying to break the glass shard. I immediately told him that he should go to the nurse. I said that along with a couple of insults a bit later, because he just didn't move. He sat there holding his finger at me, Olivia and the other teacher tried to tell him to go to the nurse. Things in between are still a bit of a blur, but at some point, I said something that must have stuck a nerve, and he was now in front of me and Olivia. I don't remember him moving there, but he had gone past my other friend, so now he's right in front of me. This is where things become hazy. All I remember is him shoving his bloody finger in mine and Olivia's faces. He said something when Olivia had tried to move away from his bloody finger. He tried to lunge at her. He only knocked her water bottle down onto the floor, and she immediately picked it up and standing too. At this point, everyone is aware of what was going on, and most people were moving to the back of the room as the teacher called the office and had Olivia move out of the room. I was the last one back, seeing him grab his hair and look dazed. He was crying and mumbling, "No, not again, things like this." We were all then moved to the gym that was next door, me again being last. I was the oldest and largest, so I felt responsible for the lives of everyone else. But as we all left, Aaron just sat on the floor, clutching his head and mumbling nonsense. Once the day had gone on further, I was pulled into the office to give my side of the story, and discovered that he was suspended. For how long was unknown. But as the year comes to an end, I suspect he was expelled. I want to start off by saying, to make this story easier to understand, I'm going to use a lot of dialogue. Obviously, this wasn't recorded, so these aren't the exact same words of anyone involved in this experience. I'm just trying to tell it as best as possible, and I think it'll benefit me and you if I use a lot of quotes. Just keep in mind, most of it's not direct. That'll be a long one, so let's just get into it. I wrote this at 2 a.m., and I have corona, so I apologize in advance. This happened in 2015 when I was 16 and I was still living in my hometown. I had forgotten a little beach town in the middle of nowhere. That's so remote it's probably not even known by surrounding areas. Basically, there's 3 things you can do there as a teenager. Go to the movies, swim, or go to this pathetic little place called Miller's Fun Park. It's relatively similar to a lot of fun park type things, only a whole lot worse. There's a crappy arcade with broken skee-ball machines, batting cages that probably haven't been used since the early 80s, a pathetic mini golf course, and the most dangerous go-karts you've probably ever seen in your life. Seriously. Miller's Fun Park is on the edge of a field. On the opposite side of the field, about 3 miles down, is a beach, and across a single street are woods. If our town is in the middle of nowhere, Miller's is practically on the moon. Anyway, getting into the story. My cousin Emma and I decided one summer night that we wanted to go go-karting. It was around 10 p.m., so we knew it'd be almost deserted, and that was the way we liked it. I picked her up from her house and we made the long drive down. Once we had arrived and parked in the nearly empty lot, we hopped out of the car and paid for some go-karting tickets. The same people worked there forever, I swear to God. There had been no one there except for a few boys in the arcade, and a guy who looked to be in his 60s sitting on a bench near the batting cages. Emma and I paid him no mind and went to go go-karting. Like I said, these karts were incredibly dangerous, so I was focused on nothing but making sure I wasn't going to skid and flip as we raced way too fast around the windy track. This is why I didn't notice a guy walking over to the fence, and why I didn't notice him watching us until we pulled into our lanes after our last lap. He was standing there on the other side of the fence, right where we parked. He stared at me in the most unsettling expression. A creepy smile played on his cracked lips as his dark eyes gleamed. I managed an uneasy smile back, handed another ticket to the guy running the go-karts, who was obviously higher than a kite, and Emmett and I went off again. This time I couldn't focus. The dude gave me the worst type of feeling, my eyes constantly finding their way to the metal fence where he stood, unmoving and watching us every time we were in his view. The thing that was bothering me the most was that we had only bought 3 tickets. We were on our second to last run when he was standing directly next to the exit gate. I was just praying that he'd move before we were done. But of course, no such luck. Our last go and came and went. I had no choice but to pull in next to him, unbuckle my seatbelt, and get out of my go-kart. I glanced over at Emma a few feet away as I opened the exit gate to see if she was scared as I was. But she didn't seem to notice as she bounced over and bragged about how she'd beat me the last 2 times. I was barely listening. I opened the gate and the guy stepped in front of me, just as I was leaving. "Hey there," he said. His voice was dry and he smelled of cigarettes. "What are you cute girls doing, all alone here?" My eyes darted over to Emma, who was looking at the dude with both confusion and annoyance. What?" she said, pushing past the gate so she stood beside me. "It's so late." His tone was hungry as his eyes, and he reminded me of a snake. "Do your parents know you're out?" "Yes," I answered quickly. "They're waiting for us, actually. We need to get going." This was a lie. I probably sounded like it from the tone, but I tried to push past him anyway. It didn't work. He grabbed my shoulder to keep me in front of him. "Nonsense. I saw you girls pull up alone." My heart dropped to my stomach. He had. Are you heading out? Why don't I walk you to your car?" He started cinching towards me, and I looked to Emma for help. With one swift movement, she pulled me halfway beside her and started sizing the guy up. This is pretty dumb, as we're both pretty small. And though she had a few inches taller than me, neither of us are anywhere near his size. This guy's clearly 6'2" easy, but she didn't seem to care. "Actually, we're just heading to the arcade," she said harshly. "Her boyfriend is going to meet us here." I did have a boyfriend at this time, but he wasn't coming. He wasn't even in the town. And I knew that she knew this. The guy's face immediately changes. His smile disappeared, and he was now glaring down at me with a look of annoyance in his eyes. I felt myself start to cower. "Boyfriend," he says roughly. Emma didn't give me time to say anything. She grabbed my arm and tugged me behind her into the arcade. The boys from before had already left, and the usual girl who worked there was nowhere to be found. Still, I felt safer there than outside. We ran to the back and hid behind the claw machine. "What the hell do we do? I left my phone in the car," I whisper shouted. There was no way I was going out there alone, and the pothead go-kart guy had already disappeared into the small ticket shack. "I don't have mine either. I left it charging," she said, face-palming. "We're just going to have to make a run for it." "Are you crazy? He's probably waiting for us in the parking lot." "What about the guy who runs the go-karts? We could get him to walk us out," she said. I just shook my head. "He's high as Mount Everest right now. I don't want to risk running all the way to the ticket stand for nothing." "Then we have no choice." She stood up, pulling me with her. "Let's go." I swallowed hard, wanting to cry. I'd never been that scared before. There was something so wrong about that guy. We made our way out to the arcade, looking around to see if he was nearby. The park was now absolutely deserted. Emma practically had to drag me to the exit. I was looking every direction, every second, waiting for the guy to come out of the woods or something, and pounce on us at any second. But he didn't. Everything was still. "Get your keys out," Emma instructed, and I pulled them from my pocket. We're about 20 feet from my car when I stopped dead in my tracks. "What?" she whispered. I stared at the car, keys in hand. I had never locked it. "I never locked the car, Emma." "What?" "I didn't lock it." What if..." I trailed off, but she knew what I was saying. She started inching towards the car, and I grabbed her arm to stop her, but she pulled away. "I'm just going to peek. If I say run, you run." Her voice was quiet. I nodded shakily. She even made it close enough to see inside, but by the way she was squinting, I knew if it was too dark to make out anything. My heart was beating out of my chest. What if he's in there? What if he jumps out or what if we jump in and he asphyxiates me like in the movies? All these thoughts almost drowned out the unmistakable sound of shoes slamming against the pavement. My head whipped around instantly, and there he was, sprinting at his full speed out of the woods. I screamed bloody murder and broke for the car, jiggling the handle as I realized I had locked it. Emma was already on the other side, screaming for me to unlock it. I fumbled with the keys but managed not to drop them as I unlocked the door. I flung it open and practically threw myself inside. I just managed to close the door when he was there, slamming his fist against the window and shouting incoherently. I was sobbing at this point and barely managed to lock the door as he goes for the handle, and yanks it as hard as he can. Emma was screaming at me to go, and though my tears, I shoved the key through the ignition and flew it in reverse. He was still chasing us as I veered backwards out of the lot and turned as fast as I could while slamming on the gas. I was driving like I was still in the go-kart, but I didn't care. I could barely see the road through the flood of tears, and Emma had to grab the wheel several times to keep us from crashing before I regained some composure. Though obviously shaken up, she had managed to keep her tears in and be the sane one out of the two of us as we drove for at least 30 miles, over the speed limit the whole way back to my house. We didn't tell either of our parents about this, and looking back, I wish we had, because there was something seriously wrong with that guy. But we were too scared of what they might say or do. I think we thought that they'd blame us somehow, so it stayed a secret between us, something even we didn't talk about until months after the horrifying encounter. Safe to say, we never went back to Miller's Fun Park after that. I urge you all to be extremely careful when going out at night, and to the lunatic who tried to do God knows what to my cousin and I, let's never meet again. As I explained in the first story, the following events took place during a gap year I've taken after high school, 2012 to 2013, to do voluntary work in a small village in France. I've suffered a lot from loneliness and separation from my peer group in that village because everyone living there was at least 25 years older than me at the time. I was 18 years old, so I often took my boss's car to go to the nearest bigger town, which counted 60,000 residents and was 40 kilometers away. As I knew nobody in that town, I got to know who strayed the streets of that town without any destination, just as I did. A group of people took me to an apartment where lived Jules. Oh, Jules. He was so sweet, and he was also so lost. His eyes were blue as the sky in spring with pieces of the warm French sun in them. I saw him with his gentle smile by the window, a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. The other guys greeted him and entered his apartment by climbing through the window. "Who are you?" he asked with his soft, dark voice. I explained that I just came to town and had to leave by night to go back to the village where I worked. He asked me to join them for a casual party. I found out that he hadn't been outside with the others because he had to wear an electronic ankle bracelet from the police. Basically, he was in prison at home, he explained. Not that he did something very bad, he assured. Just multiple little thefts when he had no money left. And okay, one marital damage on a car. For me, I made excuses for all assumed having done wrong, because I was naive and young, and somehow having an instant crush on him. Hours passed talking to each other, and little by little the group of people who had brought me to him dropped off. In the end, there was just one guy, Jules and me. Then Jules asked me, "Can I ask you to do me a favor?" With little hearts in my eyes, I nodded. "Of course." He smiled. Oh, his smile. "I would like to do some coke," he said. "No problem," I answered. "Yes, well, there is one little problem. I can't go out and get it from my dealer, so I thought maybe you can go out there for me. It's just down the street. You really don't have to if you don't feel comfortable with it, but it could be fun." Despite the fact that I don't do cocaine, I said, "No, yes, well, okay. Give me the address. I will go and get it for you." 5 minutes later, I stood in front of a spooky building. A large and buff guy stood between me and the door. His eyes told me that I should back off, but I had this mission for my gentle Jules. I cleared my throat and said with a high-pitched voice, "I'm looking for D." Jules sent me. He looked me up and down and without saying a word opened the door. I took the stairs, hearing him follow me, and arrived in front of another door. I knocked. Another guy with a real hustler face opened the door and let me in. After me, he closed the door with a key. I came in and see the most stereotypical dealer's apartment situation. Two guys stood by the window, monitoring the street, and a fat black man was sitting on the couch by his side. A very skinny, pale woman, probably marked by cocaine addiction. Her face looked like a skull, I swear. Dee smiled, but not in a gentle way, as Jules, more in a malicious way. "Sit down," he said with his voice marked with a mass cigarette and weed consumption. Fear started to crawl up from my stomach to my head. This is not a safe situation at all. A voice in my head alerted me. It was the last floor of 4 levels. The door was locked and there was only one other woman, from whom I clearly couldn't expect any help in case of danger. And there were firearms, which in Europe really isn't common at all. Okay, I have to fake self-assurance and fake having control over the situation. I thought to myself, trying to look nonchalant on my chair. "Jules sent me," I explained. He said, "You know how much," and that he already paid. I smiled, but in fact a horrible thought came through. What if his payment is me? I thought. Dee laughed and nodded. "Yeah." He reached under the couch and got a box and opened it. Another weapon and a white powder. He started weighing, and it took so long. I got more and more nervous. I rolled a cigarette and smoked it to calm me down, and to look nonchalant. "Here, try some," he said, putting a large line in front of me. "Oh no," I said. "I'm not taking cocaine. Thank you." Very amiable, I refused. "Come on, it's not that much." "You've done it before, am I right?" he insisted. "No, never. I've tried a line of speed once. That's why I assumed that the line in front of me was way too big. But I didn't like it. I don't need white powder. It causes me too much stress, but really, thank you." A discussion of, "Come on, no thanks," followed. I was too afraid of that powder, of him, and of the situation. But I somehow managed to stay cool and polite, or at least found the right words to decline without him feeling insulted. But even after that, he wouldn't let me go. Even when he packed what Jules had wanted. I swear I stayed there for an hour or something. But in the end, he gave me permission to leave. He even gave me his number. "In case you made up your mind after taking some with Jules," he said. I just took his number. One of the guys finally opened the door and I sprinted down the stairs. When I arrived in the street, I was so lucky to still be alive and unharmed. Jules, you bastard. Who would put a girl in that kind of unsafe situation, I thought. But I couldn't be mad at him when I saw his gentle smile when I climbed through his window. Later on, I found out that he didn't take cocaine for fun, but was for serving his addiction. He even did shots, not as observed from friends through the nose. Well, another story, indicating that I was naive at 18, that you should not trust an addict. Jules clearly didn't care about my safety after all, and that having a crush obnubilates your mind. But after all, it's D who I wouldn't want to meet again. I don't know how you handle it in the States, that every gangster and idiot can wear a gun. It really frightened me. I was just followed about 5 minutes ago, so sorry if this seems a bit scrambled. I was walking my dog getting the one exercise thing down, and got catcalled. I'm 13 and this has never happened to me, by the way. I'm literally covered from head to toe. I have black pants tucked into my boots, a black t-shirt and a black leather jacket. So I turned and saw no one. I always have to look behind me a lot when I'm walking because my dog stops and sniffs everything. So I methodically turn and look behind me and see this really tall guy. I can't stress this enough. Really tall. I'm 5'3", 5'6" with boots on, and he's at least 6'8", maybe taller. My head would have been to his stomach. I thought he was following me immediately, but decided not to panic and check if he really was. I was on call with my boyfriend and I let him know, but kept on walking 3 roads later. I was almost positive that I was being followed. So I decided one more test and I turned around this Y-shaped path with grass in the middle, and went left where this park was in the middle. And the Y, he went right and kept on going, and then started to cross the gate, so I hung up my boyfriend and called my mom. Side note, the second road is a turn off to a field which I usually go, but I decided that it would be best if I didn't go to a wooded field area, which also has a dead end. This dude was large. I can throw a good punch, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have no impact. So back to the Y. I turned around completely and practically dragged my dog. A lady turned the corner and saw me crying on the phone to my mom, and he got spooked and left. I carried on walking and my mom was waiting for me at the end of the street, ready to go mama bear. Again, I'm so sorry if this is scrambled. I think people like that are using the fact that teenagers are vulnerable. People would be going mad indoors and want to get out, but be especially alone given the fact that we're all on lockdown. So please be careful. Description of the tall guy, wearing a mustard coat and blue jeans and a sweater vest. He was Asian. Black hair, looked on the bald side, but 40. But not old, if you know what I mean. With gold-rimmed glasses, kind of wiry looking. I'm going to go answer my boyfriend before he has a panic attack because I'm getting spammed. Stay safe.
Let's start off with some backstory. My parents had shared custody of me until my dad went to start working away, so I moved in with my mom. She lived about 2 hours away from where I lived with my dad, in a pretty shitty suburb. Plenty of junkies and alkies. I was 12 to 13 at the time, maybe younger. The man will be Craig. Craig was my neighbor. My house was at the end of the road, then an empty house, then Craig's house. Craig's house was about the same size of ours, but he had about 10 people living there. They were all Aboriginals, so it's not unusual to have so many people living in a small house. It was about 8:30 p.m. and one of my small dogs had gotten out of the house and ran down the road. So me, being the good mom I am, went out to look for him. I called for him a few times until I started to panic. Craig sat out on his lawn drinking with plenty of empty bottles besides him. I was on my lawn when he stood up, and stood in the center of his vacant house's lawn that separated us. Craig waved to me and telling me to come closer, so I did. I walked closer. He told me that he had seen a small dog in his backyard, and if I didn't hurry up and get it, he was gonna fucking kill the mongrel and hang it all over my house. I was in shock, so I walked closer. Then one of the women I lived with came running out and told me to get away from the man. I snapped out of it and basically ran inside my house. What happened was our dog had basically done a lap of the neighborhood and came right up to the next house of ours. He dug under the fence and into the backyard. One of the other women I lived with had heard him barking and she asked the others if she was still looking for him. That's when the young lady called for me. To the old man who told me he was going to kill my dog, I hope you fucking die. Hey guys, long time lurker here, first time posting. I totally forgot about this encounter I had, which was about 2 years ago. Sorry about the formatting, I'm on my phone. I was 20 at the time and single and ready to mingle. I was studying at school about 20 minutes away from my house. And of course, I was on Tinder. Now, I've dated some older men. I'm attracted to them, so my settings on Tinder was male. Was always ages 25 to 40. I swiped right on the guy who looked decent enough, and he was 36. We match and he begins to message me. We go through our day or two of messaging. I explain that I'm really just looking for a fuck buddy, and he had his own apartment. About 2-minute walk away from my school. Perfect. We add each other on Snapchat and Instagram. Once he takes a look at all my pictures, his way of messaging becomes strange. He starts to message me stuff on Snapchat like, "You're so beautiful. I want to hold you in my arms. You're like an angel." Now, mind you, we have never met. Once he starts messaging me like this, I realize he's not my type, especially in a friends with benefits situation. I don't need someone like that. I start to leave him on read and ignore his messages. The next weekend, I was going to a wedding. I was dressed up and, of course, I posted a few pictures on my story, which he immediately started commenting on like, "Oh my god, you're beautiful. I miss your touch. I want to feel you in my arms." I ignore him, have a good time at the wedding, and right before the wedding started, I popped an edible. By the time I got home, it was midnight, and I was very, very high, and very, very sleepy. I'd worked earlier that day and hadn't napped in between. I get into bed and start to go through my phone. I live with my family and everyone is asleep. I start getting messages from this guy again, and I'm so high and tired that I start reading them, giving brief responses saying, "Oh, thanks." Then he messaged me saying, "I think I'm gonna come to blank tonight." Blank space is the city where I live, 30 minutes away from his apartment. I respond saying, "LOL, that's weird. Don't do that," obviously thinking that he is joking. Then he says, "I want to breathe the same air as you. I want to feel you. I want to breathe with you." I begin to freak out, and then he starts messaging me, "Be there soon, babe." I'm like super scared now, because I live with my family, and I didn't want anything weird happening. Then all of a sudden I remember that my Snap map location is on. I go into my map and I see the little Bitmoji in her cute outfit sitting at my house. I quickly turn myself onto ghost mode. Then I see his little Bitmoji, and it's getting closer and closer to my city. I somehow convince myself that he's joking. He's probably on his way to another city near mine, but he's getting closer and closer. It's 1:30 a.m. in the morning now. For the first time in years, I begin to pray. 10 minutes later, I check my Snap map again. Now, even if you are in ghost mode, you can see if you're sharing locations with someone, although the other person can't. When I looked at the map, I was sharing locations with him. He was right outside my house. I looked out my window and there was a car with the lights on. At this point, I'm so freaked out, my heart is inside my throat. My anxiety is through the roof and I'm still high. I end up passing out and then falling asleep. I wake up in the morning scared and I check my phone. He'd sent a few messages saying, "You have a beautiful street, baby. A beautiful home. Have a good night, babe." I go to my mom's room to ensure that nothing had happened, and she was fine. I later went to work, and after work I went to the police station and spoke with them. They said they couldn't do anything unless he tried to come over again, and that's when I would call the police. I went home for a few days and got no messages, and then at 5 a.m. on the following Tuesday, I got a message. "Even though I drove all the way to your home to breathe the same air as you, you have still not messaged me, and I'm not as desperate as I seem. If you ever want this dick up into the balls, let me know." Since then, I've heard him call once or twice, but I eventually blocked him. I didn't block him from the start because he knew where my house was. I was so scared that if he couldn't get a hold of me, he would show up. So, creepy asshole who showed up to my house in the middle of the night, let's not meet.
I'm posting from my phone, so apologies for weird formatting or bad grammar. When I was 18, I was living in a small town. I was friends with a ratty skater around, and they helped connect me with this dude who sold weed. He was 29 at the time, gave me pretty good deals, and lived nearby. I wasn't driving at the time, so this was convenient for me. His name was Max. Max has always struck me as a weird dude, but I honestly quite liked his weirdness. Not in a romantic way or anything, but I like weird people. We had normal weed buying interactions that never lasted more than 10 minutes. Buy some weed, maybe smoke a bowl, that's it. He'd offered to tell me he could drop it by my house, but I never let him because, as I said before, he was weird. I wasn't afraid of him, but was definitely aware that he and his offers to deliver were weird. One day in May 2018, I was invited to a bonfire by the same ratty skaters that introduced me to this guy. I had no idea he'd be there, nor was it important to me at all. I brought the guy I was dating at the time. I said hey to everyone, including Max. We stayed for a couple hours and then we played some music on the guitars. Nearing the time I was leaving the bonfire around 11, Max was getting upset about something and threw his guitar in the bonfire. I didn't know what he was so angry or upset about and paid no mind to it. This happened as I was leaving with the guy I was dating. I went to bed and woke up to paragraphs on paragraphs of crazy text from Max ranging from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. like a constant stream of text, stating things such as, "You know how much I loved you. You're a cruel bitch." He would go back and forth between saying, "I would give you the world if you'd let me, and you really do deserve him though." He said really scary things like, "You are a predator, and should be snubbed out. Just wait. And you are stuck. I will either love you or hate you. To the fullest extent of my powers, behold. Right now, I pray the worst death on you. And that fuckboy bitch." To top it off, he said, "Losing you is like losing a mother to me," and told me to tell him I never loved him, and that I wouldn't hear from him again if I did. So that's what I did. I said I never loved you. Do not message me again, and left it at that. I didn't get a response, nor did I care to get one. Max had never expressed any romantic interest, asked me out or anything. This was all out of nowhere, and he was 11 years older than me. I was barely 18. That night, he cut his long hair off and posted some photos naked on Facebook, curled up in the fetal position, talking about being a statue of shame. It's as if he had a breakdown, but I had no intention of causing that. And I didn't think I even offended anyone by bringing that guy I was seeing. Everyone else seemed to like the guy I brought. About a week later, Max texted me pretty late at night and asked me if I had seen flowers he spread along the sidewalk, saying that he stole every flower in the vicinity of my neighborhood that night. I asked how he knew where I lived, and he said I hadn't seen the flowers, so he must have gone to the wrong house. I also told him he shouldn't do that, as I had never felt anything for him, and so on. He told me that he had heard I lived on the same block as another one of the skater guys that we're both friends with, and he wasn't wrong. The skater guy I lived by was on the other side of the block, and I never walked that way, so I never saw the flowers. I blocked his number and didn't hear from him again for weeks. Weeks later, I woke up after a rough night, and there were loads of flowers on the sidewalk, right outside my house, along with a little bouquet at the top of my sidewalk. I was pissed. I wasn't scared yet, and stupidly I unblocked his number, and texted him asking why the fuck there were flowers outside my house. This confirmed that this indeed was where I lived. I still to this day feel so stupid for texting him, and making it known that after weeks he had found my house. He responded saying, sounds nice. 'Twas me. I bitched him out basically and blocked his number again. About a week later, I was out of town and my roommate texted me a photo of a heart with a peace sign inside of it, with my name written under it, drawn in chalk outside of our house. When I got back into town, I went to the courthouse and began the process of getting a stalking order against him. When I left the courthouse, I went to Max's work and told him he needed to stop this behavior and that he was stalking me. He looked me in the eye with no facial expression and said, "If you don't leave, I'm calling the cops." I got angry and said loudly, "Call the cops. I was just talking to them about you." I left his work in a rage. Soon after this, I began driving again. I once drove by him and he noticed it was me. The next day I woke up with my car covered in flowers. I presented my case to the judge and she just put the stalking order in place. He was served with it by police officers, and I thought that was that, and he wouldn't be bothering me again. I was wrong. After the restraining order was served, he made several other chalk messages on my sidewalk, left random gifts for me, like chalk and beheaded My Little Pony heads on beer bottles. I always brought these things to the police station, but they said I needed to catch him doing it, take a photo or get security cameras. So I got a security camera and really hoped I would catch him. It turned out my security camera was stupid and I couldn't just watch the videos. It took, but had to skip through second by hand. It was an impossible task. I was terrified of leaving my house at night. At this point, I never had my curtains open anymore, and I was also so frustrated that my livelihood was being taken away from me. Ultimately, I unblocked his number, in hopes that he would directly violate the restraining order, and after a few days, it worked. He sent me a weird text saying something like, "Forgive me. We are charming this and harming. Let us try again." By now, it's September 2019, and he finally goes to jail. He is facing up to a year in jail and has to stay there until the court date. I finally start calming down. I'm able to go outside at night, even if just to get to my car. I let myself have my curtains open sometimes. I'm starting to feel alive again. Right when I'm feeling secure in my small town life again, someone posted bail and he was released. Only 3 months in jail and I went back to living in fear. We still had court dates coming up and I was still optimistic that he would be serving more time for ruining my life for so long. His lawyer kept pushing back the court date to gather evidence, and after about 6 months of pushing it back, the state decided it wouldn't do anything more and closed the case basically. I had moved out of my town 3+ hours away at this point, so he didn't actually have an option to continue this behavior. Living in this new place, I feel safe. I can walk at night and I don't have my curtains closed all the time. It's been over a year now since they decided to close the case. About a month ago, he began responding to my friends' Instagram stories, friends that live here in this new town, telling them how fond he is of me, etc. I have always had him blocked, but my Instagram isn't private, so he must have found them that way. I have since changed my account to private, and he hasn't messaged any more of my friends. I refuse to live in fear now. The way I was then, and he will never find where I live or where I work now. However, my life has changed forever after this experience. I will always be more aware of people and their weird energy. I will always close my curtains early in the evening and make sure all the windows and doors are locked. I will always live a little bit in fear, maybe not of him, but of it happening again. He ruined my life for a year, and I truly wish he had gotten that time in jail. He deserves it. So Max, let's never meet again. I'm on mobile, so please don't mind the grammar. Anyways, it was late at night and I was sneaking out of my girlfriend's house with her to go to somewhere with our friend. Me and my girlfriend waited across the street on some church stairs, waiting for our friend to pick us up. We were just chatting about our plans for the night and whatnot when we noticed some guy walk to our neighbor's car. It was around 1, and we started paying attention to this man as his whole demeanor was strange. He looked inside, walked across the street, and then, not sure if he noticed us at this point, crouched and hid by a tree when a car drove by. We didn't know what he was doing at the time, but he was hiding so the passing cars didn't notice him. As the cars leave, he gets up and continues down the street looking into cars.
At this point, I'm texting our friend asking if he could hurry, and he says he's having trouble sneaking the car out of his house without his parents knowing. We're pretty rebellious, if you ask me. Just kidding. But he says he'll be soon. This is when the man crosses the street to the side where me and my girlfriend are waiting. Clearly doesn't notice us sitting on the stairs under a light. He goes to a car and opens the trunk of it. He crawls right in and closes it back up. The car was an SUV type. He's doing God knows what in the car for about 5 minutes. The whole car is slightly shaking. He gets out and starts walking down the street, where he finally notices me and my girlfriend sitting. He just looks at us, mumbles something under his breath, and puts a fist out for a fist bump. I'm no stranger to weirdos, so I fist bump him, and he mumbles something again and just walks off. It looks like he had little kid book bags on because it had some sort of graphic on it. Our friend came not even 30 seconds after that, and asked if we had seen a guy walking on the sidewalk. He said he didn't notice anyone. We think the guy was hiding from him as he drove by as well. That was that. I called the police just to make sure they knew, and to have a patrol car out in case he came back to the car. Not sure if he was ever caught. I'll always wonder what you were up to. Creepy guy who was able to silently close the trunk. Recently found this subreddit, but this happened about 6 months ago. I live in an apartment with 4 floors. There's a man that lives on the 4th floor. He's about middle-aged. I've always only ever seen him with his mom, because she is the one who guides him around, and usually doesn't leave him unattended. I notice every time I see him, this man, he has eyes stuck on me. Literally once he sees me, there's no looking away. He has the creepiest stare. Fast forward to the day where I felt the most vulnerable. I was walking up to my apartment complex. Usually the walk is a bit long. Once I'm a couple steps from my door, I noticed a familiar face. Yes, it was him. He was alone this time, which made me scared to death, not knowing what he would do. He stared at me from the moment when he saw me to the moment I closed the door and locked it behind me. 5 minutes passed by, and I'm in my room eating and I hear my mom talking to someone in the living room. I walk out and it was him. Why the fuck did my mom think it was okay to let him in? I don't know. Apparently he was ringing the doorbell nonstop until he got someone's attention, which happened to be my mom's. My mom opened the door and asked what he wanted, and he shoves my mom, pushes the door open, walks in and points to my room, saying, "My girlfriend. My girlfriend's in there," which was creepy that he knew which exact room to point to. My mom proceeds to say that no one was home at the moment. That was when my sister heard him and walked out. My sister kicks him out immediately. A couple minutes later, he's ringing the doorbell nonstop. This later goes on for another annoying 2 hours, with the doorbell consistently ringing. My sister looks into the peephole once in a while. This man in his whole face is in the peephole, and is laughing to himself while my sister is cursing him on the other side. He bangs the door here and there, but is constantly being creepy through the peephole. Every other time we would look through the peephole, he either has his head down, his face in the peephole, or him walking back and forth laughing at himself. This proceeds for a while until I call the cops. You know how that goes. I called 3 times, and waited for about 2 hours, waiting on the other side of the door while this man would not leave me alone. Cops didn't do shit. I haven't seen the man since, but I'm still scared of any future encounters. Never want to experience this again. So, to the creepy neighbor on the 4th floor, let's not meet. So this story happened when my best friend and I were about 15 years old. I'm sorry for my bad English, I'm not a native speaker. We had to take an important exam at the end of the year, so we attended some private sessions in order to prepare. Because of this, we only hung out on Saturdays, after 5 p.m. We were at the mall, and after a bit of window shopping, she asked me to come outside, in the park, so she could smoke a cigarette. She took it from her mother, but I didn't smoke. I have never liked it. I accepted as I was used to her requirement. So, we're in the mall's parking lot while she's smoking that damn cigarette. It was like 6 p.m., but it was already dark outside, as this happened in winter. Let me describe you the place where we were. This was a large park, full of trees and big rectangular-shaped bushes. On the side aisle, there were some restaurants at a full 10-meter gap. An exit to a dark street and to the parking lot. Another big space and a place for skating. We thought that we were 100% safe, as we're still walking on the mall's property. We arrived near the strange exit when a 5'9" man approaches us and asks for a cigarette. My friend tells him that she doesn't have any other cigarettes because she got this one from someone else too. He seemed to be in his late 40s, wasn't shaved, wearing a red hood, which almost covered his eyes. I tell him that we have to go, to which he responds with some incoherent words. We both knew that something was off, so we made some steps back. "Why are you scared? I won't do anything to you," he said as he was approaching. Silence. "Don't worry, I've met a lot of girls like you," he said, and then started to mumble other words. I couldn't understand. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know if he had any weapons. Behind us was a big bush, and in front of us was him. If we chose to run in different directions, he would be able to catch at least one of us, and probably take her with him. There weren't many people, but the ones who were passing by didn't seem to care about our terrified looks. My friend started to repeat that she was sorry, but she couldn't help him, and I think that one of the passerbys heard her. Fortunately, a man, maybe 6'3", who looked a lot more younger and stronger than the creep, stopped and asked him why he was bothering us. He wasn't given a response. My friend took the chance and crushed her cigarette with her foot as quickly as possible, and started running. I, as a complete idiot, remained frozen for a few seconds, and looked at her savior's eyes, then started sprinting. I'm not sure how to translate it, but the 6'3" man said in a strange language, something across the lines of, "Fly ahead," while I started to depart. We didn't stop running until we were sure that they couldn't see us anymore. Both of them left and we went back to the mall safely, and we never told anyone about this encounter. So, creep from the mall. Let's not meet again. This happened around 10 years ago, and in the south of the UK. For reference, I'm a 28-year-old male, and at the time I was working part-time at a fuel station, on a road which linked a small village to a ring road into a nearby city. The village itself was quiet, high-end and extremely expensive to live in. It was the sort of place that you only had one chain store, and it was a Waitrose. Everything else was either boutiques or privately owned gourmet grocers. So, as someone who has always enjoyed cars, it was always fun to see what kind of high-end luxury sports cars would adorn from the forecourt on any given day. This is where I met Michael. Michael was in his late 40s, dark hair, and well-dressed. Always wore Grand or Ralph Lauren, or, on his work days, tailored canali suits, etc. He was an all-around nice guy, exceptionally polite, which was actually a rarity, as most of the residents of the surrounding area seemed to despise anyone who didn't qualify for the additional tax bracket. We got chatting about his collection of vehicles, or the watches he wore. He always showed up wearing some kind of Rolex and driving an Aston Martin, Range Rover, or Porsche, so there was always a lot to talk about. I got to know that he worked in finance, and the conversation got into what I was planning to do with my life, also to work in finance. And we would always have these pleasant conversations until I left that part-time job in favor of taking up an apprenticeship role at my uncle's brokerage. Michael is important, and we'll get to that why shortly. Something to be known about my uncle is that he is a man with a lot of fingers and a lot of pies, literally, as well as his brokerage and property portfolio. He also owned a few takeaway for cash flow purposes. I think we all know what that means. And as such, I'd occasionally step in a delivery driver when a driver would let him down. Luckily, my uncle also lived in a previously mentioned village, and the main pizza place he owned catered to the residents of said village, so tips were usually quite decent, and my uncle would usually throw me a few quid for helping out. Fast forward to the summer of 2008, I've been roped into dropping off a few pods at a property on an extremely prestigious road. Average house, priced well above 1.4 million, and I'm intrigued to actually get close enough to see these houses actually look like, as they're all gated, and set far back from the road behind a shroud of trees and shrubs. So I find the place and buzz the intercom, when a voice comes back, sort of muffled, just saying, "Yes?" So I answered with the name on the takeaway, and the gate slowly opens. I make my way up the driveway to a very large mock Georgian home, complete with detached 4-car garage, that when I see Michael's number plates, he has his initials for his cars with the numbers 1, 2, and 3, and it was the same for his wife. I was interested to see up close the sort of life this guy had, if I'm completely honest, especially as a young inspiring financier. I exited my car, brought out the pizzas, and the double doors opened. That's when I saw an unfamiliar face looking back at me. It was a man, early 20s maybe, thin and shaved head. I can remember he was wearing no shirt and some scruffy jeans and trainers. He was also holding something behind his back. "Hey, bring the pizzas through the kitchen." I can remember his voice being hoarse and barely audible, with an accent I've never heard before. Nervously, I said nothing and just looked at him, which made him visibly angry. "Bring the pizza through," he repeated, more aggressive this time. I finally responded, "Where's Michael? This is Michael's place, right?" And it was completely true that in situations like this, your mouth goes completely dry, and to always follow your gut. This guy was setting off alarm bells and telling every fiber of my being to just get off the property. Unfortunately for me, that's when it dawned upon me that it's a gated property and I was locked in. This is when things went from bad to worse. I remember the terror swelling up inside me when he moved his hand from in front of him to show a large kitchen knife and uttered the words, "Run." I dropped the pizza onto the gravel, left my car, and decided I'd have a better chance of survival by running down the driveway and lifting myself over the gate. They were the wooden type, which had no decorative spears atop of them, luckily. But all the while I could hear his feet crunching onto the gravel behind me. I didn't look back and managed to pull myself up over the gate and hurling myself onto the pavement beneath me. The adrenaline in my system still had me running for what seemed like hours, but was perhaps 10 minutes at most, until I was a good few streets away, and I decided to call the police. Police met me at the park I was hiding at. One officer stayed with me and the other proceeded to go to the property, and with another patrol car. At first I got the distant impression that they didn't believe me, or thought I was up to something. But after my uncle arrived to pick me up, and vouched for me being sent there to deliver pizzas for the PC in question, backed down. Upon their arrival at the property, they found nothing, just my car with slashed tires and broken windows, alongside feces smeared across parts of the kitchen. There was food strewn about the place, and also a needle found in one of the bathrooms, but no sign of the man who threatened me. Michael and his family at the time were visiting family in Australia, I later found out. I never did go back for another shift at the pizza place, and although I understand this may not be the most crazy or horrifying encounter on this subreddit, it's something that always stuck with me. Wealth and apparent financial security is just completely illusionary. People are people, and there are always some sick and tormented people out there who will always find a way to carry out their twisted actions. And if anything, I've had more encounters with crazy people since moving away from my council estate roots and into a suburbia. I've recently posted another encounter here on Let's Not Meet, in regards to something I experienced when working for one of my uncle's businesses, and coincidentally, he ended up calling me this morning. I told him about the subreddit and then subsequently explained what Reddit was, and that's when he chose to share this encounter with me. This is all verbatim, and it's not exactly a short story, so I appreciate it may trail off at some points, but I wanted to stay true to my uncle's account, hence why it's word for word. Understandably, this will irritate some readers. The following is from my uncle's perspective, and the use of I is refers to himself. This would have happened around 20 odd years ago. Very long time ago, and it's when your father and I ran the call center, doing the contracting work for various businesses, all within the financial services industry, and roughly around 50 staff, including managers and supervisors, and so on and so on. There were a lot of different then. The internet was still very much in its infancy, as was technology. We didn't have the same access to things that you would do now if you ran the same kind of operation. On top of this, we're running all of this out of a warehouse on the industrial estate right next to the gypsy camp, because that's all we could afford for the amount of floor space we needed. The campaign we're working on wasn't going as well for us. For the most part, we were just working out of phone books and the likes of leads, as data costs and still does cost a fortune. So we're under a lot of stress to meet the sort of deadlines and promises. Your father made it to the B2B clients, and we weren't in a great place. We were facing the possibility of cutting the staff down to at most 20 agents, with 2 managers. That's when I met Kevin. We heard of him from a few associates who ran with similar operations as ours, as someone who could provide leads and generally had the ability to turn companies around. So your dad got in contact with him and went from there. We didn't actually hear back for about a month after contacting him, so we were very much in the mindset of, well, fuck all this over, close down and start something else. And on the day we hyped ourselves up to tell everyone, you've all lost your jobs, we got a fucking phone call out of the blue. Who was on the phone? Kevin. Long story short, we discussed our situation. Discussed his situation, gagged his interest, and dressed things up with a little bow on top to perk him up. By the end of the call, he agreed to come down from Scotland to meet us and discuss options in person. So on Monday, we meet with Kevin in the Hilton, and didn't like him instantly. I thought he was overbearing, condescending, and a complete egomaniac. But your father, in his infinite wisdom, decided to hear him out. And it turned out that Kevin had a huge amount of leads from one of his sources in America, and needed a team of salespeople to dial them. We need to dial 25 agents, and in return we'll get a flat amount and payment, which would allow us to move premises, upgrade equipment, etc. So we agree, and a contract was written up, and we began our venture. In order to maintain a more hands-on approach to the business and to keep his contacts in the US happy, Kevin rented a flat close to the office and would often visit the office to monitor the progress, which would normally consist of him lurking around with a coffee. It's also important to mention that Kevin had next to no people skills, and struck me as either socially awkward or maybe somewhere on the autistic spectrum, or something, as soon enough we began to get complaints from some of the other younger female staff that Alan would watch them too closely and hover around the women's bathroom, which of course we had to take seriously, but we weren't really in the position to piss the guy off who was potentially our savior. So we began to hold bullshit meetings every time he showed up to get him off the floor and into the meeting room, which for a time worked, but eventually he'd have to take a phone call halfway through and excuse himself. I later learned from one of the managers that he would hold the phone to his ear and just watch the girls closely, not saying anything, and then follow them into the makeshift kitchen area and press himself against them, or at least stand very close to them and make them ask him to move or brush past him. We decided to hold a meeting with the female members of the staff to ask them about their concerns, and to ask them if there was anything we could do to make their time at work more enjoyable. Deliberately not mentioning Kevin, just to test the waters. And one by one, they had something to say about Kevin. Some were just uncomfortable with his general demeanor, and some had been groped by him, and even propositioned, which was the final straw, really. So we decided to speak with Kevin, and cut ties and look at ways to exit the contract which is when we get an email from Kevin saying he's moving back to Scotland, and we'll be moving back to Scotland, and we'll only be making quarterly visits. So we're understandably ecstatic that our lead source remains, but contact with the staff will be limited, and we believe that no more problems shall arise. And we can wear the caring boss hats, who valiantly drove away a sex pest, which would no doubt boost staff morale. Fast forward about 12 months, and Kevin's visits have all been non-eventful, and the contract is drawing to a close. And we're excited to get our cut and to expand and move on to another primary contact, with Kevin gets in touch with another plan to extend our contract, and package all our company up to be sold to a blue chip company, which specializes in the financial service industry. He acts as broker and takes a cut, but we make even more money than we originally thought, as well as half of the agreed amount. We received this particular contract was supposed to end just as goodwill gesture. He mentioned he had a few contacts in London and the US which would be interested in merging our operation into the current sales team for more dynamic sales approach, so this was something to ponder on, and we agreed to get him back. Anyway, I was thinking over the idea and decided to go to the local pub when I ran into a guy called Carl, who also ran a similar business as myself. We got to chatting and he brought up Kevin, saying something along the lines of, "You're working with Kevin Smith, aren't you?" And unsure how he knew that, asked him why. "Why would you want to know?" To which he responded with, "That guy is a fucking nutcase, mate. Honestly, the things I could tell you about him." And at first I thought, here we go. This is just more gossip and bullshit, but most likely jealousy. But curiosity got the better part of me, and I asked him, "Go on then. Why is he a nutter?" And he laughed some more, took a few sips of his lager, and off the cuff said, "You know that geezer murdered his wife, yeah?" And admittedly, I scoffed, but Carl's face was serious, stone-like and unsmiling. "No, he didn't," I said, still laughing. "He killed his wife, mate. I wouldn't make that up." I can always remember the look in his eyes when he told me that. I was unnerved, but still, you can't believe anyone in business, and I decided to probe him some more. "What happened?" I asked, or something to that effect. "I don't know the whole story. He kept it very quiet. You won't find it in the papers or in the news or anything, but basically his wife was found battered. No signs of a break-in, and the only DNA in the house was his. He's a wealthy guy, though. Never got in the press, and he managed to get off. But I tell you, he's a dodgy bloke. We had him with us in '98, and we exited out of our contract. Got loads of complaints about him. He's a perv, mate." So I'm thinking, oh bollocks. We have a murderer as our main source of income, and the guy's off of his rocker. But I don't let on to Carl, and instead tell your dad, and he says he's fine. He's eccentric from a different era, and we shouldn't just hold out a bit longer. You know what your dad's like, he gets the moral compass of a bloody war criminal, but stupidly, I relented, and we entered the new contract, and true to his word, we received half of the original agreed commission fee. So we were able to move offices, and this is when Kevin decided to move back down to the south and take permanent residency at our new office to oversee the packaging process. So he set himself up in the office opposite to the hallway of the woman's bathroom, and would spend most days on his phone or just loitering again. By that time, we had a major staff overhaul, and employees, skilled salespeople, and management staff, so we're confident that Kevin would behave, and we wouldn't have to repeat of last time, but unfortunately this was short-lived, as an administrator complained to HR that she saw Kevin having some alone time in his car, outside while watching some of the girls who would go outside to smoke. Obviously this kickstarted the rumors of Kevin being a pervert again, and his odd behavior did not help. So we decided to seek legal help and eventually were able to get out of contract. Kevin in our mindsets was long gone, and this would have been back in the early 03s, when I was working late at the office alone when I saw a figure moving through the office towards my enclosed office in the back. I knew it wasn't security or the cleaners, as securities weren't permitted to enter offices without permission when a staff member wasn't present, and the cleaners had left earlier, besides which the cleaners we had was a rake-thin Asian woman, and this figure, which was now barreling towards me, was much larger in both height and width. I stood up and moved towards the door to lock it, when I saw Kevin's face on the other side. Now Kevin was a big guy, probably about 22 stone and around 6'4". I must have been around 12 stone and 6'1", so easily pushed back and barged in through the door. I can remember going for the phone to dial security, when he gets on top of me, and instead of the beating I was expecting, he was trying to pull the watch off from around my wrist. Confused and understandably pissed, I tried to get him off of me, but his weight was making it difficult to move, and I would just remember him looking me dead in the face and without saying anything, eyes completely blank. Somehow I managed to get him off of me. I think I managed to knee him or something and ran off to the reception area, which I got security to apprehend Kevin, who was attempting to escape out of the fire exit. I wasn't hurt or anything, and I didn't press charges. He got a warning from the police, and that was that. Last I saw of Kevin. Now, this is where it gets bizarre. About 3 years ago, I bumped into Carl and Monaco, and we got talking about the old days when the topic of Crazy Kevin came up. I told him about the time he'd got into my office, jumped on me, and tried nicking my Rolex. Carl was laughing along with me, and asked when exactly was that. I told him it was back in '03, and this is what he said. I can still remember it word for word. That couldn't have been that long before he taught himself then. Shocked naturally, I asked himself to repeat what he had just said. He hanged himself in '03. Had no money at the end. I'm not sure if he told you, but he remarried to this gal, who had a son. When he was liable to settle this contract with the American chaps, he tried bumping her off to get the life insurance money. Everything he owned was on finance. Everything. Didn't own anything. I was completely gobsmacked. Kevin never even wore a wedding ring, and in all the years I had known him, he never once discussed a wife or child. And although Carl is a bit of a shit stirrer, turns out Kevin rented a house opposite Carl's brother-in-law. I'll tell you what, make the stories about his first wife seem more plausible. I've also worked out why he went for my wrist. I think at first he was angry that we backed out of the contract, and he probably viewed us as responsible for his life spiraling out of control. So he probably did want to beat the shit out of me. But I think the fact that he had no money, and probably needed it quick to settle the contract and impending lawsuits, he decided to try to steal my watch to pawn it, the bastard. This is just my theory though, and he could have been off his tits. That was the end of the conversation. A bit of backstory. I grew up in a rural part of Ireland, with only 2 neighbors. I lived on my great-grandparents' old small farm, and had renovated the old barn into a garage, for my dad to work out as a mechanic. My closest neighbor was my dad's aunt-in-law, who never really bothered us. But our other neighbor, we'll let them use our lane as an easy access point to their house, and farm even though their own land, going down to theirs was much shorter method, but a tight road for a milk tanker and silage harvester. I had a large extended family, 14 or so cousins, who were always at my house hanging out. 2 of my cousins who I was really close with. Let's call the older one Mike, and the younger one Jim. Befriended the neighbor's middle child. Let's call him George, as his family was always looking up my dad to fix something. And George was always tagging along. We had so much fun together as kids, but everything got much weirder as we grew up. George was about 14 when this started to happen. One day when I was about 16 years of age, the neighbors needed their Jeep fixed, and when George was dropping it off for his dad, he'd realized that my parents weren't home, and noticed the back door wasn't locked. So instead of knocking and calling our names, he walked into the house.
and up the stairs to my bedroom where I was sleeping. Opened the door and just stared at me, and said my name very quietly. I woke up confused as to what was going on. My family were loud and rambunctious, so someone quietly saying my name was definitely not normal. I asked what the fuck he was doing here, and his excuse was, no one was downstairs, and I heard the voices upstairs. The voices was me playing TV as I fell asleep. I passed it off as it was nothing, and just got him out of the house ASAP. Thankfully I was dressed, so I wasn't freaking out about him seeing me. When he left, I went down to my sister's room on the bottom floor, and asked her if she had heard George knock or come in. She was sitting there doing schoolwork, and didn't hear a sound. Just the Jeep that was driving up, which was normal for my dad's family to use the garage. They all had keys to it, which was where the family machinery was kept when not needed, so she thought nothing of it. Another incident involving George was when my cousins Mike and Jim had invited him to hang out with us and play some video games. Everything was fine that day until later in the evening when Mike went to the bathroom, and 2 minutes later George disappeared after him. Not long after, Mike came back, and I had asked if he had seen George. He hadn't. Then I heard floorboards creak from my bedroom, as no one else was upstairs, so I was confused and went up to see when I found George in my closet, snooping through my stuff. I grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out of my room. I was furious as no one was allowed in my room. I was a 17-year-old, 5'0" noodle of a girl that had Asperger's syndrome and a bad mental health record. So, to me, my room was my sanctuary. His excuse again was, I was looking for Mike and I thought he was up in here. I was at this point screaming at him to never come near me or my room again, and about how creepy this all was. All the while he kept laughing like it was a joke, and for me it wasn't. He was refusing to leave, so I did the only dumb thing my brain could think of, and was to put him on his ass and drag him out myself. But whatever way I swiped his feet, he fell onto his ass and slid down the stairs, which, as this boy was at least 6 feet tall and weighed twice as much as me, astounded my cousins and parents, who all came running to the bottom of the stairs and found him on his ass starting to cry. My family were extremely confused, but stayed calm and asked us both what happened. Surprisingly, he told them what he had told me, and never made me out to be the bad guy. When I came downstairs about 5 minutes later, after a small cry, my family asked me to recall the events, and never punished me, but asked George to never come to the house again, without my dad's knowledge. And if he does, we will not let them use our lane anymore, as legally they had no right to use it. George never stepped foot into our house again, but would always speed down our road in anything he has on, whether it was tractor or jeep, etc. He even ran over a dog in his quad, ATV for those Americans. I had a lot younger family members over all the time. We did think about putting up a gate, but the road has a huge street that was too wide, unless we cement a post into the middle of the road. But he didn't care. He would purposely drive the tractor past our lane at 2 to 3 a.m., turning at the top of our lane. Instead, we put a cattle guard at the point where the lanes meet their land. That made no difference, so my dad now has to park a vehicle, which is nearly always his transit van, in the middle, so they purposely have to slow down to get around it. This all happened 4 years ago, and I've barely seen him since. But I've moved on and into my own place with my boyfriend, who happened to go to school with George. My boyfriend was a few years older than George, and was the same age in the same class as my boyfriend's younger brother. I had heard that from them when George was 17. He was FaceTiming an 8-year-old girl, and was touching himself while talking to her. The young girl's mother walks in and sees what he's doing, and files a police report, put it on Facebook, photos of the interaction they had and all. He is now, from what I heard, on probation, and has an ankle tag. What a creep. Let's never meet again. I legit never thought to post this until I read about another bus driver.
When I was in the 5th grade, my sisters and I rode the bus to and from school. Our driver was a bit weird and mean, but nothing unusual for a school bus driver. One day we get on the bus and all the pre-K and kindergarten kids are chanting, "Take us home," and are being led in this chant by the bus driver. We end up getting onto the one stretch of the road that almost no cars use, and the bus driver decides he's done with the chant. He turns and yells that if we don't shut up, he'll turn the bus and leave us there to sweat to death like dogs. This was in South Texas and was around 90 degrees outside. He turns off the bus, gets off, and locks the door. We're all reasonably freaked out. None of us have phones and we're locked in a bus. After about 10 minutes, he got back on and continued the route. All of our parents called the cops, but he only got transferred to a different bus. He still works for that school. So, bus driver who threatened to kill us. Let's not meet. So back when I was in my 3rd year of secondary school, I was about 13 or 14. I had drama class with 3 of my close friends, who I will call Kaylee, Dave, and Ronald. And we ironically were doing Blood Brothers, and our teacher had graciously given us time to talk to each other since we were very quick workers. But I was a very focused and perfectionist kind of person. So, of course, we started to talk about what kind of things we watched on YouTube. I explained that I was really interested in Lance Stewart's Possessed Roommate series. My other friends said that they were watching Jacob Sartorius, their favorite songs and football soccer games. And this is how I began to engross in Ouija boards and the paranormal world. I went to the next class, which happened to be the class with 2 of my closest friends, who I will call Kami and Natalie. And yes, this wasn't closely involved with my paranormal story. In class, we were studying the musical Sunshine on the Leith, and then break came around and I met up with my other friends, Ellie. This was her real name, and I don't feel like I need to hide her name. And my other friend, Shannon, Piper, and Christine. And I was talking to Ellie, Kaylee, and Shannon about the whole Possessed Roommate videos by Lance. And then Ellie, who ever since she was about 5 or 6 could see ghosts of her lost family members, or black figures of demons, said, "You know there's some old guy watching you from behind, right?" And the weird thing was, we were in school, and there was a fencing surrounding the ground of the school. So I turned to look, and I don't see anything. And I asked her what guy. He was tall, overweight. He had stubble and short gray hair, was what she responded with. I could picture the man, but something was off. It was like she was describing my granddad, who had passed back when I was 11. I would like to think I was the closest grandchild to him, in comparison to my younger sisters, so I asked what he was wearing. "I don't know, he's not there anymore," which was very ironic because in current times I would admit I'm not friends with her anymore due to a holiday fallout. So I do as I always do and brush it off, as if she made it up. Then Shannon tells me something that scared me. I knew Shannon would never lie to me. I saw him too. Old guy clothes, like in general idea of an old guy clothing. Plus he was blue, like he had stopped breathing. While she told me what he was wearing, over to Kaylee and her friends, Piper, Christine, and Eileen. I'm not too close with Eileen, which is also her real name, and I've also tried to hide the complete truth about other weird things before, so I felt like I didn't need to hide this. And Jesse and Shannon mentioning this, I had to stop and try to calm down. This obviously caught my other friends' attention, and they started to ask me what was wrong. Why was I panicking? I had never told them about my deceased granddad, who died from heart and lung failure. I had never told them about my granddad, and we decided because both Ellie and Shannon had seen the man, we would make an Ouija board. I know sometimes that a makeshift Ouija board doesn't work, but apparently if a Christian starts a session, it does, or something. Being a skeptic that I was at the time, every time that our planchette would move, I would ask everyone in turn if they swore down on their lives that they weren't moving it. And this is where I began to believe in the paranormal. Everyone swore down that they weren't moving it, and there was about 8 of us playing the Ouija board. So the session started by Piper greeting the spirits, and we asked the basic questions like, Are you good or bad spirit? It spelled good. What's your name? And it slowly spelled out Andrew, and I felt like crying. No one knew what my granddad's name was, only me. How old are you? It went to the numbers 6 and 8, making 68, which wasn't as old as my granddad was. He was at least 61 because my gran was only 59, and there was at least 2 or 3 years between them. So I then became weary of the fact that this might not be my granddad. Do you know anyone here? It moved to yes. Who? We had added everyone's initials around the board near the edges, but not too far to let the spirit out. With that in mind, where it moved scared me. It quickly moved to my initials, KSD. Eternally, I was freaking out. How do you know me? I asked. It didn't move. Are you related? Someone asked. It moved hesitantly to yes. I had enough and snapped. Okay, Andrew, how are we related? It finally spelt out granddad, which is what to me and my sister called my granddad. Are you sure you're my granddad? I asked suspiciously. It went to no. Who are you really? It started to bounce around between Z and 0 repeatedly, making Zozo. Kaylee flipped out and said that we needed to say goodbye, so we forcefully moved the planchette to goodbye, leaving the now identified demon alone. My friends agreed that we'd meet up on the weekend to go around the school grounds and play with the Ouija board some more. But every day at lunch, we hung out and talked about the demon who pretended to be my granddad. Kaylee even went to the extent of reading the rules of the Ouija board. She even read the story of Zozo and his brother demon Mama, and if either one of them makes themselves known, the session. We met up at the school. There obviously were cameras watching almost every square inch of the ground, and we didn't care. We found the place that we'd be playing at first. We agreed that we would go for a session there, and then go to the shop for some snacks whilst us played and some of us observed. Or, in Piper's case, do some sketching, and Kaylee was making some Max and Harvey edits on her phone. It started the same as we did with my granddad saying hello, and yes, it was a good spirit, and I knew it was someone. Who is it that you know, and use their initials at the sides. It moved to EW, and then quickly went to SR, meaning that it knew Ellie and Shannon. Ellie was there with Kaylee reading out the rules, so she knew not to give away of scaring you or making you weaker. But of course, Ellie didn't care about that, and asked, "Are you Amy?" Moved slowly to yes. "Are you angry with me?" Stayed on yes. "I'm sorry, Amy. I don't know that there was going to be a bus when it happened. You shouldn't have started pushing Shannon." Ellie apologized before snapping at the spirit. "Amy, can you point my finger to where you are?" I asked it. "Yes," and slowly the planchette turned to point my finger at Ellie. Shannon said we needed to end the session, but Ellie refused to do that. "Amy, can I leave the board?" I asked. "Yes, goodbye, Amy." It moved to goodbye. I removed my finger from the planchette, so I watched as Ellie and Shannon played some more, and then we ended the game. So walking to the shops, I asked Shannon and Ellie what they meant by the whole Amy thing, and basically she explained this. When me and Ellie were in nursery, we became friends with a girl called Amy, and she was really nice. Then one day she changed by the time we were in the P3, and they were about 6 or 7, P3 meaning primary 3 in primary school, and Amy started to push me. I told her to stop because it wasn't funny anymore, but she didn't stop, so Ellie stepped in and pushed Amy back. Ellie pushed her too hard because Amy stumbled onto the road and was hit by a double-decker bus and was killed. We never told anyone because we didn't want to get in trouble. It all made sense to me. Ellie had anger problems because she had murdered someone in her early years. Then, as the days went by, we decided to hang out at school as me and Ellie were walking from our Promoting Resilient Learners class and to the lunch hall. Ellie had noticed something out the window. There's a girl hanging out onto the gutter above the small gym yard halls. She was wearing a white dress, has long brown hair, and is covered in something red. She had explained this to me. The next part was so casual it was unsettling. Probably blood. I grabbed her arm and told her that we needed to go get food, because I was starving, and that because I was a very fussy eater. There was usually not anything good to eat by the time I got to the front of the queue. So we rushed to get food, and then Ellie asked if I wanted to go to the shop to get some Pepsi. I agreed on the account that she was paying. She smiled and said, of course. We got to the shop and Ellie knew exactly where the blind spots were from the cameras. So she grabbed some snacks and about 6 bottles of fizzy drinks. To be exact, 3 bottles of Coca-Cola for me and 3 bottles of Pepsi for Max herself. She went to the blind spot and stood in front of where the only cameras could see her, because I didn't know what she was going to do. Ellie had stated that she needed to go back to get her purse because she obviously needed money. But that was only until the lady who worked at the shop, who was filling the shelves up, went to work the cashier. Before I knew it, Ellie had stuffed everything into her bag and put only things she could get into her bag back onto the shelf as we walked out. I went back to the school and met Eileen and Piper, who told us in panic that they had saw a black silhouette of a man with a top hat and a cane standing at the end of their bed. This freaked me out because the same night as them, I had a dream that I was learning how to ride a bike with my granddad, and suddenly he wasn't there anymore, and I woke up and checked my phone. It was 3:33 a.m. to see towering over the foot of my bed the same silhouette of a man, and the only thing he had was glowing red eyes. So I told them that, and just as I finished, Jesse, Shannon, and Kaylee ran over and said that they had seen a silhouette too. Kaylee then said that after I told her about the eyes, that the silhouette is probably after you. I freaked out and asked her why. She shrugged, and then we decided to try out one last time with the Ouija board to see if Zozo could tell us what the silhouette means. Hello, we're here to talk to any spirit that wants to communicate with us. We all have some questions to ask about a dream, and we hope you can answer as truthfully as you can. We mean you no harm, and hope that no harm will come to us. Boy, was that our biggest mistake. Almost immediately it moved to spell out the word hello. What's your name? It spells out Andrew. In my head I was thinking, not this again. Hi, Granddad. I boarded, either from not knowing if it was him or Zozo posing as him. We all have this vision of a silhouette of a man wearing a top hat and holding a cane, standing at the end of our footbeds last night. Could you explain that to us? It moved to yes. Okay, we're going to put on a voice recording memo. Can you explain it to Kaylee's phone for us? It stayed on yes. Kaylee started to record. Alright, explain it for us. It moved to my initials, KD. What is it? It spelled out, you're next. What do you mean? It spelled out red eyes before pausing and then moving to Amy. What about Amy? It spelled out jealous. Is Amy jealous of Caitlin? It went to yes. Why? It spelled out friends before spelling with and moving to EW and SR. So what? I'm friends with Ellie and Shannon. Amy had died suddenly, and I hadn't even met them yet. It moved to goodbye, so we left after that. Later on, I said for Kaylee to phone me at 8 to make sure I was still alive. I had never been so thankful for Kaylee and Shannon to be my friends, and make sure that nothing happened to me. Ellie turned out to be faking everything, but she swore down that she never faked anything to do with the Ouija board. Okay, so it's been surreal that this happened to me at 21. I was a stripper. It became that way due to losing my place 4 different times in a single month. June of 2014, I was dancing at a strip club in Fort Worth, Texas, and living out of a Saturn that wasn't even mine. My mom wanted to help me out and let me the car. I still own it. After all this time, hard to let it go after living in it. I had worked at this club, North Cabaret, for a few months. Nothing happened out of the ordinary, other than prostitution in the VIP section. I never went up there for obvious reasons of creepy guys. Little did I know that the creepy ones I had to worry about was the manager there. Our club owner, we'll call him Steve, was the creepiest out of them all. I drank plenty in order to be capable of dancing, just because I wasn't super proud of the hole I fell into. Fireball was my drink of choice, just because it warmed me up while I was half naked getting ready to go on stage. While I say half naked, I mean just bra and skimpy outfit, mostly scarf, half wrapped on a G-string. Of course, I lost it while on stage along with a bra. I had no problems with the DJ, or the house mom, and the tips we owed at the end of the night. Hell, if they did a good enough job with the music or watching my stuff, I tipped them extra. I'm always super nice, just how I am, and they loved me. The night everything turned south, they knew something was up. I still haven't been mean other than this night, and one other. The other night was 4 years later. Let me inform you, being a stripper is dangerous, due to guys always wanting that fantasy without consequence, so therefore drugging us is not uncommon. Actually, even after being a stripper, our paranoia still sticks with us, due to ensuing our safety always. I fucked up one single night, and that's all it took for me to almost lose my livelihood, completely. I got comfortable, and that's all it takes, is letting your defense down. I didn't watch the bartender make the drink, and didn't pay attention to the waitress bringing the drink to the table. I still regret it. Steve, I found out way later, drugged me with Rufalin, one of my favorite waitresses that I actually boxed, Foxy Boxing, served me 2 drinks after the effects began to take place, and she realized something was wrong, and wrote it off as me being too drunk. I didn't even have 3 drinks, when in reality I have at least 10 shots of Patron before I'm really drunk. I had a huge tolerance to alcohol back then. After she served me those 2 shots, I found out that she had told me that I needed to go home, and I told her to fuck off, and that she didn't know what she was talking about. Now, if you don't know how strip clubs work, us as the dancers, we rent the building by paying a fee to the dance so we can call the shots. I don't know, I guess afterwards I went to the changing room and freaked out on the house mom. The DJ came back there and tried calming me down, and I freaked on him as well. They knew something was up, and they had to let me know the next day I worked. I walked out the back door, which no one is allowed to go out that way considering it was dangerous. I walked through one of the semi-yards, when one of my ex-taxi drivers found me and gave me a ride to another bar, one I frequented often, and dropped me off free of charge. I knew the bartender prior, because I hung out there, and karaoke'd often there. I needed a ride, so he took me to his house since I was hitting on him. Hardcore and a massive breakdown to him about my past. He gave me a ride to the place I was staying at. I sat with the people I stayed with and watched Bleach, and deleted those episodes I watched. Super mad, and I went to bed. I woke up the next morning not sure how I got home, or what had transpired that night, before 8 p.m. I got home around 2 a.m. and asked my roommates how I got home. They said someone dropped me off and I watched Bleach. When I went through my phone, I found a lot of messages between me and my ex, about me being fucked up and needing help. I don't remember any of this. I found pictures of me on the roof of the strip club. I actually still have those pictures of me being on the roof, through the service ladder. He told me that I called him stating that I was fucked up and needed a ride and couldn't drive. I had short shorts on and a spaghetti strap tank top on while walking through the semi-yard of Fort Worth. I had a flower in my hair, and I'm not a fan of flowers, especially dandelions, which I had behind my ear. I was talking all sorts of nonsense and requested to be dropped off at the bar that the bartender worked at in Crowley. I talked to the bartender and he knew something was weird because I was crying. I don't cry very often about my past or past choices. Fast forward to about 6 months. I had moved to Nebraska with a middle school friend. That needed a friend, and I had to get out of that life. One of the regular customers at the club I worked at called me. Come to find out, he was drugged as well. Beaten to an inch of his life. Had to have 2 surgeries in 3 days on his knee. Since my ex-boss Steve and his lackeys thought he was valuable, at the time I didn't know that my instincts were spot on, even all drugged up. I also found out that the waitresses disappearing weren't because they were quitting, but because they were being drugged and taken. I got out through the back door and got a ride through an outside source. That's what saved me. North Cabaret no longer exists under the name or owner, but my ex-manager, I know what you look like, and you better pray we never meet again. Also, the only reason I know for certain that nothing happened to me between the club and home was because I didn't have any feminine products at the club, or at the house because I was going to stop at the store to get some the next day. And I still had the same one in the next day, so I had some sort of comfort or closure to ease my fears. Needless to say, I got luckier than most. This happened back in spring of 2007, when my buddy and I were doing a month-long backpacking trip across Europe. We had started in London and took every imaginable mode of transportation through France, the Netherlands, Germany, Australia, and finally ending our trip in Italy. Due to a bus delay, we arrived in Rome several hours later than scheduled. The folks at the hostel said that they had assumed we weren't going to show, and rented our beds to other travelers. Not to worry, they told us. There was a spillover property across the city they rented out for such an occasion. This was a 2-bedroom apartment, with several bunk beds packed into the rooms. Here, we spent our last 3 nights in Europe along with a group of young Spaniards. We ended up going out clubbing with and having a blast. On our last day, our Spanish friends left, and were replaced by a large group of 10 Latin American men and 1 woman that we met briefly before heading out on our final night in Rome. This was a bit of a language barrier, but everyone seemed nice, and we headed out separately. My friend and I got back to our bunks around 2 a.m., and about an hour later, the other group shambled in, clearly pretty drunk. They all got their bunks, and within 15 minutes, the lights were out, and they were snoring away. All but one. One of the young men on an upper bunk directly across from me was still awake, seemingly playing with his phone. My eyes were shut, and I was starting to drift off to sleep, just as a bright light hit me directly in the face and I heard the shutter click sound on his camera phone. Annoyed but not wanting to be confrontational, I turned onto my back, facing slightly away, hoping he would just go to bed. Instead, he continued taking photos of me, whispering obscenities in English that I won't repeat here. I realized that passivity was the wrong strategy when he got down off his bunk and crept over to mine. For a few moments he stood over me, apparently with his hands on the upper bunk where my traveling companion slept. At this point my heart went through the roof and I quickly started considering options. A cold realization suddenly hit me. We were in a private apartment, with no other travelers or staff in the building. If I confronted this person, he might awake his companions. I had no idea whether any of these men were dangerous, and if they were, we might be in for a fight of our lives. If they were so inclined, they could probably kill us, and just say that we had left on schedule, and we'd never be heard from again. I was thinking of kicking this dude in the stomach and bolting for the kitchen to grab a knife, when he suddenly knelt down and reached into my bed. That was it. I sat up sharply and got right in his face, asking, "You fucking need something, dude?" As menacing as I could. He froze. Without saying a word, he got up and walked into the common area. I heard the bathroom door shut. About a minute later, he got back into his bunk, and 10 minutes after that, he too was snoring peacefully. I was wide awake, fully dressed and ready for battle for the rest of the night. Shortly before dawn, I woke my friend and we got out of there. He did ask, "What was that guy doing last night?" But I have no idea how aware he was of the whole thing. We were on our flight to Heathrow a couple hours later and never discussed it since. So yeah, creepy photographer dude. If I see you in public, you might meet these hands. Creep. To start off, please forgive me for my poor grammar and whatnot. I'm on my lunch break at work on my mobile. When I was about 17 years old, I worked as a hostess in this restaurant and a bar. If you've ever seen the movie Waiting, that's exactly what it was like working at my restaurant. My stepbrother was my manager, and one of the kitchen workers was my godfather's son. It's important to know that my godfather is my dad's best friend. We will get to that later. It was around Christmas time when we were having our Christmas party at our second location. It started at 9 p.m. Everything that day was normal for me, but I noticed my mom was kind of acting weird. When it was time to leave, my mom kept trying to talk me out of going. I wasn't going to miss the party, no way. So before I leave, my mom asked me to call when I get there, and call before I leave and head home, which was weird because she wasn't too strict with me. I get to the party and everything is fine until my godfather's son comes up to me, and was telling me he was surprised I was there, considering. I asked him what he'd meant, and he said he was surprised no one filled me in on what's going on. I come to find out that the day at the restaurant, some man who was rough-looking and had a teardrop tattoo under his eye came in asking where I was. The staff then told him that I didn't work that day, and that they can't give out that kind of information. He proceeds to tell my stepbrother, the manager, that he is my long-lost father, that I have no idea about him, but he wants to surprise me. At this point, my godfather's son comes out and hears the conversation, and tells the man that he knows my father, and that I look like him. The man leaves, and I gotta say that my dad is 100% my father. I even look like him. So after this, they get a little worried that the man had some other kind of bad intentions, and call my mother. I don't even know who the man could have been, but I know for a while I was getting random calls without someone talking, just breathing, and I often would feel uncomfortable out alone. Till this day, I wonder who that was and what they were planning. When I was around 6, my parents divorced, and my dad was soon given full custody, as my mom is an alcoholic and had racked up a few DUIs as such. Anyway, me, my younger sister, and my dad moved to a new neighborhood, and we transferred to a nearby elementary school. The school was pretty close to my new house, maybe 5 or 7 or so blocks away. Close enough to walk, but my sister and I, also a girl, were too young to walk alone. Sometimes our dad would walk us to school in the morning, and then walk back, and less commonly, he'd walk to pick us up. Most of the time, he'd pick us up in his black Mazda. The way pickups worked at my school was pretty common. We went out with our class, stood by the teacher and classmates, and when a car pulled up, designated staff members would ask who the student was that they were picking up, and then go find them with their class and escort them to their car. Seeing as my mom was in jail at this time, the only person who ever picked us up was my dad. One day, I was in 3rd grade and my sister was in 1st. We were outside waiting to be picked up. After being outside for only a few minutes, my little sister came over to me and said someone who wasn't our dad was in a car to pick us up. He said both our names and they'd found her first. She said that he'd smiled at her and told her our dad had told him to pick us up that afternoon. But she said she wanted to find me first before she got in the car, since she didn't recognize him. Thank God she did that. Our dad had always told us not to talk to strangers, so I grabbed my teacher and told her what had happened. She got really alarmed look on her face and told us to stay where we were. She told another teacher or something. Our dad arrived to pick us up a few minutes later and we got home safely. We told him about it and we all had a long talk about safety protocol. He asked my sister to describe the man in the car, and he called the police and gave them the best description he could. Although my sister was very young and wasn't very focused on important details like that. A few weeks later, it happened again. This time, he said my name. My dad had given the school the same info he'd given the police, but presumably he had multiple vehicles, because my sister said that he'd been in a red car and this one was black, similar to my dad's. I saw the black car and ran up to it, but luckily, I caught a glimpse of the face before I opened the door and hopped in. He was middle-aged, really pale, with a really angular face. We made eye contact and his mouth was smiling, but his eyes looked really wrong to me, squinty and almost angry. I turned back towards the carpool assistant, who delivered me to the car, to alert her, but by the time I did, the car was gone, and I couldn't give many details. My dad contacted the police again, but without a license plate, they weren't able to do much. The last time I saw him wasn't until months later, near the end of my school year. I was walking home with a big group of kids that lived in my neighborhood. He drove by us and slowed his car down, trying to talk to us. I recognized his face immediately and alerted the other kids to run. Luckily, we were only about 3 houses down from where one of my friends lived. We all piled into her house, concerning her parents significantly, and we explained the situation. I never saw him again after that. My dad started dating my now stepmom, and we moved to her neighborhood and switched schools shortly after. I still think about him occasionally though. His face was actually in my dreams a few nights ago, which reminded me to write down about my experience. To this day, I'm in my 20s now. I don't know how he knew our names and how he knew anything about us, really. Very fucking scary to think about. What would have happened to my tiny little sister if she'd got in the car with that man? What might have happened to me if I had? To my childhood predator, please, please, let's not meet. This happened about 2 years ago, and still scares me when I think about it. First, a little background. My name is Jesse, and I live in the UK, and I'm from a smallish area, nothing fancy. I'm 18, and at the time I was 16, and working at a family friend's pub collecting glasses. I'd work from 7 to 11 at night. I lived about half an hour to 45 minutes away. To get home, I had to walk through a park. Now, this park has 3 entrances and exits, 2 at the top and 1 at the bottom, which led into the town center / main shopping area. The 2 top led to 2 different areas, and one is a skate park and the other is literally right next to a comprehensive school and a big field. This park had a lot of bushes and trees in it, and only a few lights. These lights shut off at around 10:30, and only lights on are the lampposts outside each entrance to the park, which are very dim. Each entrance was a big gate, and they were always open. This is important for later. I had to walk the path that led towards the school since it was the fastest way home. On to the story. I worked at the pub for a year and had stuck to the same routine going home. Not smart, I know. I'd leave around 11, sometimes a few minutes before, sometimes a few minutes after. It took about 10 minutes to get to the park, so I'd be walking through the park at about 11:30, sometimes, or 15 minutes past. Now, the one entrance I had used to get into the park was at the bottom, the one that leads to the shopping area. It had 1 lamppost outside the gate, and that was it. That was the only light, so I could only see about 10 feet into the park, and there was a few branches. No one was ever in the park when I walked through it from work. During the autumn/winter weeks, it was always empty, even the streets were. So you can imagine my shock when I see a man sitting on a bench as I walk through the park gates. Now this was so strange. It's around 45 minutes past 11, almost 12 at night. It's pitch black and freezing, and this dude was just sitting on the bench. I couldn't see him too well at first, but as I got closer, I got a good look at him. He was young, about 20 to 25. Long hair in a ponytail, but not a scruffy one, tied and neat. He had a hoop earring and his nose was pierced. I can't remember his eye color. He was so pale, and his hair was jet black with red tips, which kind of went past his shoulders. He wore all black. He dressed like an emo, to be honest. Looking back now, he kind of reminds me and looks like Dracula from the movie Van Helsing. He was on his phone and looked up at me as I walked towards him, and he just stared at me as I walked past. I gave him a slight nod and a smile and kept walking. He just looked me up and down, smirking, which freaked me out. He didn't say anything, and I managed to get home and didn't think too much of him, and I forgot about it. The next night, I went to work finishing my shift and walked through the park, and again he was there, on his phone wearing all black, hair and a ponytail. He looked up, seen me, and smiled. I smiled back and walked a bit faster past him. Again he said nothing. This happened the next night, but on the fourth night he wasn't there. I walked through the park as usual, but I felt so uneasy. It was pitch black, no light except for the moon, and what do I hear? Footsteps. Quick footsteps behind me, so I turn around and nothing. Absolutely nothing. I wasn't taking any chances, so I ran through the park. And I swear, over the sound of my heart beating fast and my footsteps, I heard twigs snapping and the leaves crunching. After that, I started getting a lift home for about 2 weeks from a friend, and then that friend went on holiday, so I had to start walking home through the park again. First night, which was Monday night, the man wasn't there, but I still felt uneasy, like I was being watched. Second night, he was there, sitting on the bench smiling, looking at me, but this time he spoke. In a very deep voice, he said, "Hey baby, love the tights and the skirt, damn." I was wearing a black skirt and sheer tights, with thick black thigh-high socks and Doc Martens, with a black biker jacket and a thick scarf. I had to wear all black for work. I looked at him awkwardly, smiled, and hurried away. The next few weeks, he'd be in the park and make sexual comments, but always sat on the bench. I'd try and get lifts home when I could, but I'd still have to walk through the park most of the time. Lord, I hated that walk. One night, things escalated. I walked through the park as usual, and again he was sitting there, smiling at me. I did my best to ignore him, as he made comments about my body and what he wanted to do to me. As I walked away, I was out of the light and could only see about 2 to 3 feet in front of me. I must have been about 20 feet away when I heard running behind me. I turned around and bam! Someone runs into me full speed and knocks me to the floor. I feel a heavy weight on me and I instantly feel hair on my face and a hand over my mouth. A familiar deep voice tells me not to fight and that'll be over quickly if I don't fight. It's him and he's on top of me, and his hands start to wander down my tummy and he starts to feel at my skirt. I hear his zipper and he's rambling about how he knows I want this and how he's been waiting to do this for so long. He took his hand off my mouth and that's when I took my chance. I bit him hard, real fucking hard, and he screamed. He sat up off me and I could barely see what he was holding in his hand and cursing at me, so I took the opportunity and pushed him off of me and got up. I started to run and heard him running after me. I ran towards the first gate, the one I usually use to leave, and was shocked and mortified to see that it was locked somehow. I could see it had a lock on it, because the lamppost on the other side shone onto the usually open gate. I was confused, but I could hear him shouting, and I started to run again. I ran towards the other gate and it was closed, but not all the way. There was a small gap, so I squeezed through. This was the skate park. I just managed to squeeze through and he tried to grab me, and I turned and looked at him for a few seconds, catching my breath. He stared at me and then started to try and fit through the gate, so I booked it as fast as I could. I ran towards the skate park path and the skate park was full of bushes. On one side of the path that ran through it and also had a long dark path, which after about 20-minute walk down it leads to the main road, but it's usually completely dead. I ran through the skate park and hid in the bushes, waiting for him since I had to run onto the long path. I'd be visible and he'd be able to see me and chase me, and since no one was around I'd stand no chance. The path that leads to the road had very few lights, but still had enough and he'd see me and be able to find me. I sat in the bush hiding with my hand over my mouth. I sat for a minute when I see him running through the skate park looking for me. He slowed down near the exit path which leads to the long path, and he literally stood there for a minute, sniffing the air. No joke, he was sniffing the air. His hair wasn't in a ponytail anymore. It was all over and he wasn't wearing a coat. He wore a long sleeve shirt, all black.
It was winter, which confused me since it was so damn cold. He looked around and I felt his eyes scan me. Then he kept looking and started walking down the long path. After about 10 minutes, I felt it was safe and ran back towards the park and ran into the park and ran to the gate. I usually go through this to get home and it was still locked, so I climbed over it. I walked towards the school following the path I always used and had a strange urge to look back, and there, at the gate, the man was standing. Just standing watching me. He laughed and said, "I'll catch you one day, baby girl. Mark my words." And he blew me a kiss and walked into the darkness. I have never been so scared in all my life. I booked it home and told my mom about what had happened. She called the police and the council and asked why the fence was locked. The council was just as confused as I had been. They never locked the gate, ever. The police couldn't do much. They put a warning out and that was about it. The creepy thing was, he had to have learned my pattern. He had to have known I used the park every night to get home. It creeps me out to this day knowing I was being watched and could have been assaulted or worse. I still have nightmares from time to time about him and wonder what would have happened to me if I had not gotten away or had seen me in the bushes. I quit working at the pub and I haven't used the park since. So creepy park guy, let's not meet again. This happened back in 2013 when I was 17 years old. I was still pretty small for my age. That summer I had a summer job at a small gas station. It was fun and easy. Sweep the floors, fill the shelves, help customers find what they want, etc. The summer job lasted a month, and I already knew all the employees because I usually went there myself too. Anyway, it was the last week of the job for me. There was only one employee there with me that day. About an hour left before my shift ended, I was cleaning up and sweeping the floors when I saw a white van drive up into the parking lot. The driver of the van came inside and walked straight up to me and said, "There's a guy in the back ride. Are you alone? They don't let a young boy like you be here alone, correct?" My co-employee really was in the back room, so without thinking I answered, "Yeah, he's back there. Want me to call him up there?" He shook his head and left. The next day came, and I was once again cleaning up as the same van drove up to the station and walked in. My co-employee welcomed him inside. Once again he walked to me and said, "When did you start working here? I haven't seen you here before." I told him I had the job here for the summer. He then continued to ask questions such as, when does my shift end? What's my full name? Where do I live? And do I go to a local school? And so on. Thankfully, my co-employee heard all of this and told the guy to buy something or leave. The man bought a few cans of beer and left. My co-employee asked if I knew the guy, and told me that to his ears that sounded a bit weird, considering I'd never seen him. I told him he came yesterday too, and asked if someone was in with me, or if I was alone. He then told me that if the guy still walks in and tries to talk to me, I'd just have to tell him and he'd come confront the guy. Anyway, my summer job ended there, and I haven't seen the guy since. I never think about this, but back then I was pretty creeped out by him. Why would an adult, probably about a 55 to 60-year-old man, come to a kid, ask when does his shift end, what's his full name, where does he live, etc.?
Hey guys, before we start the video, I just want to say thank you so much for all the support. I recently got accepted to YouTube's partner program, and you've probably seen an ad at the beginning of the video. So now you guys are supporting me in more ways than anything. I also have more opportunities to make more content for you guys now that I've got an income coming in from this. So I'm going to try really hard to make some videos for you guys, and I just want to thank you guys so much for everything. This has been an incredible year. Alright, let's get into the stories. I'll set up the background quickly as to not drag out the story. I live in Chillicothe, Ohio. We're a small city just inside the population threshold to be classified a city.
but small enough to have a small town atmosphere. The last few years, though, the city has been growing, and with the growth has come, of course, more and more big city problems. The crime rate has increased, including a good deal of drug and sex trafficking, and we recently got some dark publicity due to some woman who has gone missing. I even went to high school and had a class with one of the missing women who turned up dead. But this story isn't actually about that. I just wanted to spread the word more about two who may still be alive. In Chillicothe, there's a levee running along the river that runs through the middle of town. The bike path on top of the levee is simply called the flood wall, and it's good for joggers, bicyclists, and people walking their dogs. During the day, it's closed after dark, which doesn't stop some people from going for a stroll at night. Most of the path is open, with no cover, and a good view from the surrounding roads and houses, but some parts are really heavily wooded, and one has more secluded portions of the path is actually a few hundred yards from a 24-hour gas station and a busy road. The trees are just so thick that you can't see the path all the way. So earlier this summer, I just got done hanging out and playing video games with friends, and was on my way home, and that's when I decided to stop and get a can of Arizona tea. That was sometime around 10:30 p.m. I parked my car on the edge of the parking lot, and instantly was buried in my phone as I walked in the gas station, replying to texts I'd received while driving. As soon as I entered the store, I looked up and saw a small crowd gathered at the register, staring over my shoulder outside. The cashier was on the phone with 911, telling them a guy had been stabbed. I whipped around, and sure enough, outside there was a guy on the ground with maybe 3 or 4 people gathered around him. He was almost on the opposite side of where I parked, and no one was yelling or running around frantically. But I still felt like a dumbass for not noticing something was happening. I'm not sure exactly why, but I instinctively walked outside to see if anyone needed help, and quickly realized that no one was helping the guy laying there. I've been in EMT basic classes before, although I've never been certified. I knew at the very least to apply pressure until the ambulance got there. I pulled my hoodie off my back and folded it up, and started applying pressure to where it looked like he was bleeding from, on his abdomen. It was only about 3 minutes or so before the police showed up, and they started taking the guy's statement and getting the description of the attacker, while I was still applying pressure. The poor guy was barely talking and kept groaning and growling in pain, so I helped translate for him to the cops, so he didn't have to speak so loud. He had been walking on the flood wall alone, when a guy jumped out and stabbed him 3 times in the gut. He ran and stumbled out of the woods and across the road to the gas station, where 2 other guys heard him call for help, then collapse. They'd been on the flood wall right before him. The attacker probably opted not to jump them since they had outnumbered him. Maybe. Thankfully, the ambulance wasn't far behind the police and soon made it, and I let the real EMTs and medics take over. I looked down and saw my hand smeared with blood and started getting woozy. The adrenaline was wearing off, and now I realized what was going on. I cleaned up and gave my statement, and the other police searched the area. I think the creepiest part of this, for me, was knowing the man was just stabbed. The cop taking his statement was adamant on asking what the attacker wanted. Money, drugs, something. The guy who was stabbed promised the cops that the attacker never said a word, before, during, or after the attack. Personally, I think it was probably still an attempted robbery, but it gives me chills that there was no demand. The attacker just tried to kill the guy, never give him a chance to surrender what he had without being hurt. I know that's much more common in big cities, but this was a big moment for me, and it was the exact moment I stopped feeling safe in my town. We weren't without violent crimes over the years, but major violent crimes were so few and far between, until very recently, that I sort of subconsciously decided it couldn't happen to me or around me. I guess seeing the guy with all the pain and seeing the wounds when the medics cut off his shirt made it all very real for me. There's an article about the stabbing in the Chillicothe Gazette. It mentions my involvement, but not my name, which is perfectly fine with me. I don't want recognition. I just wanted to share the story since it all still bugs me a little bit. I guess it was just a jarring experience to stop for a drink and suddenly be leaned over a stabbing victim. The detective I spoke to later told me that the man who was stabbed was talking in the ambulance, and they were thinking he would be alright. He was taken to Columbus Hospital as a precaution. There isn't any trauma centers at the hospital in town. I searched to try and find an update on him and the story as a whole before I posted here, but I couldn't find anything. The police never followed up with me after that night. I don't think they would, and I don't think they ever caught the attacker either. Just be safe out there, guys. I'm going to keep this shorter than expected. About 30 minutes ago, I was sleeping in my bed because I needed to get up early for tomorrow. It was at least 10 p.m. and I fell asleep. I woke up at 11:20 p.m. to use the restroom. My mom was in the other bathroom shower at the time, also getting ready for bed. I heard footsteps coming from our guest room. I thought it was my mom hopping out of the shower, so I really wasn't worried at the time. After I finished doing my business, this intruder must have heard me flush the toilet. I got back to my room and realized the footsteps weren't my mom. It was a man who was to be in his late 30s in my room. I panicked and I yelled at him. He ran out of my room and ran the way he came in, which was the guest bedroom door. I walked to my room to see if anything was missing. He took my iPad, my phone, and my wallet. I panicked and told my mom. When she was out of the shower, so we called the police. 4 police cars had shown up and they asked if we're okay, and asked us all these questions about did we know this man, or what did he look like. I told them what he looked like from what I saw, and didn't know the man. The police had to go back to the police station to get some equipment to do an investigation. They are on their way back to our house now to do it tonight. Tonight was so terrible and terrifying, I'm still shaken up and I feel like crying. To the man who broke in my house on Easter Eve, let's not meet again. When I was around 11 years old, my parents left me in the care of my grandmother and aunt. I never had any freedom with my parents. Even though I was very young, they didn't let me have any play dates with my friends. When they left, I had some more freedom. A couple years passed when I was around 16 years old. I started talking to this boy. Even though I had a lot more freedom, I wasn't allowed to have a boyfriend. We'll call him Daniel. I met Daniel at a grad party from one of my cousins. He added me on Facebook and we started talking. I gave him my number and we talked from morning to night for about a week. This is because I had to go visit my parents. They lived in a different country and there's no cell phone reception where they live, so I let him know that. He was okay with it and I left for 2 months. When I came back, we started to talk again. I used to have a bad habit of feeling bad for people. Too much empathy. I would always think the best of someone and give them the benefit of the doubt. I had heard many things and just brushed it off, as people spread rumors. To this day, I regret not listening to what those people had to say. Since my grandma was so strict, he snuck into my room through my window a couple of times. He was small enough to fit through it. We only dated for about 2 weeks before I started to notice some red flags. First, I noticed that he was drinking and smoking a lot, to the point where he wouldn't remember anything the next day. Then he started texting and hanging out with this one girl. I told him I didn't like that and he didn't really care. I kind of let it go and someone told him that I had cheated on him with someone. He's not too important, but we'll call him Kevin. These things weren't true. Something snapped in him and he started calling me like crazy and was picking a fight with Kevin. He texted me telling me what had happened and I broke it off with Daniel. I'm a very, very light sleeper. The smallest noise wakes me up. A week later, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of my phone ringing over and over. I had about 12 messages from the girl that Daniel had been hanging out with. She was trying to pick a fight with me. I was really tired and awoke from my slumber, so I responded back. And I understand don't fight fire with fire, but I did. I said some really mean things to her, because she had 1, woken me up, and 2, tried to confront me for things I didn't do. I silenced my phone and went back to sleep. I woke up to so many messages from Daniel asking me why I went out of my way to fight with her. I didn't answer because I was over it. I just left him unread. This angered him. He continued to call and send me messages, so I blocked him. I thought this was the end, but it wasn't. There was a party near my house and he happened to go.
I knew about the party, but I didn't want to go. Not because he would be there, but because I was tired and wanted to sleep. Around 1 a.m., I heard something at the window, and I heard it slide open. I was terrified and saw a dark figure crawl inside. I kept my phone near me at all times, and I'm thankful for that because I immediately turned on my flashlight and saw that it was Daniel. I then remembered that I had forgotten to lock my window that day. I asked him what the hell he was doing, and he told me he needed to talk to me. I tried to remain calm because he was severely intoxicated. In a hushed voice, I told him that he needs to get out because I didn't want to speak with him. I was trying not to wake anyone. I don't know what to do, and he asked if he could just sleep, and I reluctantly agreed. Not because I felt bad, but because he was drunk, and I was afraid of what he would do if he got mad. I pretended to sleep, and he tried to wake me. When I didn't give him any attention, he left, and I locked my window right after. I didn't tell anyone because I was scared that I'd be in trouble. A couple weeks passed, and I didn't hear anything from him. I thought that maybe he had moved on. I was over my aunt's house with my cousins. We were always close and hang out as often as we can. It was around 11 p.m. and I heard my phone ring. I thought it was my grandma calling to make sure I was okay, but it was a random number unknown. I didn't pick up because my cousins and I were playing a game. A couple seconds later, it rings again. It was the same number. I didn't answer. It happened 2 more times before I finally picked up. "Where are you?" I heard the voice say, and I quickly connected it to Daniel's distinct high-pitched voice. I told him, "It's none of your business," and I hung up on him. A few weeks later, I received a message from a random number. He soon told me that it was Daniel. This was the 3rd number he got because I kept blocking him. He told me that he was joining a gang and that he had a gun and a knife. That message terrified me and made my blood run cold. I messaged one of his friends to make sure that someone knew what was going on, and to get him to stop. He was very concerned for my safety and put a quick stop to it. Daniel's 5'2" and about 135 pounds. His friend was 6'1" and 190 pounds, and could easily overpower him. The message just stopped for a while. 6 months passed, and I didn't hear anything from him. One day, my cousins and I decided to go to a carnival near my house. After we stopped by a birthday party that we had been invited to, I walked in saying hi to everyone. I looked up and saw him, which made me extremely uncomfortable. I was only there for about 3 minutes. I only wanted to drop off the gift and leave. The next morning, I went over to my aunt's house again and found out that Daniel had gotten so drunk to the point where he started crying and screaming my name to everyone. My family saw it as an innocent thing, but little did they know what was actually going on. Finally, I decided to tell my aunt about what was going on and tried to file a restraining order against him, but was denied because we didn't have sufficient evidence that he was a danger to me. Something like that. My mom tried to turn it against me and say that it was my fault that he was obsessed with me and threatened me. I found out the reason he had called me that one day asking me where I was. It was because he'd broken into my room and was looking for me. I'm thankful my cousins decided to hang out that day, because who knows what he could have done that day. He tried to pick a fight with my boyfriend and female cousin several times. The police don't help either because they think we don't have sufficient evidence to file a restraining order, even after all these incidents. A couple years passed and the friend that helped me when I was scared of him texted me, just to catch up, and it turns out that Daniel stole his phone to text me. I know this because he told me that he had done that. I couldn't get away from him either because he lived so close to me. I recently found out that he did the same thing to another girl, and she was able to successfully file a restraining order against him. Things have stopped, and I've avoided every event that he's present at. I don't understand why he got so obsessed. We dated for less than 1 month, and didn't do anything significant. So to my crazy ex-boyfriend, let's not meet again. When I was 18, and about 5.5 months pregnant with my daughter, me and my daughter's father were staying with my now father-in-law. Let me set the scene for you. This man has a technically 3-story home in North Carolina. It has 2 actual levels and a third that acts as a basement. My now husband and I spent a lot of time in the basement because his dad kept the house on like 80 at all the time.
And the only place in the house that was relatively cool was the basement. On the basement level there was a den and the laundry room. Both are eerily creepy in a I don't like being down there by myself kind of way. We'd been staying with his dad for about 3.5 weeks at this point, and my husband was downstairs in the basement smoking a blunt. I was down there just chilling, watching a movie. His father calls him and tells him to go upstairs and to help him with the dishes and a few other things. So I'm downstairs alone because honestly, I fucking despise my father-in-law. I'm just chilling watching this movie, and I hear my husband call me from the laundry room. I heard him come down the stairs, and those stairs creak more than anything I've heard in my life. So I thought it was odd. Not to mention I could still hear him upstairs talking to his dad. At first, I thought I was dead-ass tripping, but I kept hearing him call me, so I got up thinking maybe he wasn't upstairs after all. Don't question me. Pregnant mush brain is definitely a thing. I get up off the couch and walk out of the den door and down the hallway to the laundry room. I took the laundry room and it's dark as fuck. So I'm like, I'm just tripping, and as I go to turn to head back to the den, I hear him call my name again. But this time it gives me goosebumps, and all the hair on the body is like standing straight up. I turn on the light to the laundry room and he's sitting at the table. It's not till he turns his face to me that I really realize that it's not my husband. My husband has a face tattoo, and it's on his left side of the face. When the him in the laundry room turned, it was on the right side. The look in his eyes was vacant, and I literally had a moment of, holy fuck, I'm gonna die. I run upstairs. My husband was getting ready to come back downstairs. I told him he has 45 seconds for us to get the fuck out of the house before I lose my shit. He asked what's wrong, and I told him I'd tell him when we'd get out. I told him and he flipped his shit. He had seen the same thing, but with me, 2 days before in the bathroom. Needless to say, we called my sister and dad, and they came to pick us up and we stayed with them. Scariest shit I've ever gone through. I bet it's late, but here it is. When I was younger, I spent the day helping a neighbor rake leaves on his property. He was friendly with my family, so he walked me home to say hi to my parents. We walked into the house and heard my mom upstairs talking. It sounded like she was on the phone and walking around. I called for my dad. No answer. My neighbor says, well, it sounds like your mom's on the phone. I'll catch someone another time. We say goodbye and he leaves. I go upstairs to see my mom, but I can't seem to find her or hear her anymore. I search the house and it's empty. I'm thinking, did she leave the house while I was saying goodbye to the neighbor somehow? I call my dad's cell phone. My mom didn't have one and he picks right up. I asked him where he is and if he knows where mom went. We're at the store. We've been running errands for a couple of hours. Instant goosebumps. My neighbor and I both heard footsteps upstairs in a woman's voice. No idea of who or what it was, but we both heard it. I waited outside until my parents got home. I randomly remembered this when cleaning out some stuff, and found a wristband I'd had from a kid's hospital when I went as a kid. I was born with a cystic fibrosis, so I spent a lot of time in the hospital as a kid. I'm from Sydney, Australia. This had been in 1998, when Mom came to visit me when I was about 8. She took me to the cafe in a wheelchair with my drip pole, and it was pretty crowded. She had just put me aside of the cafe, and I happily waited while she ordered me a milkshake, and she got a coffee. While she was paying, this doctor, he had an ID and all and stethoscope, bent down to my height and said, "Oh hey, are you for sale? What are you doing sitting there?" I explained I'm with my mom and pointed to her, as she was paying. I got an instant creepy vibe from him. I awkwardly smiled at my mom. I started coughing heaps as the antibiotics I was on at the time were pretty heavy, and with cystic fibrosis, you cough a lot. It's not contagious. The doctor kept looking at me and said, "Wow, you are just so beautiful, and so cute," and patted me on the leg. Looking back at this, now I'm 30 years old. I'm thinking, what the fuck? Mom paid and came and got me. She could tell I was looking uncomfortable, and asked me what the doctor said. She said next time she won't leave me near the magazines and will wait for me around with her to the food counter, etc. Safe to say, it kinda scares me now. If that doctor's still around, I hope he isn't up to anything suspicious or disgusting and using authority of his medical degree. Please, creeper doctor from my childhood, let's not meet again. When I was 13, I went back to visit China for the first time. My mom tutored a kid who was about 16 in Mandarin at the time, and he traveled with us. One day we're going back to where we were staying. My mom's friend, who was basically our guide, suggested we ride the subway. On the subway, we were packed like sardines, and I mean it quite literally. It was squished, and there was a little bit of room between me and my friend. I was looking in the subway window reflection, and I see this man right behind me. He had a strange look to him, and I don't remember much, but he was short and stocky, about my height and maybe 50 to 60. The subway ride was rocky, and I felt the man inch closer and closer to me. My friend noticed this, and he tries to get between me and the man, with little success. He's about 5'10 to 5'11, and I'm 5'4, so I'm assuming it wasn't that difficult, but it was hard to move around. My mom's friend then exclaimed that we got on the wrong stop, and I see the man look over at her. We get off, and he's following us. This time when we get on, my friend makes sure to get between me and him, but I can still see him eyeing me. After we got off, my friend states, "That old dude on the subway was looking you up and down." And I was like, "Dude, really?" I don't know what became of the man, so I don't understand why he'd look at me, of all people. But many relatives say I look Western, which tends to be fetishized in China. I was just minding my own damn business today at the dollar store, stoned off my ass looking for some candy. I tend to look down when I'm in public places like stores. Social anxiety. So I didn't really notice the guy at first. But then it was hard not to because he kept pacing up and down the aisles, grabbing packages of cookies and putting them back, acting real shifty and weird. I walked by him and he mumbled something to me about being hungry. I looked up at him and he gave a fake laugh to be polite. He was white and bald with a tattoo on the back of his head. As I walked past him, he said, "Damn girl," and he looked me up and down and smiled. I ignored him and kept looking for the candy I wanted. He tries to strike up a conversation with me by saying, "Yeah, I just got out 3 days ago. I did 25 years. I said, "Oh wow, for what?" He said, matter-of-factly, "Murder," and looked right at me and smiled. I started to panic, a bit internally, but played it off cool. He asked me where I was from and what I was doing there. I told him I'm from Texas and I was visiting my boyfriend. My boyfriend lives in a small town about an hour outside of the big city I live in, so I kept in mind this is a small town, Texas. He says, "Oh, I'm from California. I just got here," and winked at me. I said, "Oh, that's cool," and walked to the register. He didn't even give me 6 feet. He stood so close to me in line I felt the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I said, "Dude, give me 6 feet. I don't know what diseases you're carrying from the pen." And he's like, "What? The coronavirus shit? You really think that's serious?" And I said absolutely and walked out of the store. Luckily, there were 2 employees sitting up front, who I told what was going on. One of them walked me to my car as a cop was passing by. I have never been so relieved to see a cop in my life. And he walked up to us as I was getting in my car and telling her goodbye and bumped a cigarette off of her. I got in my car so quick and locked the doors immediately. He seemed like he was going to try to get in the passenger side. When I locked the doors, he just walked off and started looking around the parking lot. I burned off so quickly. "Mr. Murderer, don't you know that it creeps girls out when you tell them you just did 25 years for killing someone? Let's not meet." So, I work in a liquor store in the sticks, as most people would call it. When I first started working there almost 3 years ago, I kind of figured you'd run into some weird people. Also, I grew up in the city, so I've seen my fair share of creeps, and I feel like it's very easy for me to brush them off. So this guy, Billy, would come in, get a nip of Sambuca and mango zigzag. I pegged him more as a weed smoker than a drinker. He would say things like, "You gotta come smoke with me sometime. I have something at my house I want to show you." Side note, I have worked in customer service for many years, and I'm very friendly in general. I would always respond with, "No thanks, I just want to go home after work," or something along those lines. Never once implied I would ever go to his house, ever. It started getting to the point where he would come in every time he saw the truck I was driving at the time. One time he straight up walked into the back room at work, and I told him, "You cannot be back here, this is for employees only." There were a couple of times he would come in and my coworker would have to lie and say, "Hey, insert boss's name here, is on the phone and needs to talk to you." Only one of my coworkers has ever seen how creepy he was being, so we both decided to tell our assistant manager what was happening, because she was a lot easier to talk to than my actual boss. When we told her, she was like, "Oh, Billy? He's harmless." She apparently had known him for many years, so I thought I was maybe overthinking it and brushed it off. Months had gone by and I just started working morning shifts with my boss. My boss is over 6 feet tall, ex-military. Undercover badass, as I like to put it. My boss out of nowhere one morning said, "Let me ask you a question." Here I thought I was in trouble for something and continues with, "How often does Billy come in and bother you?" I told him at least once or twice a week, which leads me to the next story. So my boss prior to this had invited me to go to a wine tasting. We agreed to meet at the store and leave the truck there, so if I had to drink too much, I wouldn't be driving. It was my first tasting, and I got drunk. Anyways, while we were at the wine tasting, Billy had seen my truck and came into the store looking for me. My coworkers told him that I was not there and went with my boss to a tasting. He leaves, comes back 2 more times after that, circling the store looking for me. It was all on camera too. He went up to my coworker the 3rd time and he said, "I know you're lying to me. Where is she?" I'm very glad that I was too intoxicated to drive, and my boss dropped me off at my house, because I don't know how I would have reacted to Billy waiting around the store for me. After hearing all this information, I was extremely uncomfortable with all of this. I told my boss everything, and he told me Billy is temporarily banned from the store, till he talks to him face to face. 2 weeks later, Billy comes in to talk to my boss, and he pretty much says to Billy that if he continues to creep on me, trying to get me to come to his house or even so much as make eye contact with me, that he will permanently ban him from the store. After that, he stopped creeping on me. If he came into the store, he wouldn't even make eye contact. So time went by, no creepy Billy. Also, I worked days at this point, and Billy would come in after I was long gone. One day at work, I was in my own world working, and I hear someone run up behind me. I turn around and see it was Billy. He's like, "What's wrong?" I said hi. "You didn't say anything, are you mad at me?" I didn't even see him or hear him say hi, so I just said, "I'm busy in my own world over here." I can't remember what he said, but it was nothing creepy. So he walked away and I continued to work. Last thing that happened to me, I was leaving work after my morning shift. I needed gas, so I drove to the gas station after work. On my way there, a truck is in front of me. The truck pulls over and lets me pass while waving, so I'm thinking, who the fuck is this waving? Sure enough, it was Billy. His truck up behind my car and my heart started pounding. I reached for my pepper spray. He pulls into the fucking gas station as well. Oh great, I thought. I held the pepper spray the whole time as I was getting gas. I see Billy get out of his truck and go into the store. So I thought, okay, maybe I'm overthinking this, considering he didn't walk up to me. Oh wait, here comes Billy, walking out of the store and up to me as I'm pumping gas. He's like, "Oh, I thought you were a friend of mine." "Oh, but I know you."
Then he had a stupid grin on his face. I kept my sentence short. Yep, just getting gas. And then he asked me a fucking again. Want to come smoke with me? I definitely had a bitch tone when I said, no, I don't want to smoke with you. I'm going home. So he finally leaves. I told my boyfriend, who insists I get a restraining order. But I told him if there is one more situation, I will consider it. I told my assistant manager, just be on the safe side. Only reason I didn't tell my boss because, like I said to the AM, I don't want the guy banned. Just to stop being a creep towards me. Currently nothing else has happened, and these stories are all over the course of almost 3 years. Maybe he's just a lonely guy and wants someone to smoke weed with. Or maybe he really is a creep. I'll update if anything else happens, but Billy, I don't want to smoke weed with you. Let's stop meeting. Just some background. I grew up, well, not a big city compared to many others. The biggest city in my state. It has a rather well-earned reputation for violence and crime. I happen to just live on the border of one of the toughest areas in the city. I lived in a trailer park, in the trailer closest to the bar that was right next door. This bar had a bad reputation and was repeatedly shut down after noise and violence disruptions, and always allowed to reopen, as long as they changed the venue's name. Still very unclear on the logic of that rule. So, I was no stranger to run-ins, and due to unsavory types appearing seemingly out of nowhere, and many neighbors I'd been warned to avoid. It was just the way it was, and from a young age I just assumed that's how life worked. People are dangerous, stay away. However, the position of our trailer had a fence on one side that separated us and the bar, and therefore was always held in suspicion due to many other stories, and one other trailer which for a long time was owned by people who were never home. Abandoned, or for a brief time a single mom and her 2 daughters, who were both younger than me. During those years it felt like a cushion against anything threatening. After the single mom and her kids were evicted though, that's when creepy neighbor dude moved in, and life changed. It was my freshman year of high school, so I was around 13 or 14 years old. My home life was not exactly leave it to beaver material, to say the least. But due to a mix of never knowing anything different and good old-fashioned naive on my part, I was only just beginning to realize it wasn't the norm for other people. I was sad to lose the girls as neighbors because even though they were younger, they were my only friends in the park after some probably highly illegal evictions my crazy old landlady had done a few years previous. Then this man moves in. He was the only one who technically lived there, but was often in a group of men in his yard for the first year or so. They were old enough for my adolescent brain to deem old, but younger than my parents, so probably a mix of late 20s to mid 30s, and their drunken revelry was almost comparable to the bar patrons on the other side, at times. Things were awkward from the day he moved in. Unfortunately, the first awkwardness was due to my stepfather being a terrible human being. He was racist, and proud and amused by his racist views. Our new neighbor was black, so within 2 weeks, a 6-foot fence was built between the length of our trailers, because he didn't want the new neighbor on the 1-foot wide strip of our property that had never mattered before. And, of course, he took great joy in saying insulting, horrible things as he and I, you don't argue with my stepdad, built it. However, our new neighbor made no complaint about his words or the absurd fence. He was polite and waved whenever any of us would get home. This made me feel incredibly guilty, embarrassed, and indebted to the stranger for not only responding to my stepfather's hate, in kind of relaying us with kindness. Unfortunately, that reaction helped set up a dangerous situation. One thing that started even before the fence was finished was that he and his group of friends would always move closer to the front of his trailer if they saw me leave to check the mail alone. Our mailbox was a community box in the middle of the park, and checking it was one of my chores. I would leave to the mailbox and
They'd either be inside on the porch or in the yard. Inevitably, I'd come back to them congregating in the front/driveway area. He would say hello, and his friends would just stare and laugh. I've always been afraid of strangers and, well, just people in general. It was a long-running joke in my family how frightened and uncomfortable I would get. They all knew I would grow out of it and think it was too funny. I haven't, and I don't. And my gut has saved me and protected me more times than I can count. So, I'm no longer ashamed of my wariness. I would mumble, hello, try to smile, and wave. But I'm sure I looked spooked because that was my natural state. I was sure they were laughing because I looked scared, but as time passed, I felt more comfortable saying hello and waving. They'd all still laugh, which made me uncomfortable all over again. Were they laughing at me, my voice, my smile, my wave? Did I walk funny? More than anything, I just wished they'd ignore me. Then one day as I walked to the mailbox, he ran up and walked with me. And that became the daily norm. He'd come join me and ask normal questions about my day, school, etc. As we walked, I didn't like it. It was more like my normal anxiety. I just heard alarms going off every time he was near. But I didn't trust myself back then and had been told so many times how stupid I was for being afraid, that I kept berating myself for being paranoid about this nice man who'd never done anything wrong. Also, of note, only because it was the only weird thing I could put into words at the time. He never once checked his mail during these trips. If he had, it would have given me a fraction of comfort. If he had just needed to check his mail too, then it wasn't weird that he came to the mailbox with me. One particular afternoon, the dialogue started to change on these trips. We were at the mailbox and he said, "Hey, don't tell your dad. I said this, but you've got great legs," while looking me up and down. I didn't understand why at the time, but I wanted to cry and I wanted to shower. I just knew he shouldn't have said that. I stopped checking the mail for 3 weeks after that. It took that long for my parents to notice that I probably wasn't being truthful when I said there wasn't anything in our mailbox. My mom was yelling at me for being too damn lazy to walk to the mailbox and finally told her that I wasn't lazy. I was scared of the neighbor. I explained that he'd been going to the mailbox with me and what he had said. She thought it was absolutely hilarious. Stupid, shy me was being scared over nothing again. She brought it up at dinner and insisted I tell my stepfather. I halfway thought maybe that he'd get it. After all, the neighbors said not to tell him, so he must know why it wasn't okay. He was quiet for a moment and then said, "Well, you do have nice legs, so what?" So I was ashamed because obviously it was nothing, and I needed to get a grip. I started checking the mail again and the neighbor didn't join me anymore, which made me feel guilty because I was afraid I'd hurt his feelings. But he also no longer was hanging out with a group of friends all the time. For a while he was rarely home, but when he was home he was always alone. Fast forward a few months or so, and I started seeing him randomly whenever I was home alone or checking the mail. He'd always wave and smile, enforcing that feeling of shame or overreacting. But then one evening while showering, my mother banged on the door yelling I was steaming up the bathroom, and it was going to make the carpet mold. So, as I'd done many times before, I turned the crack open in the little window in the shower to let the steam out. The window was pretty much exactly forehead level at the top, but only 4 to 5 inches tall, and ran the length of the shower wall. I'd been opening it for a while, showering almost every day since I was 5 or 6. You couldn't see the person in the shower except for their head. And even though you'd have to be looking to even notice, I cracked it open. But I heard a sound, so I looked out. I immediately made eye contact with creepy neighbor dude. I instantly looked away because I felt like I was being rude by looking out of the window. I kind of crouched to hide my head and tried to continue with my shower, but I felt exposed and uncomfortable. So, a couple of minutes later, peeked out the window again and reassured myself that it was just an uncomfortable coincidence. He was still there, leaning on his porch railing, and smiled slowly when we made eye contact again. I closed the window and quickly finished. I lectured myself endlessly that it was all just coincidence, and that I was just being stupid again. But after it happened 3 different times, I just started taking fast and cold showers so I didn't have to open the window. Shortly after the unpleasant shower event started, he started waiting outside for me when I get home from school. I would walk home from the bus stop and he just happened to be in front of the trailer. At first it was just every now and then, but then became daily. He would walk out into my path and block me from my front gate. He'd make small talk, as he'd done countless times during the walks to the mailbox. I'd answer as politely as I could, while also insisting that I needed to get inside to take care of my dogs since they'd been inside all day while my parents were at work, and I was at school. Around that time, a girl about a year younger than me moved into the park at the far end. She was nice, and we had class together, but we didn't really talk. That is, until one day, when we got off the bus and she told me to hold on. She asked if I wanted her to walk with me. I was surprised and confused by the offer, but excited that maybe he'd leave me alone if I wasn't alone. I accepted her offer and she asked me if I knew that creepy guy that lived next door to me. I was so relieved that someone else thought he was creepy. I wanted to cry and smile at the same time. She said that the week before she had stopped at the landlord's trailer to ask a question, and when she left she saw me walking to my door and him just standing there watching. Then when he saw her, he started walking with her and trying to talk with her, and told her that she had beautiful hair. She told him to fuck off and ran the rest of the way home. She and I developed a system where she would walk with me to my driveway. Then I'd stand on my porch and watch her walk until she turned the corner, where I, and therefore he, could no longer see her. He stopped waiting for us after school. A few weeks went by with nothing weird. It was fall, and when I left the bus stop in the mornings, it was dark now, and my new friend only rode the bus in the afternoon. One morning he saw me leave for the bus stop and called after me to have a good day. From that point on, he'd always been there, and when I would leave the house. Both my parents worked early shifts, so I was alone from around 5:30 a.m. It was obvious because their vehicles were gone. At first he'd pretend to happen to have something to do outside at that exact time and act surprised to see me. Then he started just sitting out the front of his house waiting. Halloween came and I wore a costume to school. I was 15, and like most costumes you can buy at Party City or Walmart in a bag, it was admittedly a bit revealing. Nothing crazy. I was like Midnight Spider Witch, or some other such nonsense long-sleeve dress that went down to my ankles, but was much more form-fitting than anything I'd ever worn normally. A little low-cut, and had a slit up the slide that went higher than one might want. I waited and watched that one tiny shower window, and didn't leave at normal time. I saw him go inside his house and made a break for it. He caught up before I was even completely past his driveway. He was grinning and leering and made some comments about how I was sure growing up nice and warned me to be careful about boys. I ran for the bus, calling over my shoulder that I needed to hurry or I'd miss the bus. After that, he'd start waiting for me in my driveway and my gate in the mornings. I would get completely ready for school, then peek out of my window to see if he was there. And he almost always was. He'd pace back and forth, whistling poorly. To this day, I absolutely hate when people cannot whistle a tune whistle. And even if they can whistle a tune, it drives me crazy. Some mornings I went out and faced him, but he started touching my shoulder or putting his hand on the small of my back. So soon, I just started ditching school to avoid him. I'd call my mom at work and say I missed the bus or the bus came early. One of my friends was learning how to drive, and every once in a while he would pick me up to make sure I went to school. My neighbor would retreat to his own driveway and glare at us while I got in the car and we drove away. One day after I had almost missed a week of school, he was in the driveway with about 3 other guys waiting for me when I came back from checking the mail. He called my name, and as I went to walk past him, and I waved but kept walking, he intercepted me and said, "Wait, I have a gift for you since you've been home sick. I made it for you." He proceeded to hand me a door hanger thing. Best I figure it was meant to be a hanger on the doorknob. Anyway, it was made of beads and had my name, and the colors were the exact color scheme of my bedroom. I was beyond freaked out. First of all, until this day he never once said my name, and I had felt oddly comfortable in believing that he didn't know it. Second of all, he had never been inside my home, not even for a second that I was aware of, and I knew my racist stepfather wouldn't have allowed him in, and my mother was too afraid of my stepfather to allow him in. My bedroom was at the front of the trailer, and had 2 big windows, but my scaredy cat self was too cautious of who or what may peek inside to ever open my blinds or curtains, even for a few minutes. My room was mauve, mint green, and ivory for goodness sakes. Not exactly an easy guess combination. Also, don't judge me, I definitely didn't choose the decor. I said something that resembled thank you and made my way inside, while he and his friends watched me go and laughed. I took it with me to school the next day and broke down crying to my friends. They all thought it was weird, of course, but since he had never hurt me, some thought I was being too paranoid, and he was just a nice but strange guy. Some of them agreed that it all felt wrong, and like it was building to something bad. My friend who would sometimes give me rides was really worried, because how angry the neighbor always acted when I got the rides. In fact, that friend picked me up and brought me home for the rest of the school year. I did my best just to never go outside my home alone from that point on. A few months later, I got a job and dropped out and got my GED, and started just not being home period as much as possible. Had a few uncomfortable run-ins where he'd say weird things like, "You've got a good figure. Just what men want. Be careful not to lose that figure." But once I had help from friends, it was easy to avoid him. Plot twist. About 3 years after the gift incident, life had changed in a gazillion ways. Not the least of which was that the FBI arrested my stepfather, and he went to federal prison. Life is full of stories, so my mother found herself living in the trailer alone, as I had moved out before that. On the phone one night, she asked, "What do you think of Bobby?" To which I responded, "I don't know Bobby." Annoyed, she prompted, "He lived next door for years. Your dad hated him, you remember." I laughed and said, "Oh, you mean creepy neighbor dude? I think he's creepy, obviously." Cue awkward silence, and then her saying, "Oh, well, he kissed me today. I think I like him." Cue shocked and dismayed silence, followed by me reminding her about the leg comment, and the few other times in 5 years that I tried to tell her that he made me feel uncomfortable. Her response, "Oh, you're just always scared of everyone. You probably just had a crush on him and didn't realize it." Spoiler, it didn't work out between them romantically, but he did try to become a squatter in her trailer and had to be forcibly removed. So, creepy neighbor dude, please, let's not meet ever again. When I was 19, I moved out of my hometown to study in college, in a city. During my first month there, life was absolutely good. I lived in a dormitory among other male students. Since we were all separated from the girls due to several privacy issues, our class had many activities and studies to deal with during the first month, so it was hard for me to have some time to talk with my parents or relax. I also felt stressed and pressured at first, but I soon realized I will become more responsible with dealing with multitask from our teachers. The campus also housed some students with strange and weird personalities. I could tell that I had several encounters with odd students. Some encounters are funny, but some were also sketchy. But I also accepted the fact that all of us in the campus had different personalities, that some can hide and some cannot. I made a lot of friends during my first year. One of them was Terry, who became my best friend during most of the college years. Bullying is not an issue in the campus since the system was very good. I also started to actively participate on school clubs and extracurricular activities in the campus. a thing that would make me more socialized. When going back to my hometown and enjoying my time with my family, it only happens fully on summer. However, on spring break or holidays like Christmas break, we usually spend our time on completing complex projects and presentations. On weekends, we are not separate from the jaws of assignments, so we usually spend weekends typing on laptop and researching rather than relaxing and having time with our families. During my second year of college, I met this girl named Laura, who has recently transferred to the university. I met her when Terry and I went to the girls' dormitory, as he talked with his girlfriend Christine. By that time, Laura happened to be Christine's roommate, and they were both friends as well. During our stay there, Laura began asking me various questions like, "Do you have a girlfriend?" She also stated how she would like to date with a boy like me. Actually, for me, that doesn't make sense at first. My main focus was my studies. I also claimed that she was only kidding that time, so I just continued to answer her question as simple as I could without making a sign that I'm interested on her. I didn't experience having a girlfriend for my entire life, and I think of having one if I ever graduated on college. After that, I became a topic of Laura's friends. She apparently told her friends about me, and yes, it became a hot topic, not just on them, but on Laura's acquaintances as well. Meanwhile, Terry and I decided to keep it private. We decided to just tell it on a few trusted friends. However, as time goes by, Laura begins texting me, and I admit at first it was hard to talk with her, since I'm busy on my studies and I don't have any interest on relationships at all. But I lately realized that I shall grab the opportunity, as Terry told me that Laura is really serious on flirting with me. So I made a big decision. I decided to text her back. We started texting each other, and then we began meeting in person. Then I ended up dating her officially. I entered a relationship, she became my girlfriend, and we both admitted that we were in love with each other. We both started dating and she introduced me to her friends. I was able to get along with them as time passed by. I started to know more about her. However, she also started to become overprotective on our relationship, and she also started to become annoying whenever I failed to meet her on time. At first I knew it was nothing, since I knew that girls like her wanted a good relationship. I also decided to talk about my time on my studies, and she was able to understand my time there. Our relationship continued on the course of the college years, without any conflict, only short arguments. But it started to become sour during our final year of college. She changed a lot during the final year. She's very paranoid to the extreme, doubtful and envious. She would also start arguments even inside the campus. It would turn to a scene which is embarrassing for me. So one time I decided to become distant to her and focus more on my studies. However, one night while I was studying, I heard a knock on my door, so I decided to open it up. My roommate was already asleep, so it must be Terry, and I opened it. However, I was wrong. It was Laura standing straight on the doorway. She had that frustrated look on her face while looking towards me. She began asking while I started to distance away from her. I explained everything to her, and that was it. She angrily left my dormitory without any words. I can't even tell if she had listened to my words. One time when I was heading to my room, after the end of our last subject, I saw her inside when I entered. She was vandalizing the room, and to make matters worse, she had been writing something in big letters that said, "You are going to pay for this," on the walls. The sign is written in red, and the letters almost looked to be drawn in blood, and that creeped me out a bit. I immediately took her outside to confront her, but she started to make a scene. It only stopped when the school authorities intervened. Afterwards, I explained everything to them, and it became sufficient evidence for Laura to be suspended for a week. My roommate and I were relocated to another room in the dormitory, since our previous room was cleaned up. However, the cleaners found broken glass under my bed while cleaning. Now I knew that she was off to no good with her intentions. After that, Laura started messaging me on my phone. The messages ranged from deep explanation to profanities. She even started threatening me, which is creepy and far disturbing for me, so I had enough and decided to block her number. But it doesn't end there. This incident really changed my perspective on Laura, but I'm thankful that I saw her true colors that shined very bad. After her suspension ended, I decided to break up with her. She didn't say any words at all, but her face looked frustrated, and she didn't show up for several days. I did apologize to her when I decided to break up with her, but I also feel sorry for her since I felt that she might be depressed. But days passed and I saw her in the campus. She continued to attend class, however, I did not see her being accompanied by her friends. That made me think that our breakup was also a big impact on her friendship with her friends. However, I didn't expect that she would also use social media to pour her anger on me. One time while I was surfing Facebook, I saw a post from Laura that shows my pictures. The post captioned had profanity, so I had enough. I reported the post and blocked her on Facebook. I already had enough of her immaturity and malevolent nature, so I did just the right thing. After our breakup, I gained the courage to talk to Terry and my friends. I decided to reconcile with them. Our relationship as brothers started to deteriorate when I started dating Laura, so I apologized to them. They accepted my apology and welcomed me back to the squad. One time I decided to ask Christine about Laura. She said that she didn't really move on and it made things worse. That's the reason why she requested another roommate to replace Laura. According to Christine, Laura's obsession of me caused her to be imprisoned on my quagmire. So to be simple, she never freed herself from her own misery or woe. She changed a lot after the breakup. She would cry for the longest time and sometimes would swear uncontrollably inside of the room. Laura also started to show her darker side to them. She would get into fights with other students. She would even make threats. She also started to talk about dark and creepy stuff, which scared her friends shitless. Scratch marks also appeared on her arms, which made her friends skeptical that she was going to kill herself anytime. So they confronted her and it didn't help, since she had also become violent. She started throwing her objects violently, and she would even physically harass Christine and her friends. This caused them to distance away from Laura. That shocked me a lot. I expected that she will realize her wrongdoings and change for the best, but I was wrong. She changed for the worst. Afterwards, I didn't hear much about Laura. She didn't even try to talk to me. In fact, she was always alone. She also didn't apologize to her friends, and it looked like she doesn't have any interest on having friends anymore. Months passed by, and I finally graduated. I was able to erase those bad memories on my mind and move on. After graduation, I decided to go back to my hometown, where I would start my new life. Most of my friends who lived in the city want to enjoy their life and partying, while others want to be on vacation. My other friends who lived outside the city, meanwhile, returned back to their hometowns, where they celebrate their achievements with their family. Christine moved in with Terry. They both lived in one roof in the suburbs near the city. I stayed in contact with my friends, however, I didn't receive any news about Laura. I expect her to change and finally move on. Meanwhile, I found a stable job in my hometown, and I easily got promoted due to my skills. I bought a new house far away from my parents, and I moved there to start my new independent life. I really expected that my life would be peaceful now. Laura's past actions was not a big concern for me now. I already planned on facing the future and not even revisiting the past, and so I did. However, my expectations for a peaceful life was wrong. That doesn't end there. One evening after a long stressful day at work, I was driving back to my home when I received a call from an unknown number. When I picked it up, there was just breathing sound on the other end, so I hung up since I knew it was just a prank caller. However, when I was already in home, the number wouldn't stop calling, only for me to hear the same breathing sound on the other end. I then blocked the number and went to sleep. That morning I saw something in the mailbox outside my house. The mail contains this word, "I don't forgive, and I don't forget," written in red. That reminded me of what Laura wrote on the walls of our room, but I threw it in the garbage since I knew it was just a prank from some kids. One afternoon, since my shift had already ended, when I got home, I saw another mail in the mailbox. But this time it said, "You can't run, you can't hide, and you can't escape." Written in red again. I decided to ask my neighbor about the mail on my mailbox, and he said that he had seen a car go by hours ago, pulling over to the side of the road, directly in front of my house, and then he saw a girl went out and inserted the mail into my mailbox. That's when my heart dropped. I knew it was Laura, but how could she have known where I lived? My mind is full of questions until I received a call from a random number. I picked it up and I heard a familiar voice saying, "Go outside, I have a gift for you." That's when I was shocked. It was Laura telling me to go out, but how could she have possibly traced where I lived? That's my biggest question by this time. I made a deep breath and burst out of my house yelling for her to show up, but I was greeted by an eerie silence outside my house. There were no cars in the streets by that time, but that's when I heard a glass shattering behind me. I looked and saw my front window shattered by something. I was very angry at that point, and I was ready to confront Laura without knowing the dangers behind, as I didn't see anything. I decided to check my window, but as I turned back to go inside my house, a pile of rocks began to rain on me. It was coming from the woods. It was non-stop and I got seriously hurt, so I dashed towards my front door and slammed it shut. I then saw a rock on the floor. It had a sign saying, "You made the wrong choice." I've had enough, and I called the police and explained the whole situation to them. By that time, it was still raining rocks outside. It didn't take long for the police to arrive. By that time, I saw them storming through the woods, since my house was the very last on the block, and the place is very woody. As minutes passed by, the officers knocked on my door. I immediately opened it, and they told me that the rocks were coming from a catapult in the woods. It suddenly turned off when they dashed through the woods, and when they arrived, there was no one operating it. I gave the rock with a sign to it to the officers, so they can turn it in as evidence. After that, they told me to call them if something happens again, and then left. The next few days, nothing happened until one Friday night. While I was watching TV, I heard a hard thud coming from my front door. It sounded like a rock, so I decided to open the door to see for myself, and another rock with a sign on it said, "I can see you." That creeped me out, and when I looked on the street, there was a white SUV, parked directly on the other side of the street parallel to my house. I decided to confront whoever was there, but when I looked inside the SUV, it was blurred, so I couldn't make out if there was someone in there, or if it was Laura or just another person. I decided to go back inside and close the door. As I felt sleepy, I decided to turn off everything. I went upstairs to my bedroom and I fell asleep shortly. I woke up by 2:15 a.m. in the morning. Strangely, the power was gone, so my aircon is turned off, and it was hot. So I went to find out if there was a blackout, but there isn't any as my neighbor's light downstairs were on. Now there must be someone who turned off the power switch. That is my basement. When I went out, it was very dark at all corners by that time, so I fetched my flashlight in my room and used it. As I went downstairs, I saw that both front door and back door were closed, so I went to the basement. My basement had a door outside, however, and it has no lock, so someone could have broken in and turned the power off. It must be an intruder, my first thought, but I also knew that it was Laura, since I already knew that she was behind all those mails and phone calls, and even the catapult with the rocks. As I went down to the basement, I switched the power on, and all the electricity in the house went back on, but the light also in the basement opened for me, and I see someone hiding behind the boxes. When I saw who that guy was, my heart dropped. It was Laura. She was wearing a white dress, and her face is unrecognizable, since it had bruises all over. Her skin was pale white, and she was like the girl on the ring. She's not that Laura that I met in college, but she was something worse. My heart started racing, and she smiled and asked in a persuading voice, "I wanted to be with you again. Can we?" I then aggressively yelled, "No, get the fuck out of here, or I'm gonna call the cops." She stood and started walking towards me. while also looking into my soul, and then pulled something out of her back. It was a gun, and she tossed one box on the floor, only for me to see her deranged obsession on me. It was all pictures of me in college scattered on the ground. She said that she intentionally brought all of these along with her in my basement. She also admitted to breaking into my room several times while I was in college. She then took one picture, and it was a picture of me sleeping on my room in the dormitory. She showed it to me and said in a kidding voice, "You're such a handsome guy, but you wasted such a beautiful diamond like me, so I'm going to make sure that your life is going to be wasted too." She then teared my picture into pieces and aims the gun at me. I easily evaded it as she fired one shot that could have surely woke up my neighborhood. I then dashed upstairs and tried to lock the basement door, only to fail as she fired another shot at the door. It almost hit me, so I left it wide open as I quickly dashed upstairs. Back to my bedroom, I locked the door and hid in the closet. At first, I heard her footsteps going room to room, until it stopped by my door. She tried to open the door, but it was locked, so she began pounding and yelling in a frantic voice for me to open the door. Then there was a brief silence until she used enough force to break the door down. She began searching the whole room with her gun still drawn. Luckily, she passed my closet. She looked at my bed, and since the closet was behind her, I picked up my baseball bat and took a deep breath. I then slightly went out of the closet. She was staring at the bed, and I hit her in the back as hard as I could. And I eventually did, and she was knocked unconscious. I picked up her gun and called the police. I tied her to the chair so she couldn't escape. The police arrived shortly and they arrested Laura. She began to lose her mind while in handcuffs. She began swearing at me, and then she tried to attack me, only to be tackled by the police officers. After that, I pressed charges against her. However, she declared mentally insane due to her behavior in the courtroom. This led her to be sent to a mental asylum instead. It was not a major concern for me anymore since the asylum had strong security, so it would be hard for her to escape if she had tried. She apparently had a mental disorder that encompassed extreme obsession, which is dangerous when left uncontrolled, as she went into a psychiatric therapy during the course of her trial to determine if she was mentally insane or not. My family and friends knew the incident. I recount one time when I met with Terry and Christine in a bar. They told me that Laura had been missing for 12 days after the graduation. Her older brother began contacting her friends, including them. One student did get contacted by her brother and said that she had been last seen in a bar, drinking, and this concerned her brother very much, so he coordinated with the police to find his sister, only to fail. However, one fateful morning, she returned home crying. She apparently walked kilometers to reach her home, and she slept on the streets for days. The reason, her wallet was stolen in the bar, and she was drunk by that time. She arrived home penniless. Months passed and her brother began witnessing strange behavior, so he urged her to consult a psychiatrist, but she refused, and her brother still forced her to do so. She then left suddenly one early morning without any mail. Her brother was a member of the National Guard, so he owned a gun, but she had stole it early that morning. Also, she had left. After that, her brother began doing things to find her, but all of them failed. He gave up after that, and the last time he would ever see her was in the courtroom. I lately knew that I gave some piece of information on Laura while we were still dating. The name of my hometown and my phone number were also just some of my personal informations that I'd given to her. These were just informations that she probably remembered and had written down to trace me. Afterwards, I moved out of that house and decided to live near my parents' house to be more close to them. I haven't heard from Laura ever since until now. Besides, I don't want anything to do with her ever again. It's very far disturbing on what a person can do just because of obsession. I've told a few of my stories from here before. I have a worrying amount of them. Anyway, I've had this one story which I've been debating whether I should share or not. but I feel that enough time has passed that I can share it. Anyway, this happened back when I was in school, 2014 or 15, as far as I can remember. But to give a little bit of backstory, I need to go back to about 2010. So in 2010, I started secondary school. I'm from the UK, by the way. And needless to say, things didn't exactly get off to the best start. I had a lot of issues back then. I was usually shy and quiet for some reasons I don't fully understand, and I was going to anger management. So I quickly managed to gain a reputation as one of the weird kids and was bullied constantly. But I wasn't the only one. There was this other kid, George. He was a lot like myself, or so people seemed to think, but he was complete psycho, or something along those lines. Anyways, after only a few months of school, George and I got into a fight. I thought he was trying to steal from me, which ultimately turned out to be a misunderstanding. But long story short, we fought for a while before we were broken up. Now, you may not think much of a fight like that, but it triggered a years-long rivalry between the two of us. As time passed and the bullying continued for both of us, we both became increasingly angry and violent, in his case, crazy. Over the years, we both got into a lot of fights with others, and he randomly attacked people on a few occasions, including strangling someone with the strap of their own bag and stabbing someone in the leg with a compass. But the worst thing happened between us. Every time we clashed, things became increasingly violent, with us both coming out bloody on a number of occasions, and I'm pretty sure he straight up tried to kill me on a few occasions. This all came to a head with one last brutal fight. I can't remember exactly how it started, and most of what happened is just a blur, but there are some things I can't forget. I remember George trying to cut my throat with a ruler, which he had spent ages sharpening, turning the edge of it into a blade. I remember him stabbing me in the face with a pen, missing my eye by less than an inch and drawing blood. I remember him throwing a chair at me, which I managed to catch, dislocating my thumb in the process. And I remember ending the fight by hitting him over the head with a chair, which I think is probably the closest I've ever come to killing someone. In the end, I think the two of us came to a realization then that we had to stop fighting before we killed each other. We actually became somewhat friendly after a while, taking pretty regular and forming a kind and united front, talking pretty regularly and forming a kind of united front against the people who bullied us, which was how things were between us when this incident took place. So on this particular day in either 2014 or 15, George and I were standing next to each other outside of a classroom with the rest of the class. We were waiting for the teacher to turn up, as we weren't meant to go in the room without them. Anyway, we're waiting there, something happened which I don't think I'll ever forget. George opened his backpack and gestured for me to look inside. I looked inside and saw 2 knives and a hammer. That was a bad sign. But then things took a much darker turn. George quietly explained to me what he had intended to do. Not wanting anyone to hear, he was also planning to use a knife and hammer on the people in our class once we were in the room, as revenge for years of them bullying him. I could tell he was deadly serious about it. He wasn't just angry. He was deranged. Now, I hated these people almost as much as he did, but I can't say I wanted them dead at times. But I couldn't let him go through with it. And since it was obvious that I was the only person he seemed to trust and the only one who knew about his plans, I had to try to talk him out of it. There was nobody around, and I couldn't really tell the people around us wouldn't have taken me seriously if I warned them. And I could have made things a whole lot worse if I exposed his plans and forced him into the act quickly. I don't remember what I said exactly, just that it wasn't worth throwing his life away for it. Now, I don't know if I managed to change his mind or if he just had a change of heart, but he agreed that it wasn't worth it. Of course, I wasn't just going to take his word for it. So as soon as our teacher turned up, I told them about it. I don't really know what the school did after that. I don't know if he managed to convince them that he had been joking or what. But he continued coming to school, and the whole incident seemed to be buried and forgotten about by the school. I'd like to think that the school was taking action over something like this. But you can't always rely on them to be as responsible as they should be. My school, in particular, was never good at taking action when they needed to. They should have noticed the warning signs with George, done more to stop bullying that drove him to that point, but they never did. I'm not claiming to have saved the day here or averted a tragedy, but I sure as hell did more than the school. This encounter happened on Halloween 2018. My friend and I spent the night bar hopping in a city that is about 25 minutes from our small town. We decided to Uber there because we wanted to get super drunk. Strangely enough, I could not get drunk, so I was pretty sober the whole night. Anyway, when we decided to head home, we requested an Uber. Uber arrives, and 5 minutes in, things get weird. The driver started asking us about our night, and then randomly said something about a bomb. He was like, tick, tick, boom. I was like, what the fuck is going on? My friend was in a back seat and not paying attention at all because she was drunk, so I had to deal with the man. Anyway, right before entering the freeway, the driver says something like, I could kill you if I really wanted to. I immediately started freaking out, but we're on our way in the freeway already and I couldn't do anything. I just laughed it off because I wasn't sure if he was joking or not. But I know that still wasn't okay for him to say. On the freeway, I noticed that this guy was falling asleep and driving slow. 55 miles an hour on a 65 mile per hour freeway, so I was on edge of my seat. I did not want to startle my friend, so I kept my cool. Eventually, the driver dropped my friend off first, and she gave him a tip for whatever stupid reason. Right before pulling out of her driveway, the driver asked me if she's my friend. I said yes. He then proceeds to say something like, "You're lucky to have her as a friend." I was like, thanks. He then drove me home and started acting kind of normal. He asked me about the area, and I was just trying to be friendly. When we pull up at my house, he proceeds to ask me to draw a map of Orange County, California. I was so confused, but I drew a rough map of Orange County. He thanked me and drove away after I got off of the car. Now, I know it's pretty stupid for me to have him still drive me home, but I was just trying to be friendly. I had no other way of getting home. The worst part of this is that my friend, who ordered the Uber, never reported him because she was so incredibly lazy. I don't know what the guy's deal was, but it was creepy as hell. I always get the weirdest Uber drivers. Like any single 21-year-old, I went on Tinder trying to find my dream guy. Little did I know this would be a big mistake. I came across this guy, Scott, and thought he looked like a nice guy, so of course I swiped right. It's a match, yay. I'm not one of those girls that will start the conversation. Too many times I didn't get a reply, so I stopped trying. 2 days go by and I had completely forgot all about the match on Tinder with Scott, until I looked at my phone and saw a notification. Scott had sent you a message. I'm not going to lie, I got a little excited and opened it straight away. It was a normal message, and after that we started messaging more and more. He seemed like a really nice guy. A little weird, but hey, people could say that about me. Fast forward a few weeks, and after him asking me numerous times to meet up with him for a drink, I finally felt comfortable enough to agree. That night rolls around and I head to the bar to meet him. I get there before the meeting time of 7 to make sure I can get a drink in before he arrives, to settle my nerves. As I was sitting at the bar talking to some random girls that were there, I was waiting. It got to around 7:20 and he still hasn't arrived yet.
so I sent him a message. He proceeds to tell me that he was sorry and that he had just stopped by a friend's house, and it took longer than expected, and that he would be there soon. No big deal, I thought to myself. I'll just have another drink. Finally, at 7:45, I get a tap on the shoulder. I turn around to see a man that I don't recognize. He tries to hug me and I look at him puzzled. Like, who the hell are you? He then told me that he was Scott. He clearly wasn't the guy in the photos that I thought I had been talking to. He told me that he was really sorry for not telling me that it was in fact photos of his friends that he had used on Tinder, because he thought no one as pretty as me would give him the time of day if he had posted pictures of himself. At this point I had a few drinks, so I decided to humor the guy and get to know him. I know, huge mistake, and I'm an idiot. Turns out his friends actually told him to use photos because he thought it would give Scott a chance to meet a girl, and hopefully they would like him for him and not the photos. The night goes on and we're chatting about small things. Definitely no connection with him, so I decide to call it a night. At about 10, I notice that he hasn't been drinking at all during the night. A little strange considering he chose the spot. I tell him that I'm going to get a taxi home and he offers to drive me home. I said no. In my mind, I didn't want him to get the wrong impression and have to deal with the whole awkward encounter in case he wanted to come to my place. I say bye and walk outside hoping there would be an available taxi. No such luck. I stood there for around 10 minutes still waiting when Scott suddenly drives around the corner and insists on giving me a lift home. At this point, I was standing outside in the cold, so I decided to accept his ride. I got him to drop me off at the end of my street so he didn't know which one was my house. After getting out of the car, I started walking and heard him drive off. I rang my friend to tell her how much of a weird night it had ended up. As I'm walking to my front door, I turned around and saw a car in the distance that looked similar to his sitting in the dark alley, with its headlights off. I don't think anything of it and went inside. I went to sleep and woke up in the morning to a bunch of messages of Scott saying how much of a good time he had had with me, and that he was so glad I could get past the fact that he wasn't the guy in the pictures, and that he wanted to see me again. Now, I never tried to lead anyone on, so I replied saying that it was nice to meet him, but I don't think that I will go anywhere, and we were better off just moving on. He clearly didn't get the message because throughout the day he messaged me, constantly asking if it was something he did. Like, yeah, dude, you posed as your friend to get a date with me. Anyway, I just ignored his messages and hoped he would get the hint. Later that night, I was lying in bed watching TV when I heard a knock at the door. I went downstairs and looked through the peephole, and no one was there, so I went to the window in the living room to see if I can get a better view. I noticed that there was a box at the door. I thought to myself that it was a bit creepy, but I hesitantly opened the door and got the box. I went up to my room with it and looked inside. It was photos of me from the night before at the bar, but taken from a perspective where I clearly didn't know someone was taking photos. Obviously, I'm freaked out at this point and know that it has to be Scott. He must have followed me home after dropping me off. I heard his car drive off though, so he must have come back. I threw the box away and made sure all the doors and windows were locked. I also made sure to block Scott's number. A few weeks gone by and nothing eventful had happened until yesterday. I was out taking my dog for a walk and noticed that there was a person with a hoodie on following me from quite a distance. I know he was following me because I took all the back little alleys in a random way, not so that I was actually going in a particular destination. It makes me wonder if he had been watching me for the last few weeks, or if I'm just being paranoid and imagined it. Either way, I'll be getting in the car and taking my dog to the dog park for the next couple of days. I'll update if anything happens. Update. I did post in the comments, but thought more of you would like to see it here. I went to the police and they wrote up a report, and I gave them screenshots of the guy's Tinder. They said there wasn't really much they can do because he probably didn't use his real name, and they haven't got real pictures of him, but if anything else happens, I need to report it to them. They also said that they would send a car to patrol my area for a few times a day, just to be safe. They also suggested I get someone to stay with me, so my sister and her boyfriend are staying with me for a little while until things hopefully settle down. Yes, I know I'm stupid for meeting this guy, but I thought it would be a fine meeting in a public place, so I don't need the comments for how stupid I was. I'm scared, and I've learned my lesson. I will never be using Tinder again. Everyone's saying I should get cameras. We went out today and got a doorbell camera, and some motion sensor lights to put around my place. My dog is also a good guard dog. He's a German Shepherd and is very protective of me. I had honestly forgot about this even happening. It wasn't until my cousin brought it up to me one night, when we were actually talking about Reddit and the creepy/crazy things that I had experienced growing up. She even jokingly said that I should post a few here, and well, I guess that's why I'm doing it. I'm 23 right now, and this must have happened when I was 10 or 12. My cousin came to visit me during the summer. I live in a small town, and at the time there probably wasn't even 2,000 people living here. I may not know everyone, but I do know quite a few people in my subdivision. Enough to know that most of them are elderly or parents with kids, so this made what happened so strange. As the title says, I was looking for my cat. She wasn't allowed to go out, which has never been a problem, other than one time she ran away for a whole week, and ever since then she's had a curfew, 9 p.m., just before dusk. In my backyard there's a football field and then the bush. Just one more reason I have her inside at night. It was getting late and she still hadn't come in. Of course, at the time, me not really paying attention, because I was visiting my cousin. Before I knew it, it was passing midnight, and we're heading to bed. I noticed I hadn't seen my cat and started freaking out. I looked everywhere in the house and shaken her treats and nothing. I had decided to try to look around the house outside and I still couldn't find her. I went inside to tell my cousin. I was going to walk up and down the street to see maybe if she was in someone's yard. I live on one end of the street of the subdivision, so there's a curve at the beginning of my street. And as I made my way up the street, I was calling my cat's name out and checking yards as I went along. It was passing midnight now, so I didn't expect anyone would be out. But there was a man that was just standing at the end of Lewis Street, which is only the second street after mine. He was just standing there, back facing me on the other side of where the streetlight is, so I couldn't really see much of him. I don't think too much of it because I was preoccupied looking for my cat, but then I noticed he turned and faced right, like completely turning his body to the right and then straight ahead and then to the left. As I was seeing this, I was kind of confused, thinking, what is this man doing? Is he looking for something? And then I turned and faced my direction and he started walking, which again didn't startle me until I realized that he noticed me and started running. This full-grown man started full-out running towards me. I was so scared. I ran as fast as I could and could hear his footsteps getting louder and closer. I was only 4 houses away from my own, so it didn't take long for me to get there. As soon as I got in, I slammed the door and locked it, and just as I did, staring at the door, the window, heart racing, I didn't see anyone out there. Relieved, but I sort of cautious and confused, wondering where this man could have gone. I went to the living room to look out the big window that oversees the whole street, basically, and nothing. No one. To boot, my cat was inside when I came in. I have no idea how, or where this man came from, or went, but I was just looking for my cat. It was terrifying, and on that note, let's not meet again. Two years ago, I was walking back to my apartment after my last class. I lived 2 blocks away from campus, which was great. I was walking through the cemetery that is between the main street and campus, and a dude is walking in front of me. Nothing out of the ordinary. As we approach the crosswalk on the main street, he pulls his headphones off, turns around and says something to me. I have my earbuds in so I can't hear him. I take one of them out and say, "What?" He goes, "Where are you coming from?" He doesn't sound malicious, but it was kind of a weird question to me. I wasn't sure what his intentions were, so I just responded with my anthro class. Which was true, I just didn't tell him which one. He says, "Nice." We cross the street and he stays in front of me. He says something about the weather and I laugh. We walk across the next block. He's still in front of me. Then he turns left on my block. My apartment's on. I got a really weird feeling and started walking faster. I peek behind me and see he's actually started following me. At this point I book it. I sprint into my apartment parking lot, hop up on the stairs to my front door and open and lock it behind me. My kitchen window looked down into the parking lot, so I go and look and see him wandering around, then leave. I called the non-emergency number and reported it, but nothing came of it. I don't know what his intentions were, but that was probably the creepiest encounter I've had thus far. Hello all. After reading a couple of stories, I thought I'd share my own. I've only ever told my best friend about it, and it's an inside joke now, but I figured maybe someone would get a laugh. Who doesn't need a good giggle now and then? To preface, it was January 2019, and unfortunately I'd landed myself in a psychiatric unit once again. I don't want to say my life story, as I'm not completely comfortable, and I don't think anyone cares. But the gist of it is that I had a reoccurring psychotic episode that consisted of prolonged, out-of-body experiences that would leave me mute for 2 to 3 weeks, mostly due to repressed trauma. Thankfully, I'm healing day by day, so I don't think I'll be visiting again. But it was at the beginning of my second week there, and I was finally beginning to feel grounded. I began interacting with people in my unit, and most of them were very nice people. A lot of them helped me out since it was hard communicating. You know, with not being able to talk and all. I was the youngest in the unit, 20, and most of the people in the unit were 30 to 60, so I think they felt obligated to watch out for me since the staff wasn't very understanding. In fact, a group of ladies decorated a journal just so I could write and communicate with everyone during conversations. Definitely one of the sweetest things that someone has ever done for me. I remember a young man being admitted to our unit, and being a little excited that maybe I could talk to someone around my age. Well, right. You know, I'm pretty shy, so I didn't go out of my way to talk to him. He definitely did once, and he noticed me. I was sitting in the public area, kind of like a living room, with one of the older guys. His name was John, and we're watching CSI. He was a sweet older guy. Always tried to make me laugh, and I could tell he was very, very anxious most of the time. Werewolf Boy walks over and sits next to John, and begins ranting about how he doesn't want to be here. I try to mind my business and continue watching the TV. I hear the conversation stop and feel eyes on me. I turn my head slightly and I see Werewolf Boy staring right at me, jaw slightly agape. I know I'm no looker, and I thought maybe he was just surprised to see another young person. I look away again. Have you ever seen a 4-year-old try to whisper? That's what Werewolf Boy did. All I hear is, "Oh my gosh, do you see her? She's like an angel." John nervously laughs and shoots a glance at me. I want to talk to her. John kind of gestures at me and laughs again, saying, "I think she can hear you." I kind of smile awkwardly and wave. Werewolf Boy asks me for my name, and I point at my throat and shake my head. John's nice enough to let me know what was going on. At that point, a nurse asks for John, leaving Werewolf Boy and I alone. Immediately he takes John's seat and leans in very close to me, He asked me why I'm in here, and I just gave him the short answer. I needed help, and I knew I could get it here. He nods his head and then immediately goes into a rant again. He tells me how his parents threw him in here because he had revealed his plans of running off into the woods to find his pack. Apparently, he believed he could turn into a werewolf after casting a certain spell on himself. He planned to do said spell and live the rest of his life as a werewolf, and possibly go back to kill his parents. I just smile and listen. I understand that he was delusional, but I figured maybe he wanted someone to talk to, and I was definitely the perfect listener since I couldn't say anything. After about 45 minutes, I'm trying to give him a hint that I'm uncomfortable by staring at the TV. He then proceeds to place his sweaty hand on my arm and pull me closer to him to ask me if I would consider running away with him. I could figure out how to cast the spell on you too. We could live as werewolves together and find our pack. I know we've only been talking for a little bit, but I think I'm in love with you. I pull away and shake my head. I open my journal and quickly write, I'm sorry. I'm feeling a little tired. I'm going to my room. I let him read it, and before he could protest, I begin to walk away. I hear him say, remember my offer, and I turn around and wave at him before beginning to head to my room again. Then he howls. I lose it and start booking it to my room. The rest of the week he follows me around, tries to rub up against me whenever we're in line for food, and would try to sit next to me during group. I privately pulled aside one of the nurses and let her know what he was making me feel uncomfortable and would like to move to a different group for therapy. They finally did after asking multiple times. The last day that he was in our unit, I remember sitting in the public area once again writing in my journal. I hear someone plop down next to me. I didn't even have to turn my head because I had a very distinct smell. His roommate told me that he's never seen him shower. I continue writing, but I see his greasy hair getting closer to my face while he tried to read what I was writing in my journal. You writing about me? Before he could say anything else, I moved to the other side of the room and continued writing. At this point, an older man named Mark was sitting across from the public area, crossing his arms and observing. Earlier that week, he had slipped me a note saying that if I ever get uncomfortable around Werewolf Boy, to just tell him and he would tell him to back off. Mark was a big guy, meaty guy with anger issues. But he had 3 young adult daughters of his own, so he definitely had a soft spot for me. A couple of minutes pass and Werewolf Boy sits next to me again. Am I bothering you? I don't answer. Duh. And he pokes me. I look up and glare at him. I see Mark beginning to stand up and I look at him and shake my head. I don't want any trouble, so I get up and move away. Immediately, Werewolf Boy follows me, creepily whispering a mile a minute. Why aren't you looking at me? Did I do something wrong? Are you still going to run away with me? I sit down and he stands right in front of me, waiting for an answer. I see his grimly hand move towards my head, and he caresses my hair. I hear the screech of a chair and out of the corner of my eye, I see Mark stomping over. Get your fucking hands off her. Can't you get the fucking hint? Werewolf Boy growls and tries to throw a punch. A couple of male nurses run over and separate the two. The group of ladies that had made the journal take me by the hand and pull me away. It takes 3 male nurses to escort Werewolf Boy away as he yells, I promise, I will never forget you. Promise me we're going to run away together. They ended up moving him to one of the more highly secured units. He would bare his teeth if we ever happened to pass by his group in the hall. Werewolf Boy, let's not meet again. You know those things that you grow up thinking are pretty ordinary, scary stuff that everyone at one point encounters, like almost getting into a bad accident?
That's how I felt almost about getting abducted from my front yard. It wasn't until college, when I had casually mentioned this incident, that I fully processed the magnitude of what happened. Maybe that's why to this day I'm so paranoid. But what gets me the most is how truly random these acts are, and how many different circumstances have to fall into place for such events to happen. For one, it was not raining, which for Portland, Oregon is near miraculous when it's not the summer. In fact, it was a gorgeous day outside with clear skies. Second, my mom was home. Growing up at the time with a live-in nanny, due to my dad's travels and my mom constantly being on call at the clinic, true parental supervision was a rarity. And so these factors united when my mom locked the TV room and told my sister, age 5, and me, age 7, that we needed to spend more time outside. We had a yard for a reason, she said, so she went to our front yard, which for context was slanted steeply. There were about 40 steps to get from our gate to our street. My sister and I situated ourselves in the grass about halfway down the steps from our house, with our American Girl dolls in tow. We live on a quiet side street in a safe suburban SK area of Portland, the West Hills for those familiar. The biggest incidences typically involve drunk teenagers crashing into a neighbor's car. Crime never happened, hence my extremely type A and overprotective mom, scared by all things that go wrong with her patients, treated her children with an impressive amount of paranoia. However, she felt comfortable leaving us outside unsupervised. While playing, an unusual-looking pickup truck caught my eye. It was vintage-looking and light green. Then suddenly, the truck slowed down as it neared our house and came to a near stop by our yard. Since he was on the opposite side of the street, the driver then did an illegal U-turn in the middle of the street and maneuvered his truck, so it was directly adjacent to our yard. Even then, I thought nothing of it. It's Portland. Even by that age, I met a cast of characters. However, the hair went up to my neck as he stepped out of his car and stood directly outside our gate. He yelled to us, asking for help and telling us to come down. His dog is sick, he said, and if we come down, he had some candy for us. My sister, forever a sugar fiend, started to get up excitedly. The man slowly opened our gate, anticipating us. I had a sickening feeling about him and grabbed my sister's hand. He's a bad guy. Go inside, I told her, and we screamed and ran inside, quickly locking the door. My mom came to the door to see what the commotion was, but by the time she looked outside, the car was gone. She stopped pushing us to go outside after that. The final circumstance I should mention was that just a few weeks prior to my first grade classroom, we had our first stranger danger talk, where they showed you black and white photos of scenarios and tell you how to react. And they told us about predators' tactics, such as asking for help, offering candy, or mentioning animals. Verbatim, I was warned about those tactics, and lo and behold, this aspiring child abductor tried it on me a few weeks later. We were fortunate he wasn't creative. I never did see that distinctive car again. But creepy man in the green truck. Let's keep it that way. This happened when I was really young, on a military base. All my life, I had thought it was just a weird and terrifying recurring dream, until I mentioned it to my parents when I was a teenager. And they admitted it was completely real. They just didn't want to tell me this at the time because they didn't think it would matter for me to know the truth. I was playing on a playground as my older sister was around nearby, but not playing with me. There was an officer's son by me though, and he started somewhat being nice. I remember him looking at me really close in the face and getting a big smile before he says, "You have really pretty eyes." Now little me is super happy and says, "Thank you, that's nice of you." Probably some vague compliment back. He was only a few years older than me by the looks of it, and neither of us were older than 10. He grabs a blunt stick that was laying next to us and pins me to the ground and starts trying to gouge my eyes out within seconds, and it's at this point I'm just stupidly staring at him, confused and worried. I've never encountered violence like this in my life, and before I know it, the kid is holding my scrawny ass down and talking about how he's going to physically take my eyes away from me. It's then I start panicking because, can you have even taken eyes away from people? My sister shoves him off me and gets me to run with her away from him to our house. There wasn't anything we felt we could do when we told our parents, because again, it's the officer's son. When I'm a teen and this is all coming to light, they tell me they did talk to the officer. They told him what his son did was terrible, and they didn't want to happen again. But the dad was pretty entitled about it, and we just ended up not going out to play much anymore, until that kid moved away. Little psychopath grown up, please, let's not meet. You left me many nightmares. I hope this fits here. This happened when I was around 12. By that time, my parents got divorced and I lived with my mother, who had some pretty wild theories about my father. One day we went to the bookstore with my two brothers. I already knew which book I wanted to get, so I was the first one to get and buy my book. I then asked my mom if I can go to the car already. She gave me the keys and I went to our car parked right outside the bookstore in a little parking spot. The parking spot wasn't visible from the main street, since I was a little covered by trees and bushes. I got into the car and started reading my book. About maybe 5 minutes later, a nice car rolled up and next to ours, and a man in a nice suit got out. I kind of ignored him, but I can hear that he was on his phone with someone. I heard little pieces of the conversation, but the things I still remember him saying are, "Yes, I got the candy," and, "Of course, he's sitting right next to me." At that point, I got a little scared because he was standing on my side of the car door, next to me, and there was no one else in his car or even on the parking lot. I don't remember if I locked the doors or not, but after a few minutes, he hung up and turned to me. "Do you want some sweets? Open the door and I can give you some." He held up a pack of something, maybe gummy bears or something. I don't remember exactly. "No, I'm fine, thank you." "Are you sure?" He didn't try to enter forcefully, and he sounded pretty nice and polite. I think at that point, my mom got out of the bookstore, because he left pretty much instantly. My mom didn't see any of what had happened and asked me the regular, "Everything okay?" I told her what had just happened, and she was shocked. But other than that, I never saw him again or had anything like this happen.
As a college student who frequents home, my parents are kind enough to pay for my gym membership for me while I'm home on break so I can keep my workout routine. I'm training for an OCR in May and have been working out for some time now to build muscle. The gym I go to, I have had no problems with in the past. Everyone is generally friendly and helpful, and minds their business. Today was different, and my gut feeling confirmed this. I was doing a pull day routine when a guy bumped into me, and I thought he needed to use the cable I was finishing using. I said he could use it and went over to my next set by the free weights. He was wandering around the gym, making eye contact with me and trying to get my attention. I kept him in my sights, but didn't instigate him at all, and just minded my business. What freaked me out was that I didn't see him touch one weight or put on his headphones, and when I caught him staring, he never looked away. I was considering asking someone nearby to watch him to see if he was staring, but I decided against that. My gut still told me that something was wrong. The whole time I was texting my brother about this dude, who I now noticed was obviously watching me at this point and following me. He was also watching other girls too, not only me. But there were only about 5 girls in this gym, and 3 of which were in the younger ages, including me. I went to the functional fitness area and was going to do my last set, and sure enough, this guy followed me in there and looked around like he was going to do something, but didn't touch one weight. I was the only female in that area. I went to the far corner and pretended to take pictures of myself flexing, and got him in my camera's view so I could document it. After I started taking pictures, he started coming closer. I grabbed my stuff and booked it out of there, into the woman's locker room. He tried to get my attention as I was leaving, but I kept walking. I texted my brother and said, "He's fucking following me." As soon as I got into the bathroom, my brother called and said he was on his way. He knew the guys working the front desk, and said he would talk to them for me. He also wanted to chew this dude out, obviously. By the time he got there, the two other younger girls were also talking to the manager, saying they had the same thing happen. They were in the woman's locker room while I called my brother in a panic. The manager said something that freaked me out. This was the second time this has happened this week. Not with the same guy, but scary nonetheless. Not only that, but the guy had sat down in the waiting area by the front doors, which is on the other side of the front desk. Woman's bathroom is right behind the front desk area and behind the cardio desk, for a solid 10 minutes before he got up and left. I feel like he was waiting for me to come out. The manager said the guy had been in the gym before to train with someone who worked there, but then he stopped going for some reason. One of my theories was that he was new and didn't know where to start. He wasn't a super built guy, but he obviously had been there before. There was also a possibility that he may have had a social disability, but as far as I know, my gut told me there's something very wrong about this situation, and from the way he looked at me and followed me. Even as someone who is strong and getting stronger by the day, it's not hard for me to make someone feel in danger in these situations. To those of you who frequently go to the gym, make sure you're aware of your surroundings at all times. I'm a 22-year-old female, used to do DoorDash on the side for some extra cash. This was in the summer of 2018 when it was a little bit newer. At least in my town it was. Since then I think they've made a lot of changes, but at the time it was a little unorganized. If you don't know what DoorDash is, it's like a food delivery service typically for restaurants that don't deliver. I think McDonald's, etc. Anyways, the one night I was doing deliveries all day. I decided to do my last delivery around 10 p.m. So I got an order and the person wanted a medium cheese and pepperoni pizza and a loaded potato wedges from a pizzeria nearby. I was kind of wondering why they'd order from a pizzeria that delivers, but I figured it was because this place was notorious for taking forever when you order out for delivery. I accepted the order and headed to the pizzeria. I got there and picked up the pizza, confirmed on the app that I'd picked everything up and was on my way. The app notified me that the special instructions that the customer asked for, which was for me to call them when I was outside. Okay, nothing unusual there. Lots of people ask that so they can come out to me. I get to their address and it's downtown. It's a larger apartment building and it's completely pitch black. And I instantly get an eerie feeling. So I pull up to the curb, stay in the car. Hell no, I wasn't about to go near that building. And call the number. Luckily DoorDash has this thing that hides your actual phone number. It rings a couple times and then this really creepy woman's voice comes on the line and says, "We can't get to the phone right now. We're a little tied up." And then creepily giggles. Meanwhile, the entire time in the background, there's another woman screaming, and I mean screaming for help and for her life. It even got louder as if the creepy woman was purposely putting the screaming woman on the phone. I instantly hung up and drove off real quick, not even knowing which direction to go. Luckily, there was a super populated restaurant a couple blocks away, and I pulled into the parking lot and pulled up the app. I was worried about getting in trouble for not being able to deliver the order, so I contacted DoorDash Help Center and they told me I had to wait 15 minutes to see if they'd call me or message me about their food. Well, they never called and thank God for that. I was sitting there in the parking lot of the restaurant telling my mom about it and we agree that it was probably a prank but that just in case it isn't, I need to call the police. So I called the non-emergency number and tell them everything. The police tell me they're going to do a wellness check and actually thank me for calling them about it. I went home and nothing ever came of it, but I still think about that from time to time. I did get a free pizza and potato wedges though, so that's pretty cool. Creepy lady in the apartment, let's not meet. And to the lady screaming, I hope you're safe and okay. This is a super long story, and it happened to me about 7 years ago. So when I was 16, I was dating a guy who was just a little older. We'll call him Mitch. My parents never let us hang out alone, but to my surprise, I let him come on a family camping trip with us. I think because it was a kind of special occasion, since the camping season was ending, and also the site we were going to had been kind of a tradition for us. But this season, when it closed, it would never again reopen for camping because people ruined it by dumping trash and trespassing nearby properties. Anyway, so my dad, mom, Mitch, and I were all going camping. Mitch and I have our own tent. My parents have theirs, and have an amazing first day there. We went on Friday morning and planned to stay through Sunday night. Mitch and I spent the day walking along paths, catching lizards, swimming, exploring, and talking about creepypastas that involve the woods. At some point, we were exploring and realizing that we were near properties, maybe 2 to 3 cabins, about 4 miles down the dirt road from our campsite. Later that night, my parents made a big fire, and we were eating burgers. My parents were drinking, and Mitch and I were trying to make s'mores while also trying to pretend we weren't terrified after talking about creepypastas all day long. I'm in the middle of trying to explain the rake to my sloshed parents, and Mitch gasps, because there's a guy walking down the road from the direction of the cabins. Again, it was like 4 miles away. So we're all kind of quiet, and my dad calls out to the guy, something like, "Hey, how's it going?" And the guy doesn't say anything back. My dad called again, yelling, "Are you camping? We have this spot reserved." Not in like a mean way, just trying to get the guy to respond. The guy still doesn't say anything until he's like right up to our campsite, which was weird as hell, because it looked like 2 minutes of silent walking to get to us after we first called out to him. He comes up closer to us and is like, "Hey there, folks. I just like walking around. Sometimes I'd take a walk down by the cabin and see if anyone's camping." So this guy sits down and talks to my parents for a while. My parents are super drunk and I think they've been smoking pot all day. I don't know at this time, but when I was older they told me that they were big potheads my whole childhood, because they were surprisingly chill with this strange man appearing and were very friendly. They all talked about what a shame it was that the camping season was ending, and how terrible it was that the campsite was closing, etc. Mitch and I whispered back and forth, and we were talking about how weird this guy was. How weird it was that he walked this far, didn't talk at first, and just invited himself to our campsite. Then we started noticing other things. Mitch pointed out that the guy's zipper was down, and he had some lengthy cargo shorts on. His boxers were like poking out. And then I pointed that in this entire interaction, the guy had been here maybe 10 to 15 minutes now talking to my parents. He hadn't even acknowledged us with a single word, despite sitting across from the fire from us and constantly looking at us. Then we both started to notice how this guy was mimicking my parents. He went from being sober to acting like he was drunk. He started slurring his words, getting a bit wobbly, laughing, which sounded very strained and being louder. Mitch and I were so freaked out. We had actually been talking about creepypastas all day, and then this encounter felt like a creepypasta. The guy kept acting stranger and stranger, and there was no way of saying anything to my parents without him hearing. Mitch and I stood up and walked a few feet behind us, over to the cooler to pretend to get some stuff out to make hot dogs. As soon as we'd backed off a few feet, the guy switched the conversation to talk about us. He asked my parents if this was a double date, and they explained I was their kid and Mitch was my boyfriend. He asked how old we were, and they told him. I was 16 and he was 18. He asked if we were good kids, and they said yeah. Then he asked, well, where are they going to go sleep tonight? I froze and I looked at Mitch, who had reached out and squeezed the fuck out of my forearm in fear, and was staring at me wide-eyed. To my drunk, maybe high parents, this question didn't seem weird enough for them to even pause. The guy was still pretending to be drunk, and he was playing it pretty well up to this point, nearly falling off the tote that he was sitting on. My parents were like, laughing. We got them their own tent. The guy said something like, "Oh, that's awful nice of you. That'll be an experience for them." I can't explain it, but the way he said it was so sexual. I think this was when my parents kind of clued into this weirdness. I looked at my mom, who looked kind of slack-jawed and uncomfortable, and was staring at me with a quizzical look. The guy kept talking to them, asking them, "Well, I see one tent. Where's the other one?" My dad was still talking to him. Couldn't barely keep his eyes open at this point. He was so out of it. My dad mentioned towards my parents' tent and said that that was theirs, and then threw his arm back super exaggerated in the direction of our tent. Really not very far at all. And was like, "And theirs is way over there." The guy perked right up and actually stood up a bit and pointed to their tent and said, "So that's your tent?" And my dad agreed. "And their tent is in that direction?" And my dad fucking agreed. At this point, I'm like shaking my head at my mom, and she looks pretty freaking sobered up. The guy kept talking to my dad about the tents, and how he can't see Mitch and I's tent from there. It must have been pretty well hidden or very far away. That's so nice of my parents for letting us have some alone time, etc. Mitch and I say that we're going on a walk, and despite the woods being pitch black and us being creeped out, we go out walking down the trail the guy happened to come from. We get away far enough and not to hear them and could barely see the fire, and we pull out our phones to see if we have cell signal, and of course we don't. I'm being super dramatic and type out and send my friend a long message describing the situation, date, time, and description of the guy, and that I love her. And my phone gives me the message that it'll send it when it finds service. The whole time I type, I'm reading it out loud to Mitch, and he's telling me the stuff to add. We tried to psych ourselves up and start walking back to the campfire. The guy is gone, but I thought maybe he was just peeing, so I whispered to my mom asking where he is. Both my parents are like, "He went back to his cabin a bit ago. He didn't pass you on the road?" We're just like, "What?" We started really freaking out now that we feel safer now since he's gone, and we can actually talk to my parents. And we started yelling a mile a minute at my parents how he didn't pass us, about his fly being down and him acting drunk to match them, about how he really pressed to know where we'd sleep that night. My mom agreed with us and said that she noticed it too, and it really freaked her out. My dad was pretty trashed, but said he got a really creepy feeling from the guy. Mitch and I stayed with them and talked about the guy and how freaked we were about for another hour. And then my parents wanted to go to bed. Mitch and I went and ran to our tent and hauled ass with the whole tent and all of the belongings in it getting thrown around, and slid it right next to my parents' tent. We couldn't sleep all night long because every crunchy leaf made us think the guy was creeping up. No exciting camping sex we had that night, but at least we didn't get murdered. This is a short story, and I very may well have been in immediate danger. There's no way to really know. I was 18 at the time. I'm a girl. I live in a suburb of a large city and attend a city's university. I did not yet have a vehicle,
and public transportation in my city is pretty shit. Only buses. But they didn't go out to my neighborhood, so I had to take a charter bus to the city, and then about 3 more buses to get to the university. During this time, I have gotten quite used to being catcalled and stared at, sometimes even followed, for short distances. I always carry pepper spray, and since it's always broad daylight, I was never too concerned. But one day, I missed my first bus, meaning in order to catch the next one, if I wanted to get to class in time, I'd have to walk 5 blocks down the street, and turn right for 3 more blocks. About halfway through my trek, I noticed a very large, unkempt man following me. He seemed to be very unstable. We have a lot of heavy drug users in my city, some more dangerous to the public than others. As I finally approached my stop, I grew cold, realizing that the man was also stopped, waiting for the bus. I started to feel that detached autopilot feeling. I just need to get to school, then I'll be fine, I remember thinking. Just then, another man riding a bike rode past us, then looped around, stopped, and waited beside me. When the bus got there, I got on the bus. Then the big man who sat not directly beside me, but in the row directly beside the row I sat on. Then the bike man put on his bike on the front of the bus, which was going the opposite direction he was riding, and he got on and sat on the seat beside me. He did not say one word to me. After a couple of stops, the big man got off rather abruptly, quickly, and when he did, bike man also got off, and rode back the way he came. I was very scared, but I think bike man was looking out for me that day. I wish I could thank him for being there for me. A scared girl just a few months out of high school, and a total stranger. Thank you, bike man. I hope you're well.
First time posting on this subreddit. I am a short, medium-sized girl. One day, around the time I was 8 months pregnant, I made a trip out to Target to buy some things. I'm a very cautious person, constantly looking at my surroundings with mild paranoia, mostly inherited from my mom, who raised 3 kids on her own, so she was always on guard. I got out of my new car, which I parked a little far from the store entrance, for 2 reasons. I didn't want to get any dents from other drivers, and I tried to get as much exercise as I could since I was pregnant. As I'm walking, I notice a huge red truck with 3 men inside with the windows down. I assumed they were waiting for someone inside the store, but something creeped up my neck when I made eye contact with the driver. I turned quickly away and immediately began to feel self-conscious. A small girl visibly pregnant, I suddenly felt so vulnerable. Up until that point, my pregnancy was smooth and never made me feel like a target. Once I finally got into the store, I felt more relaxed and went about my shopping. When I left the store and noticed the truck was still there, I put my bag in the trunk and got in my car quickly, turned it on, and drove away. I noticed in my rearview mirror that the truck was also taking off with only the same 3 men inside it. My heart sank. I realized they weren't waiting for anyone inside the store. I got in the lane that can only make a left turn, and they were in a lane that can only go straight a few cars behind me. I thought, great, we're not going in the same direction. I was just being paranoid. As I passed the light turning, I see the red truck switch into the lane I was in to turn left. I sped up to catch the next light turning yellow to put as much distance between them and me. I drove a little faster than usual, but as I realized, even if I made it home, they could still follow me there, and I would be going to an empty house. So instead, I drove past my street to a shopping center that had a Starbucks. The drive-thru wraps around the building so you aren't visible to the main road I was driving in. I was getting into the drive-thru and noticed the red truck going on a road I just left. They drive past the Starbucks and I think, good. As I'm still in the drive-thru, I see the truck pass by again in the opposite direction, almost as if they were looking for me. I wait in the drive-thru for other cars to leave. At this time, I call my sister and tell her I'm heading to her place. I didn't want to go home, and my boyfriend wouldn't be home for several hours. As I'm driving to my sister's house, which is 25 minutes away, my mind just begins to wonder if they had caught up to me or what could have happened if those men were following me. Any danger that could have happened to me or my baby made me so paranoid I didn't leave my house for the remainder of my pregnancy. I was shaking by the time I got to my sister's. I told her all the details I could remember. To the two men in that red truck, I've never seen you since, and let's not meet.
This story took place a while ago, but I tried to keep all the details exactly as I remembered them. I also consulted the friend mentioned in the story for her input as well. My best friend and I have lived in the same neighborhood our entire lives. It's medium-sized and painfully suburban. You know, that kind of has a whole three-houses style throughout the entire thing. It's also ridiculously safe. Not that that's a bad thing. So our parents were never uncomfortable letting us walk our dogs or go to the park or playground alone. We did not have cell phones. We were never uncomfortable either, as we know just about everyone. I never felt unsafe here, until this day when I was 11. My friend and I were walking the dog together. We decided to walk her to the playground and hang out there for a while. To give you an idea of the setup, this park is downhill from the main street where the houses are. There's a long driveway going down into the street that is bordered on both sides by very tall and dense trees. Once you get down this driveway, more like a street, there's a small parking lot, tennis courts and basketball court, and a playground. Behind the playground is a small section of woods that is a lot denser than it looks. It's easy to get lost in there if you don't already know your way through, which my friend and I do. Anyway, this park is surrounded by trees on all sides, and the only notable entrance is the long driveway, making it actually very isolated from the surrounding houses. Usually no one ever uses this small parking lot, but on this day, there was a beat-up red pickup truck. It was strange, but something about the truck immediately made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I just did not trust it. Before I could say anything to my friend, who later said she did not feel anything strange at first, a man's voice called out to us from the passenger side window. It was deep, gruff, and oddly slurred. He tried to call us over, and his friend, the driver, also joined in. They said they wanted directions, and could we, pretty young girls, help them out. My friend started to walk over, and as she did, the first man got out of the truck. He was much bigger than either of us, and clearly drunk, even to the two preteens. My friend had stopped walking at this point, but that is when he lunged towards her, grabbing for her wrist or something worse. We both screamed and her dog started to bark, which threw him off enough for her to pull away and for us to start sprinting. We could hear them yelling and cursing behind us, but I'm not sure if they were sober enough to even really walk, let alone chase after us through the woods that we had already just entered. Remember how I said you have to know these woods to be able to get through them? Well, living and playing in the neighborhood our entire lives paid off that day, because we were able to lose them. We got away safely once we made it back to our house. Breathless and sobbing, we told our parents. They called the police, but by the time they got to the park, the truck and the man were gone. As far as I know, they were never found and nothing ever came of it. We were safe, and our lives went back to normal. Still, even while sitting here writing this years later, the memory of that man's voice sends shivers up my spine. I don't know what your intentions with us were, but scary drunk dudes at the park, let's not meet.
This is the story of 3 disturbing encounters with the same man. Let's not make it 4. I was 15 years old at the time and out to a weekend afternoon movie with my friend. We were really early, so we decided to take a look around a nearby toy store to kill some time before the previews began. I was strolling absent-mindedly down an aisle by myself, looking at toys I felt far too old for, when I heard an odd whistle. If you've ever heard the iPhone notification chime, then you have an idea of the sound I heard. I thought nothing of it, maybe it was someone's phone, and moved through the aisles. eventually meeting up with my friend. We walked around a bit more, talking and laughing, and I heard that whistle once again. Being preoccupied with my conversation more than anything, I still didn't pay it any mind. On our way out of the store, I heard the whistle for a third time, but much closer, practically right over my shoulder, and I whipped around mid-sentence. A man stood there, grinning from ear to ear in a strangely sinister way. The smile didn't fully reach his eyes. He was a bit on the small side, scraggly with long hair tied back in a ponytail. He had on a tattered black t-shirt which hung loosely off his thin frame and a bulging black drawstring backpack. "Hi," he said, stretching his lips even wider around his contrastingly bright white teeth. As a teenage girl, I was no stranger to the attention of older men, but something about his persona and approach set me on edge. Still, I was taught to be polite. "Hi," I responded tentatively, taking a step backwards and away from his intense stare. "I've noticed you around the store and thought I could get your opinion on something." He unfurls a crumpled, stained copy of the toy store's weekly ad and pointedly stabs at the Barbie doll selection with his index finger. "See, I'm looking for the perfect doll for my niece, and I just have no idea which one to pick. What do you think?" He looks up and smiles, but his eyes are dark pools of nothingness, devoid of any real interest. "This one is nice," I say, pointing to a doll at random, hardly looking at the ad. "Wow, thank you. I really appreciate that. Hey, has anyone ever told you how pretty you are? You must go to the gym often. What gym do you go to?" Taken aback by his abrupt stream of rehearsed-sounding pickup lines, I say thank you and force a laugh. I'm young and so is my friend. Our inexperience and his strange approach keeps us frozen in place. His eyes bore only into mine, and his grin, wider still and deeply disconcerting, never fades from his face. "Hey, do you want to be friends? I'd like very much to be friends with you. You know what friends do? They take pictures together. Let's take a picture together, since we're friends." He holds up a red flip phone with the front cover held together by a rubber band. He activates the front-facing camera, and before I can say anything, he leans into me, face uncomfortably close, and snaps a picture. He looks at it briefly, smiles, and pockets his phone. "There, now we're friends," he says matter-of-factly, and turns his gaze back to me appraisingly. Stupidly, in a horrified daze, I nod. "So, where are you from? Where are you going after this? What do you like to do?" My friend puts her hand on my arm, and I suddenly break from my stupor. "We have to go. My dad's waiting," I say, and we turn to go. My last, but not final, glimpse of him is with his head cocked to the side and that wide smile spread across his face. His eyes now flicker with something I can only recall as amusement. We turn our backs, and as soon as we get far enough away, we run. Fast forward to a year and a half later, I'm in my junior year of high school and on the early morning city bus heading to my first class of the day. The bus is packed and I squeeze my way to the back, reaching out a hand to grab the pole as the bus brakes sharply. I hear a whistle close to my ear. When I hear it again, I adjust my earbuds in my ears. Why isn't that person answering their phone? A hand closes right above mine on the pole. It's too close and our fingers brush, but the person holds their hand there almost intentionally. I move my hand and glance up and into the broad smile of the creepy man from the toy store. Cold chills shoot through my spine, and I grip the pole even harder until my knuckles turn white. He tilts his head, still smiling his toothy grin, and says, "Hi, friend." The bus is so jam-packed that there's nowhere else for me to go, so I turn my body as far away from him as possible, hoping that playing dumb will work in my favor and he would go away. He leans closer still and says, "Hi, do you remember me?" I shake my head no and lean as far away as I can in the tight space. He frowns and looks suddenly angry. "No, I know you. We met before. We're friends." I shake my head again, looking down, pretending to be engrossed in my music player. Maybe if he didn't get a full look at my face, he might think he had me confused with someone else. "No, I have your picture," he says and reaches into his drawstring bag, pulling out his red flip phone held together by frayed rubber bands. All the while I'm thinking, if he sees me get off at the stop to my school, he'll know where I am every day and can find me easily. But if I get off at a random stop before my school, he could get off with me and I'll have nowhere else to go. He's still scrolling through his phone, and I'm imagining all the other girls' pictures he might have on there when he asks, "So, what school do you go to?" I think about saying mind your own business, but remember his angry frown from before and give him the name of another school. It doesn't really make sense because this bus only goes past one high school and not the one I told him, but he nods at this and says, "Hold on, I have your picture somewhere here. We're friends." The bus pulls up to my high school and there's nothing else I can do but to get off. While he's still preoccupied with his phone, I lose myself in the crowd and run all the way to the school. I'm shivering when I get to my first period classroom and I can hear the blood rushing in my ears. I ask my boyfriend to take the bus with me every morning for the next few weeks, and I change up my route going to and from, but I don't see him again until 2 years later, and I am a sophomore in college. I am taking the bus home alone after a late night out with friends when I hear a weird whistle. Enough time has passed that I don't feel much alarm and exit the bus at my stop. It is completely dark out and I am one of the 2 people who get off. Then, from behind me, I hear, "Hello there, do you remember me?" I turn around and it's him again. It's hard to make out his features in the dark, but I instantly remember the tone of his voice, recall the whistle, the tilted head, and the wide toothy smile. I see what looks like a backpack strapped to the front of his chest. "No," I say, and start walking faster, heart racing, wondering how fast I can run in these flip-flops. I hear him picking up speed behind me, and I dare to glance back. I glimpse him starting to run at me, his hands in his backpack, digging around for something that I don't want to know. He is angry now, smile gone, and he shouts at me, "So you want to be that way?" I start running and don't stop until I get home. So, to the whistling man with the backpack, no, I do not want to be your friend. Let's not meet again.
I wasn't sure if this was the right sub, but this is creepy and multiple encounters, so maybe. I grew up an only child and pretty introverted, 26 now and haven't changed, so I didn't have many friends. I had a few younger cousins that lived nearby and would stop by my aunt's house most weekends. She was a troubled lady, alcoholic, but trying her best. I had 3 cousins, S, female and 21 at the time, A, male and 4 years old, and D, male and 1 year old. I was about 13 at the time. My aunt met a man, and we'll call him J. He had moved in and was the perfect type for the family man. He even had a daughter himself who was 15. Me and her became inseparable. So Jay was a brilliant uncle. He made time for all of us kids. Bought trampolines for the garden when the house got cramped. He bought a caravan in the back garden for me and his daughter to sleep in at weekends. Bought us a computer, all the games we could want to play, cake for breakfast, the type of things you dream of as an awkward teen. Your own space and someone that gets it. So some weekends his daughter would come over, but I still would go home and life was hectic for me, and it was a safe place. I'd watch films with him and my aunt. With hindsight, the next bits I now see as creepy. Back then, it seemed innocent to me. My aunt would pass out, and he'd stay up asking about boys, and he'd rub my feet and tickle them. As time passed, my aunt's drinking got worse, and she went on benders. Jay started to buy me and his daughter cheap alcoholic pops to have in the caravan, and he'd start coming and drinking with us. We continued going to the caravan for years. I think the time I went, I must have been 17ish. I remember once me and his daughter had a few too many, and went on the trampoline in the middle of the night, just in our underwear, and weirdly he appeared in the garden. A few years ago, my aunt passed away, and he got the house. At this point, I'd had my own child, and he really wanted to meet her. We took her around all good, right? Well, a week later, his daughter rang me. He had been caught with CP on his computer and his laptop. He'd been speaking to young girls pretending to be someone else and getting pictures for them. I don't even know where. I look back and this guy was a massive part of my life. But now everything is just so creepy. Supplying us with alcohol, rubbing our feet, getting us a computer with a webcam. Wouldn't doubt he was watching us, apparently during our drunken escapade, etc. Sorry if it was long and if this isn't the right sub. I just never really got the ick factor away from this, and he ruined a lot of childhood memories.
So this just happened to me like 15 minutes ago, and more than anything, I'm just embarrassed that I couldn't have just rolled it off my back and not gotten scared. I live in a fairly low-rent, shady apartment complex since I'm in college, and it's what I can afford. Obviously, we're all social distancing for COVID-19 right now, but I really wanted to try and get just a little more sunlight to help keep my sanity from being home all day, every day. So I went out of my apartment and sat on a bench near the bus stop, just to sit for a little while. I put my earbuds in and called a friend. In my peripheral vision, I could see people standing outside their doors to have cigarettes and a lady walking her dog, but we were all at the very least like 40 feet away from each other, so no one seemed worried. A couple were talking outside their door, and for a moment I thought they were looking at me. I figured I was just being paranoid though, until the woman started walking my direction. As she was walking, I was keeping an eye on it, but trying to keep acting like I hadn't noticed. The bench I was on was near the mailboxes for the whole complex and the bus stop, so I figured there was plenty of reasons other than me she could be coming that way. That was until she stopped just in front of me. I looked up, noticed I'd seen this woman once before on the bus. She wears a lot of very heavy, dramatic makeup, including drawing on a set of eyebrows just below the ones she's already growing. She once started talking to me on my morning bus ride to school and gave me an itemized list of the things she didn't like about my face. I had just sort of smiled and nodded and then looked the other way the rest of the trip. It looked like maybe she was talking, so I pulled my earbuds out and hung up on my friend abruptly. "Sorry?" I said. "Could you call the police for me?" she asked. "Oh, okay," I said, picking up my phone. "Actually, never mind," she said quickly. She looked nervous. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, could I have $1?" I told her I didn't have any change and apologized. "Oh, okay. Actually, could you call the police for me?" "Yes," I said again, unlocking my phone. "Wait, actually, it's fine," she said, now smiling at me. Now, when she said it the first time, my brain at first thought, she's not visibly injured, maybe she's in trouble. Had she been fighting with that man I saw her with before? Was she in danger? Was she being so casual with me because she needed help but didn't want to alert someone that she was trying to get it? I looked her in the eyes and said, "Are you sure? I really can call someone if you need it." She said, "No, it's fine." Now, some important context about me is that I have some history with trauma. I don't really want to elaborate too much, but the short of it is that I'm left with a lot of fear of people touching me or violating my personal space. Because some things from when I was growing up, my body now has basically the worst response when someone violates my boundaries, which is to go very limp and let the other person do whatever they want to me in hopes that if I don't struggle, they won't hurt me as much. It's basically the worst response I could have, but it's very hard to reprogram my body. Due to my mental health issues, I've also spent significant periods of my life in psychiatric hospitals for treatment. I've met a lot of different people with different issues in the hospital, so I have a bit of a sense for when someone might not be all there mentally. The longer I talked to this woman, the more of a sense I got that she was perhaps not totally in her right mind. Now, in the hospital, I've had similar experiences where someone who wasn't fully lucid cornered me and I got trapped into a potentially not safe situation. This is all made worse by my inability to A, get people to just leave me alone, and B, protect my physical space when my body's been triggered into fight or flight. In the hospital when this happens, the hope is that the staff notice and help me get away, with mixed results, as a lot of things go on in hospitals that staff end up either unaware of or not noticing until it's too late, but that's a different story. So at that moment, my body decided it was time to fuck me over. I started to realize that this woman was getting closer and closer to me and probably not totally well in the head. My body started pumping adrenaline, which made my hands and legs start to feel weak. I felt like I couldn't get enough breath, and my head started to go a little fuzzy. The woman positioned herself to sit down next to me, and I started to try and get up. "Hey, do you want to go walk to the store with me?" she said. I stood up. "Oh, sorry, I can't. I have to take my friend to, somewhere." I realized I couldn't think of a lie fast enough. My brain wasn't cooperating. "He's, been texting me all day, and, sorry." "Okay," she said, now standing next to me. I started to walk from the bench back over to my building. My legs were feeling pretty wobbly, but I tried to walk as casually as possible. Behind me, I could hear her following. She wasn't moving too fast. I thought maybe she thought I wouldn't notice. Still, I tried not to seem scared, not that my legs would have been able to run anyway. I got into my building about 60 seconds before her, and she was still definitely following. I kept thinking, I just need to get into my apartment and lock the door before she sees which one is mine. My apartment is on the second floor, but it's a short flight of stairs, and you can see my apartment door from the bottom where the main door to the building is. I tried to run up them, but my head was swimming and my legs weren't cooperating. It's like that feeling when you're half awake and you try to move your limbs and they sort of do what you tell them to, but not really. Like they feel sort of far away from you and only semi under your control. I made it up the stairs, and luckily I had left my door unlocked. I got in and closed it behind me, just as I heard her opening the main door to the building below me. I locked all 3 locks on my door and went over to the window to see if I could see her. She wasn't visible from the window, which meant she was still in my building. I texted my dad and asked him if he thought I still ought to call the police. He told me I should. I went into my bedroom and called 911. Now the windows in my bedroom show the other side of the building and the back door. The operator asked for a description and if I knew where she was now. I told her I couldn't see her out my front window, so I thought she was still in the building. Then suddenly I saw her walk out and just stand below my window. The 911 operator said she'd send a few officers and to call them back if she left. I backed away from the window a bit. I was worried she'd see me looking at her and then know which unit I was in. She looked around her for a little bit and then just slowly started wandering away towards a different building. Within about 5 minutes, 3 cop cars, must have been a slow day, rolled in and stopped behind my apartment. They noticed her standing over by the other building, looking like she might try to talk to the woman walking her dog. 2 of the officers parked and went to talk to her while the 3rd drove off. I watched as they talked to her for a while, and then eventually the man I'd seen her talking to at the start came out of a different building than they'd been standing in front of before and seemed to coax her in. The officers let her go and talked to the woman with the dog for a moment, then drove away. I think probably they decided she has mental health issues but wasn't actively a threat to anyone, so they let it be, which is okay by me. I know that some people deal with chronic issues and can be a little alarming to the people in their community, but most of the time don't actually pose much of a threat. Now I'm just sitting here, feeling like an overdramatic fool and wanting to regain full control of my limbs and for my heart rate to go down. But lady with 4 eyebrows, I'd really like us to stop meeting.
A few years ago, I used to help out a family member, check cows who were soon to give birth in the winter. I worked the night shift, so I would sleep in the guest room at the farm for a few hours, then go out at 2 a.m. to check the cows, which took a bit then, and I'd head home. I used to do this about 3 nights a week. The specific night I made the rounds and all was fine, so I hopped in the car and left the farm to head home. I was able to just barely pick up speed when I noticed a figure on the road. It's common to see deer, so I kept my brights on and slowed way down. As I got closer, I realized in the middle of the road, there's a man. It's winter, but he was only wearing a hoodie. He was alone, no dog, no vehicle parked by, and no other driveways nearby. But I just assumed it was someone who had a reason to be out there at 4 a.m. in the middle of nowhere. So I drove home and forgot about it. The next day, while having dinner at my sister's and brother-in-law's house, my brother-in-law had something to tell us, but waited till their kids went to bed. He told us this morning my parents woke up with a man inside their house. My heart dropped. The farmer, who was my brother-in-law's dad, woke up only to find a stranger wearing a gray hoodie, sitting at his kitchen table. He had walked right through the front door that used to always stay unlocked. Assuming the stranger walked straight to the farmhouse after I drove by, he would have been in their home undetected for almost 3 hours. Thank God the stranger was not there to harm. Rather, he was confused. He couldn't remember anything about himself or how he got there. It was as if a bad trip had led him to walk out in the middle of winter for miles, with no coat and only one shoe on. Feeling uncomfortable, yet realizing the stranger was not a threat, the farmer brought him to the nearest gas station in town, where the stranger had a friend come pick him up. Now, the farmer and his wife always locked their doors. This happened the summer before 9th grade. I was about 13 at the time. I'm now 19. I was in Italy for a choir trip. To give some context to my mental state at the time, I have social anxiety and was having a really hard time, as I had no friends in the choir. I basically wanted to go home from the moment I got on the plane. Anyway, we're in Rome, and had boarded a tram to get to a restaurant for dinner. I was standing facing a window. At some point, a man came up behind me. I didn't really pay any attention, as obviously we were on a crowded tram. I never actually saw the man's face, just his legs and torso. Everything was normal for a couple of minutes. Then I felt them press into my lower back area. I didn't think much of it at first, as I was pretty naive and just assumed it was an accident. I moved closer to the window. That's when he moved with me, and continued pressing his crotch area onto me. At this point I realized this was not normal, and started feeling kind of concerned. As I said though, I have social anxiety and hate confrontation, especially at that age. Luckily, an older group of girls that were also in the choir noticed what was happening, and beckoned me over to join them. I managed to get away from the guy and hurried over to join them. They asked me if I was okay, and I realized what he had been doing. I basically told them I was fine, and one of the girls told me he had done the same thing to her. I just kind of brushed it off since I totally felt safe being away from the guy. Once we got off the tram, the other girls told the chaperones what was happening. Nothing ever came of it though. Thinking back on this event now, I'm even more weirded out than I was at the time. I was 13, and definitely looked it. There's no way this guy thought I was of age. It sickens me that someone would go after a vulnerable child, standing alone like that. I'm so thankful those girls noticed what was going on, and got me away from this total creep. So this happened to me roughly 6-ish years ago. I was going through a lot. My significant other was dying from terminal cancer, but still mostly normal at this point. I don't remember why, but she was at a close friend of ours, and I was about 35 to 45 minute drive away at work. I had been given my brother's shitty Chrysler 300, as we didn't have any other vehicles at the time. A week later, a close friend gifted us a Saturn. They thought it would get us through a few months before it died. It lasted me 4 years totally irrelevant. Anyway, after work, off at midnight, I started to drive up. I got within 4 to 5 minutes from the house, and my car died at an intersection at nearly 1 a.m. So a couple of guys in a Jeep helped me push it, and another guy in a pickup joins in. All three start asking if I'm okay, do I need a ride anywhere, etc. I somehow learned that the two guys were stoners, and the other one was a pastor. It's been so long I don't really remember why I found this out, but I was fresh out of Bible college by a few years, and a newly atheist. I remember the pastor had a name tag or introduced himself as pastor, so and so, but I can't remember how the guys gave away that they're stoner status. The pastor was very concerned for my safety. When I stated, I had let them take me to my friends. He asked me 3 times if I was sure, alone and away from them, making it clear he didn't trust my judgment. And I was totally fine, rational, right? So I get in these dudes' Jeep and I'm immediately like, thanks for the help. Want to smoke? I got some green as a thank you. And they told me their apartment was right around the corner. We could smoke there. At this point, no creeper vibes, just friendly stoner vibes. Turns out they're twins, from my hometown, 45 minutes away. They likely knew my brother, as they definitely had friends in common, and they'd gained mild popularity in the late 90s as skaters. We hit their apartment and I smoke a bowl before heading out to drop me off. The entire time my significant other knew what was going on, and was pretty okay with it. She was a huge stoner, so she thought it was kinda cool, actually. On the way to my friends, they said they needed to stop for gas. Cool, no biggie. We get it and start down to my friends. They've been talking nonstop the whole time about their career. Clearly their claim to fame, and since I recognized them, they just kept going on. And one of them suddenly burst out something about how now they need to deal coke. The second brother stops dead quiet, and suddenly things are super awkward. Earlier they offered me some, but had no qualms when I potentially declined, though they made the obligatory joke about my being a cop. The vibes turned super scary suddenly. The quieter brother is going on now about how the talkative one always does this shit, and opens his mouth, and I could be a fucking cop, and are you a fucking cop? Suddenly their attention is back on me, and I'm just so afraid I'll say the wrong thing. I assure them in what I hope is a super nonchalant manner that I'm not a cop, and I don't care about what they do, just not my thing, and I wait. Brother Talker immediately takes up my side, because he's in trouble for blurting, while Brother Quiet stares me in the rearview mirror. We pull up to the house and the doors are still locked. He reiterates his question, and keeps staring, again. I smiled, trying to be cool and not seem like a fucking cop, but honestly, I was probably hella suspicious. He finally lets me go. I rush inside. I live in my parents' home, as I am at the end of the story my senior year. This probably isn't as intense as other stories, but it certainly had me freaked out. This story happened about 4 days ago. My family lives on a farm, so we have a large amount of land, and we're straight off the state road with a horseshoe-shaped driveway. We have a dump trailer that sits in our yard, just because we don't have anywhere else to put it. Due to this whole self-quarantine thing, I'm home with my younger brother. I hear honking outside, and out the window, I can see a white vehicle. As I'm sitting there and the vehicle is just honking, as if they're waiting for someone to come out. This made me very uncomfortable. The fact someone decided to sit there and honk and didn't want to even go out to look for fear of possibly being seen. But of course, younger siblings, being as they are, was quite obvious to how creepy this actually was, and decided to walk out the front door in plain sight of the stranger in the vehicle. Me not feeling safe was just sitting there and letting my younger brother talk to the stranger, who were sitting in our driveway. Finally I got up to talk to them. I was very uncomfortable with it all. Not in a way that was, I don't want to get sick, and more of a, there's a stranger who's honking their horn at my door. In some hindsight, you could say this might have been a whole virus in some regards, but other factors do play in. There were 2 men in this white truck, and one who spoke to me was in the passenger seat. The driver seemed quite nervous. Every time I refused to give them any information, he ended up starting the vehicle. and his friend had kept on insisting to keep talking, which led him in the cycle of turning the truck on and off again. The first time I take note of this guy had a very heavy accent, which I still can't pin. The best guesstimation I have is something European. He's asking about the dumb trailer in my yard, if it's for sale, which I say no, it's not. He asks if someone else is home that he could talk to. I didn't hear exactly who he wanted since his friend had turned on the engine again. My best guess is either a husband or my father. As he kept talking about, tell him, have him call. Well, I'm not married and my father was at work, so I said no, and if he really wanted to see someone, he'd have to come back at a later time. Then he insisted on giving his number, still refusing to leave the vehicle. While I say no, there's no point in getting his number, the trailer isn't for sale, and anyone in my household would echo the exact same thing. But he insists. I get a paper and something to write down his number. He asked me to come close to write it down his number, where I noticed the next thing, his number. His area code was a Massachusetts number. We were in Pennsylvania. Now he has me get close right up to the window, which completely throws the whole distance thing out. They just didn't want to get out of the vehicle, which is what really made me uncomfortable. I was too afraid to go back in my house. I didn't truly want to irritate these people and turn back by refusing, so I just followed what they asked to get them the hell out of my driveway, ASAP. I told my parents all this once they had gotten home, gave them the number, which they didn't call because it all seemed too suspicious. My dad decided to pull out a gun for me to keep nearby just in case someone broke in the house. As my father said, when I told him why they said they stopped, if that trailer was for sale, there would be a for sale sign. So my city is one that is under a state of emergency because of the whole COVID situation. The streets are fairly dead, especially this late at night. I live on a pretty busy street too. I was taking my dog out to pee around 4:30 a.m. Our backyard isn't fenced, so I basically take her out on a walk around the house. And when I get to the driveway, I saw a man on the other side of the road, just standing there, facing my direction. He was wearing all black with a hoodie, and hood up, because that's the creepiest thing you can do, of course, right? Anyways, I brushed it off, and I just want my dog to be quick so I can go inside. I figured if I keep an eye on him, I'll be fine. My dog is super reactive, and she didn't notice him. She was too busy sniffing out the pee when the guy starts snapping, like over and over, snapping his fingers. Thankfully, my dog was still preoccupied, but I wasn't about to wait for this weirdo to pull anything else. So I turn around and walk back up my driveway. He's still snapping, but now I swear I hear him walking. I wasn't about to turn around and find out. I just booked it up the back steps and into the house. I told my roommate, and we're both pretty freaked out, and started checking out all the windows. He was nowhere to be found. But my dog has been on guard since coming inside. She's running from the front door to the back door. If I ever get snapped at again, I'm moving out.
This is my first post on mobile, so sorry in advance. This happened sometime years ago. I don't remember. It was me, OP, and my brother, my dad, and my uncle. At 9 p.m., me and my brother were watching TV downstairs. We hear a knock on the door. My brother's in the bathroom, so I wait on him to get the door. I was really little. Uncle looks over the banister and gives me the stay back look. He comes down with his Glock. He hides it behind the door, still holding it, and says, "Can I help you?" The man says, "Yes, we're here offering our free home security to the folks in this neighborhood. You're the last house of the night." We all knew this was bullcrap because we're the first house in the neighborhood. My uncle says that we don't want it and said bye while closing the door. Suspicious guy blocks the door and says,
But this is also the bundle package with our Wi-Fi service. My brother went upstairs to tell Dad, and he mouths, "Get the fuck over here." I leave, and Uncle goes from casually holding the Glock to slowly inching his finger over the trigger. He aggressively says, "Yeah, we already have Wi-Fi. You should go." Suspicious Guy states that this is the highest rated home security, and that their brand is the best. His clothes had no markings or brand he belonged to, and the white van had nothing either. Our uncle gets pissed and almost tells, "You need to leave right the fuck now." Fumbling the words, Suspicious Guy moves further in the doorway. With how trustworthy it is, the now really pissed off, already overprotective badass uncle yells, "Leave." Suspicious Guy walks back slowly, saying they will come back tomorrow with more info, and Uncle says in a deep, emotionless voice, "You will not come back here tomorrow if you want to breathe again." This scared shitless guy just speed walks back to the van without saying a word. The van stays for a few minutes until Uncle walks back out with his shotgun this time. The van speeds away in a hurry. I'm glad our uncle was there, because Dad was showering up until the part where my brother told him what had happened. We sat in the living room for a few minutes until Uncle says, "Asshole, to the guy with free house security, let's not meet." This happened to my younger sister. She was 16 and has played soccer all her life. She even played for several club teams. I don't know how to describe club teams, just that they're super selective and cost a lot of money to play for, and basically only take on the really good players. A few weeks ago, she had sent a link to a news article about her soccer coach. She had been arrested for possession of child pornography. He has pictures of her old teammates. He never did anything to her, but she was friends with his daughter and obviously spent a lot of time around him for practice and games. It's horrifying to think about what could have happened. I was walking my dog on a trail not too far from my house, and we went down our usual path. I was about 5 feet away from a tree when I saw a woman facing it. Her nose was touching the tree and she was hugging it, not saying a word. If I hadn't looked in that direction, I wouldn't have known a person was there. I couldn't even tell if she was breathing, she stood so still. I was like a little creeped out by this, so I started to back up with my dog and just walked out. The woman had not have known I was there if I was 5 feet away, and I wasn't hiding the fact that I was there at all. I got back to the trail and turned around. She had backed up away from the tree slightly, and her eyes were now wide open. I've never seen a person's eyes go so wide. But they had no expression. She still didn't notice me or give even the slightest hint she knew I was there. I started to get even more creeped out now that she was just staring blankly at nothing. She was motionless. I started to back away even more, and she was now walking forward down the hill. The hill is steep and slippery, but she didn't even look down where she was going. She just kept walking forward. Nothing but her legs, and she was now whispering something. But I knew she wasn't talking to anyone. Nobody else was around. I turned around and heard her yelling, but I could no longer see her. I just got out of there as fast as I could, with my dog, and spent the walk home looking over my shoulder every 5 minutes. We've all heard the stereotypical pale woman with long black hair description in horror movies. That was this woman. Went into the local drugstore to buy some cold meds, and when I went to the front for them to ring me up, a cashier I'd never seen before helped me. He looked to be in his mid to late 30s. The cashier asked to see my license, and I told him I don't remember ever having to show ID for cough medicine before, and he shrugged awkwardly and said kind of sheepishly that it was a new thing he had to do. Since I knew I have to show ID for allergy medicine, I don't think much of it and show him my card. I held it up and he looked at it for a long time. I assumed he was doing some head math since I still looked young, and bartenders always take forever with my ID. But then he finishes ringing me up and goes, "Oh, so, street I live on, that's up by State Park near me, right?" Which actually he was wrong, and it's in the opposite direction about 20 minutes. But I was tired and not in the mood to chat, so I just said yes because I thought he was making small talk. He asked some more questions about whereabout and where it was, and I just kept saying yes to everything. Later I told my parents that there was a new rule, and that you had to show ID for cold medicine, and my folks got this weird look on their faces and said, "No, you didn't." And only then did it really dawn on me what a strange interaction I had had. Also, the next few times I went to the drugstore, one of my parents would come in with me, but I never saw that cashier ever again. So I've had a few creepy encounters, but I think this one is just the cherry on top. My friend 10 and I 9 decided to walk to a nearby park just to hang out and avoid someone. We got there and kind of sat on the swings and talked for a bit, venting about people and talking about school, things like that. And we were there for about 20-ish minutes before a car drove around the block, rolled down the driver's side window and looked at us for a second before driving off again. He came around a few more times, slowing his speed every time he passed us. He then stuck his arm out the window and gestured for us to come to the car. My friend and I shook our heads and the guy drove off again. My friend and I gathered our bags and started to leave as the guy came back around to us. We started walking away and he did a U-turn and continued to follow us. We ran to the nearest store as he followed us. I got called up by a friend and, of course, answered. The guy in the car saw me pull out a phone and he sped to the next light. We turned to our local grocery store as I called my dad to come pick us up. I haven't seen the guy or the car since. A couple of years ago, I was leaving the local liquor store. As I walked out into the parking lot, I noticed 3 young men, late teens, early tweens, standing by the side of a wall of the store. I noticed one had a digital camera strapped around his neck. As I'm walking to my car, I hear the distinct whirl of the camera and shudder. I turn around and the kid takes a few more quick pictures of me. Then the 3 of them take off running down the street. I swear, it was like they're waiting for me to exit the store. I still think about it sometimes. So this experience isn't as scary as others on here, but it still crosses my mind every once in a while. It happened when I was about 14 years old. It was around the morning time and I was walking towards my church. The fastest route is near my old school. While walking, I saw an older man, around 60 years old, sitting on a bench smoking a cigar. My mother taught me it was polite to say hello to older people, so that's what I did. I greeted him and he was about to continue walking when he told me to stop and come back. I thought he was going to ask me what the time was or something similar, but instead he reached for my hand and told me to sit on his lap because he wanted us to be friends. Of course, I started running away as fast as I could, because I had already had a few encounters with older men. I know it's not that scary of an experience, but still, who knows what his intentions were. So this is my first time posting on this subreddit, so please don't give me any shit for any bad grammar. So anyway, this event happened when I was around 5. So when it happened, I didn't really understand it. But now when I look back at it, it really freaks me out. So I was just sitting at my table in my old house coloring pictures when I look out the window and see a man staring at me deeply. And this was in our backyard. So me being young told my mom really casually that there was a man outside waiting. She looked and flipped out and ran outside to chase him off. The last thing I saw of him was he was in socks and underwear and was really dirty. He must have jumped the fence because he got away.
We lived in a pretty safe neighborhood, so this was really unexpected. Anyway, I remember that moment to this day, and just wanted to get it off my chest. I'll try to keep this short. I'm a girl. I dated a boy while we were in high school, K, and we'd always go to his friend's house, C, along with 4 or 5 other regular friends in the group. I was in the 11th grade, K was in the 12th. They all smoked weed, and though I was straight edge, I never smoked weed any myself. I never had a problem sitting in the circle next to my boyfriend and passing the blunt from him to whoever was next to me. This was a regular occurrence when we'd always meet up and hang at C's house, because his dad was cool and bought us alcohol, so I didn't mind the drugs. So I saw C quite often over a period of almost a year, and after K and I broke up, I was still good friends with C and the other people in the group. Well, I was completely devastated and lost when I broke up with K, due to us constantly flirting and just not being happy around each other, and others and getting into arguments over anything and everything by that point. Weeks or months in, I needed the company of a friend and some comfort, so C and I met up at his new apartment. I wasn't a big drinker either, but after my recent heartbreak, I was more open to try new things. C and I sat around bullshitting and drinking, and somehow it led to us making out. Now, I never actually liked C that way, and never intended to do such a thing with him. But I think in the midst of all the confusion, pain, and inebriated, I was very pliable, and was still very scared to say no to people at this point in my life. So we make out, that's all happening, and we go to bed in his bed, genuinely just asleep. Fast forward months or so later, we hang out again at his apartment, drink some, and this time I knew he would be expecting me to kiss him again, and possibly even more. I felt guilt and repulsion for somehow getting into this position to have done in the first time, so I drink a lot less this time to keep my wits about me. Eventually, as I feel his eyes growing warmer with me, and to start to roam and linger more freely, I can sense the sexual tension and desire he's emulating. So I tell him I'm super tired and I'm gonna call it a night. He said no problem, so I waved him goodbye in the living room and went to his room and went to bed. Not 20 minutes go by and I hear his door open. I went to bed to avoid having to comply with his expectations of sexual activity. Again, I was shy and didn't know how to say no to someone. He's respectfully being quiet and he doesn't wake me. And in a moment, I feel him climb into bed as well. The bed naturally bounces and creaks as he adjusts his body into a comfortable position. And eventually, everything settles down and all is quiet. Laying on my back, I continue to pretend to be asleep and just focused on actually falling asleep. But suddenly, I feel something gently slide up onto my breast. It's light touching as it finds its way, and then it's a full palm rest on my breast, followed by a gentle squeeze. Now I'm thinking, okay buddy, come on now. I'm clearly asleep, and it's not gonna happen. I make a sleepy noise and then roll over onto my side to get his hand off of me. I thought that was the end of it, but apparently I just presented him a different area for his groping pleasure, as I then feel him glide his hand swiftly onto my ass. More squeezing, rubbing. What the fuck, C? So I make another sleep noise like I'm beginning to wake up, but not quite awake, and then roll onto my back. I didn't have many options, and it was one or the other. So then you would think that the creep would get that I'm sleeping, and don't be groping my good parts, you weirdo. But he didn't. What do you think he does next? He fucking leans in and kisses me while I'm sleeping. Come on, man. I didn't react to it because I was too embarrassed to wake up, and in turn make him embarrassed for being caught. So I just kept maneuvering around his sleep pedophilia and gropages, and eventually stopped, whether from boredom or who knows what. But I left the next day knowing my friend is a predator, and I never spoke to him since. I intend to keep it that way. So C, let's not meet again. So this happened last summer. It was a hot day and I just got off of work around 7 p.m. and decided to take my dog for a run in the forest preserve near my house. When you start on the path, it's very open and near a busy street, but as you go farther into the path, you're deep in the forest and surrounded by trees. The sun was starting to set at this point, but I figured I would get to a quick 2 miles, and my dog could get some energy out. I was about a mile into my run when I was startled by a man who was hiding behind a tree. He pops out of nowhere smoking a cigarette and asks if he can join me on my run. I wonder why this man's behind a tree and alone. My heart starts to beat fast and I look around and realize that it's almost dark and no one is on the path and there are no cars in the parking lot anymore. I say no thank you and continue to run, trying not to look panicked. He starts to come closer to me and my 1-year-old Staffy Pit lunges towards him. My dog is extremely playful and gets excited to see people, so lunges towards them and waiting for people to pet him. However, he looks intimidating, so the guy thought he was attacking. He backs up and starts running faster down the path, and hill while continuing to look back. I stopped out of breath and frantically called my fiance, who was at work. He doesn't answer. I decide I didn't want to go any further down the path and further into the forest, so I wait a few minutes and go back to my phone in my hand, ready to dial the police. I get to the top of the hill and see the man jumping into the passenger side of a white van. That was not parked in the lot when the man approached me, and the driver speeds off. I always think of what would have happened if I didn't have my dog with me on that jog.
I can't remember when it started. It seems like I've spent an eternity in this hell, but I'm sure it hasn't been more than a few days. Or is it a few weeks? It's always there. Day or night. Never stopping. Never starting. Always there. That sound. I've tried closing my bedroom door. I've tried wearing headphones. I've even tried turning up the volume of the music in my room, but nothing works. It's always there, piercing my eardrums like someone shooting an arrow through them, over and over again. The infernal racket. When my big sister first told my mother that she wanted a violin, I didn't care. I thought it might be fun. I thought she'd learn how to play it. Thought she might use it for a few minutes each day until she became bored of it. But that isn't what happened. Since she got it, she hasn't set it down. And I don't just mean that she plays it a lot. I mean, she literally does not stop. I thought she would eventually get tired and fall asleep. She hasn't. My mother acts like she doesn't notice. She just goes about her business as usual, as if nothing strange or out of the ordinary is happening, like she doesn't even hear it. I haven't slept in days. I can't. That sound just keeps drilling into my head like a corkscrew. It's gotten unbearable. I must bring a stop to this. It was almost 3 a.m. when I rose from bed, having not slept a wink. I opened my bedroom door and walked out as quietly as possible, creeping down the hallway through the darkness. When I reached her bedroom door, I paused for a second and knocked. No response. Not even a break in the sound from her violin. I twisted the door handle slowly, pushing inward while I tried to get a glance inside. There were no lights on in her bedroom, but the moonlight shining through her window formed a perfect backlit halo around her, standing in the middle of the room, playing that dreadful piece of wood. She was just a silhouette. I felt for the light switch on the wall and flipped it, only to see nothing happen. Now, you may think that this was a problem, but it only made my job easier. I walked toward her, making no sound. I now stood next to her, looking directly at her silhouetted face, while she continued doing what she thinks is playing, paying no attention to me.
Sarah?
I said. No reply. She just kept playing without so much as a flinch. It was then that I decided that the time was right. I had one arm concealed behind my back, which I now pulled forward, revealing the machete that I had taken from the garage earlier. I raised it above my head, looked at the glow around it from the moonlight, and then came down as hard as I could right on top of my sister's head. A dull, wet, chunky sound brought the atonal music to a halt. The blade rested in her head, blood flowing from the impact point. Complete silence. What relief came over me. I felt the tension drifting away. But I then heard a quiet whimpering sound. I knelt and put my ear close to my sister, and heard her whispering. I couldn't make out the words, so I leaned in even closer. She spoke.
Don't stop playing. Why?
I asked. She could not answer. I knelt there next to her, confused. Then, a slight change in the reflection of the moonlight. From the darkness in the corner rose another silhouette. My eyes widened as I tried to remain still. This shape was not that of a person. It was probably 3 feet tall and almost as wide. Whatever it was moving in my direction. Not knowing what to do, I recalled what my sister said. I grabbed the violin and bow off of the floor and started dragging the bow back and forth across the strings, making the horrid sound of dying cats that had only stopped a few moments prior. The cacophony of sounds filled the air once again, as they had for an eternity before I stopped my sister from playing them. The thing in the shadows stopped advancing and started moving back toward the corner from which it came. I've now been here for 3 days, making these horrible sounds come from this violin. I can't stop, or I know it will come out of the corner again. I can't stop.
Hey guys, I want to thank you so much for listening. If you haven't yet, please consider clicking that subscribe button and bell icon to get notified of all future videos. I try to post around 5 times a week. And if you have a story of your own you'd like to be featured on the channel, head over to my subreddit, r/Jensen Official. And if you want to get early access to my videos, head over to my Patreon, where only $1 a month you can get that. And I also have some other fun perks. I've also got merch now over on Spreadshirt. I as well offer all of my videos on my podcast that can be found on all major podcast services. All links will be located in the description field. Hope everyone's having a good night, and remember, keep it spooky.